Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is a Quincy's fairy tale in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 36, Fade to White 2. Upon the edge of the mountains that dwarfed the forever frozen town of Dianthus, a standoff between warring spirits was taking place. It was an expected battle for Bambietta Basterbine, one that she had been looking forward to. After all, she had been recruited by Urza Scarlet to partake in a job request that suited her interests, to defeat a pack of wild monsters and their guardian in exchange for a wonderful amount of jewel. However, had Bambietta found the situation more than just a simple job request. She found herself in the service of dubious employers against what some would call an adorable threat. Some, yes, but not Bambietta Basterbine. The Gigalipus were a dreadful lot in her eyes, the oversized rabbits clawing at a fear she had long since suppressed and refused to speak of. Not to Lucy or anyone else in fairy tale. Not even Lilt Otto or her friends within the Vandenrijk. She had not been sure if even Wywak had known the scope of the phobia. The emotional response to the mere sight of the Gigalipus, however, was not the most surprising part of the situation to Bambietta. No, the most shocking was the appearance of a Soul Reaper. To top it all off, it had not been merely any Soul Reaper. No, it was a lieutenant of 13 court guard squads. Having frozen Urza with the power of Sode no Shirayuki, Rukia Kukaki now stood before Bambietta. "So what do we have here, Lieutenant Kukaki?" Bambietta said at last, the Quincy moving past the shock she had experienced from the Gigalipus and now the Soul Reaper. "Did you die in the war and get chosen to fight a new one here?" It was a prospect that did not faze Bambietta in the least. Much had changed in her time within the ranks of fairy tale, but one thing that had not faded away was her disdain for Soul Reapers. It had not extended to Sojiro Kyuzaka, as he was a rogue agent, one who shared the Quincy's hatred for the Soul Society. No, Bambietta had only been hostile to him thanks to his association with Phantom Lord. This, however, was different. This was Rukia Kukaki, a prime representative of all that was wrong with the afterlife of Bambietta's home world. She was both Soul Reaper and member of one of the noble houses. Oh, I hope I'm right. It warmed my heart to know that a fucking Soul Reaper was denied a happy end, you know. Bambietta was hissing under her breath, the Quincy wondering if she was even being loud enough for Rukia to hear. She spoke louder soon after, another theory coming to mind, one that she hated. "Or did the 46 assholes catch wind of what's going on here and sent you and all the other lapdogs over to drag us back kicking and screaming? Well, sorry, I'm not ever going back to that shithole world of ours, short stack. I happen to like it here." Rukia's mouth slowly opened, her visibly cold breath escaping into the air. "So you're one of the chosen ones from the other world as well? Wait, your power." Rukia stared at Bambietta for a moment, her brow furrowing beneath her soul-fallen bang. "You're a Quincy?" Rukia asked. "Interesting. I didn't think someone from the world of the living had been chosen." Bambietta raised an eyebrow at that. "Excuse me? What? You don't recognize my uniform? We completely decimated the Soul Society. Twice. In a row." Rukia's eyes went wide. "What? Don't you what, me, flatty?" Bambietta shouted, the Quincy pointing an accusing finger at Rukia, her eyes darting around to get a better look at her. "And where the hell is your lieutenant's badge? No, wait. If you were chosen and brought over here, you wouldn't be working for the Soul Society anymore, so what point would it serve? I mean, I ditched my Vandenrijk logo pretty early on and..." Rukia was letting Bambietta ramble on, having never before run across someone quite so easily sidetracked as her. However, one part did catch her attention. "Vandenrijk? I already said don't play dumb with me," Bambietta shouted. And dash. Bambietta stared at Rukia for a moment, the Quincy taking note of just how different she appeared from what she remembered. The lack of a lieutenant's badge was one thing, but something just seemed off. "Did you do something with your hair? Or do something back to it?" Bambietta could not help herself, her eyes focusing on the dark locks that were laying atop Rukia's shoulders. Something about this all felt so off, but that feeling only lasted but a moment and Bambietta shrugged. "Oh well. I guess it doesn't matter. Urza and I came here to beat up some bunnies and their guardian, and while you're..." Bambietta flinched. While your monstrous horde scares me witless, I know I can fight you. Bambietta stepped forward then, Hiran-kyaku propelling her at Rukia. Extending her right arm to the side, Bambietta summoned magic particles into the palm of her hand, giving form to her sword, Shragstrich. It had been so long since Bambietta had clashed blades with a proper Soul Reaper, memories of her tearing apart an entire squad beginning to rise to the surface in her mind. For one moment in time she was forgetting herself as a denizen of Earthland as well as her role as a member of Fairy Tail. Faced with a high-ranking Soul Reaper, it was as if the revolution had never ended, that the war was still ongoing. It was a war Bambietta still wanted to win. This was no longer a battle between guild member and guardian. No, this was between a Quincy and a Soul Reaper. It was a battle that Bambietta desired to win if for no other reason than to prove her dominance over the so-called gods who lorded over the concepts of life and death like they were worthy. It had been a fervent desire once before, but now, having been once ruled by another who deemed themselves worthy of controlling death, it was an impulse that Bambietta could not ignore. She would not fail as she did once before. She would crush this Soul Reaper and death itself. To see that desire through to its end, Bambietta observed the shrinking distance between herself and Rukia, Hiran-kyaku working as it should. It was a simple strategy that Bambietta intended to employ. She would use a step of supernatural speed to get behind Rukia and attack her from behind. In that instant of thought she was within Rukia's blind spot. Standing behind her, her eyes glaring, Bambietta planned to strike. In the corner of an eye she could see the frozen Urza Scarlet, a sight that was both a blessing and curse. A blessing as it gave her further motivation to defeat the enemy responsible, and yet a curse as it reminded Bambietta that she should not fight as cruelly as she would against a denizen of the Soul Society. However, neither played a part in the moment that came next. This was not a wizard who was unaccustomed to Hiran-kyaku and would have to adapt to the speed it granted on the fly. No, this was a Soul Reaper and a practitioner of the similar skill of Flash Step. Lost in the moment, Bambietta had thought speed her ally, having forgotten that both Quincy and Soul Reaper were a part of the initiated. Sode no Shirayuki moved under Rukia's command, the pristine blade falling into place to intercept Shragstrich's own. Daring to block an attack I delivered? Fine, be that way. Bambietta's eyes lit up, a wicked smile forming upon her lips. She swung her arm out to the side, technique giving way to wild movement. Blood arteria flowing beneath the surface of her arm, and it was more than enough to give Bambietta the strength to break the blade lock. I won't lose. Bambietta raised her arm up only to bring her blade down towards Rukia. The Soul Reaper held tightly upon her own sword's grip, moving it into a horizontal angle to best block the downward strike. She held her other arm against the back of the sword to give it support, her expression one of focused determination. Bambietta, meanwhile, was still simply smiling. Wizards and monsters were the things she had grown used to fighting, but a Soul Reaper? This was what she had trained to decimate. For decades this was what she had been told she had been born for. So Bambietta continued to fight, guiding her blade across Sode no Shirayuki's own, sparks flickering off the swords. Once Bambietta had reached its end, she immediately swung the blade down and back towards Rukia's midsection. Any lessons she had learned from Urza were beginning to crumble, the move an intended death sentence for the overseer of death itself. However, Rukia was able to move out of the weapon's range with a flash step. Distance had been achieved, even if only a scant few yards, and Rukia prepared herself for her next move. Pulling her sword back, she held her free arm forward, allowing Sode no Shirayuki's end to rest atop it. Then she stepped forward in a flash, her sword arm pushing forward. It was a stance that her memories brought to mind, those of Kyan Shiba and the training he had overseen so many decades ago. It was meant for his Zanpakuto, to catch an opponent off guard when he activated his Shikai and the katana transformed into a much longer spear in mid-strike. Even still, it was intended to be effective with the katana itself. Oh. Neat. Bambietta dodged the attack as deftly as Rukia had executed it, the solace of her boots dancing on the frozen ground as she spun around. But it's not enough. Rukia turned on her own heels, swords meeting up high. The Soul Reaper prepared to pull her sword back and execute her own attack, but what happened next very nearly caught her off guard. Bambietta's right hand let go of the sword, allowing it to drop. It was a quick motion that followed then, Bambietta catching it by the handle with her left hand. Her grip tight, the Quincy swung out in a horizontal motion. Sode no Shirayuki met it head-on once again, held vertically to block Shrag Stritch. Rukia had just barely managed to block the second strike, something Bambietta was quick to notice. "You're good, don't get me wrong," the Quincy said as she pressed her advantage, exerting enough force through her sword with blood arteria to force Rukia's feet to slide through the snow and give ground. "But sword play isn't quite your strong suit, is it?" Rukia knew it was not. Her skills were proficient, but this was not a style of combat she excelled in. No, she remembered well that was another. So, as swords clashed and Rukia felt herself lose inch after inch of the ground, she worked on following through on the form she recalled working on mastering following the passing of Kai and Shiba. Kido. As she managed to parry an attack, Rukia brought her free hand up towards her face and began to whisper to herself. All the while she kept her concentration on the task at hand, her sword locking with Bambietta's own once again. Carriage of Thunder, Bridge of a Spinning Wheel. "What's this?" Bambietta asked, glaring over her blade. She put both hands on the handle, looking to exert more pressure. "Chanting a little prayer before you lose, Soul Reaper." Rukia blocked another strike, trying her best to divide her attentions between Kido and her sword. While she was able to use certain Kido spells without an incantation, trying to use one of this caliber while splitting her concentration was not feasible without the full wording. "With light, divide T?" "I don't think so." Despite her flippant mark from before, Bambietta knew that her opponent was going for a spell of some sort. Bringing her knee up, she drove it into Rukia's groin. It was neither the most orthodox or chivalrous maneuver to pull, but Bambietta truly did not care. Not when facing a Soul Reaper. Oh. Rukia lost her concentration thanks to the unexpected melee strike, her attempt at performing the Rakyukoro spell interrupted. The sudden pain was enough to leave her off guard, both her sword arm and the hand that had been working on bringing forth a Kido spell dropping down, and it gave Bambietta a chance to follow through. Allowing blood arteria to once more flow through the veins of her arms, Bambietta put momentum behind the horizontal strike that Rukia had countered. It was enough to push Sode no Shirayuki, throwing the off-balance Rukia into a spin. "Now I got you," Bambietta hissed. "Sorry, Soul Reaper. But I don't play nice." Bambietta stepped forward, preparing to strike Rukia with her sword. However, as Rukia spun around, she was holding her left arm up, her palm facing Bambietta. Shakeho. Already moving in close, Bambietta had no chance to evade or block the sudden attack. The burst of crimson energy exploded from Rukia's hand and slammed into her. The fiery power eclipsed her presence before exploding. The Quincy flew back, crying out. "Oh damn!" Bambietta cackled, her once pristine uniform singed and smoking. She flipped her grip on Shrag Stritch, plunging the upside-down blade into the frozen ground. As the heels of her boots slid through the snow, the sword eventually found purchase and brought Bambietta's momentum to a crawl before completely stopping. Yet despite the setback and the pain it had caused, Bambietta did not stop wearing her gleeful smirk. "There's plenty of life in you still, huh?" Rukia was catching her breath. It had been a reflex action and nothing more, having resorted to a Kido spell she knew she could utilize even in her sleep if need be. Still, she knew she had to be cautious now. This Quincy was different from Urayu, that much her memory told her. She was boisterous compared to his calm nature, as well as violent compared to his more somber attitude. However, there was something else. "You don't fight like a Quincy," Rukia said simply as she took a defensive position, both hands holding Sode no Shirayuki tightly. She was preparing herself for another wild attack, but she also wanted to try and take a moment to find out just what she was dealing with. Her opponent clearly was a talkative one, and Rukia hoped to use that to her advantage. "What are you?" "Huh?" Bambietta got back up on her feet, her brow furrowing as she looked at Rukia. "Seriously, first you don't remember how we absolutely wrecked your shit, but now you're playing dumb and acting like I'm, what, not a Quincy? Please, we went way beyond any preconceived traditions a long time ago." Bambietta brandished her sword for a moment before letting it dissolve into light. In its place came a bow, Damon Bogen. A drawstring of light ran parallel to its ebony frame, Bambietta grabbing hold of it and drawing it back as she aimed at Rukia. A arrow of blue light formed as well then. But hey, we may have branched out, but I've started to grow fond of this old classic again, Bambietta said with a smirk. And don't think I didn't realize you were trying to bait me into spilling the beans about what I can and can't do. I may like to talk shit, but I know it isn't a free action. Damn it. Rukia used Flash Step to evade the arrow that had fired off in conjunction with the sudden increase in the volume of Bambietta's voice. As she fired off arrow after arrow, Bambietta had to admit that Rukia was at least good at dodging. Each projectile seemed all but about to hit the Soul Reaper, only to miss as a movement of Flash Step took her out of their way at the last possible second. This was a Soul Reaper distinctly different from the rank-and-file ones that Bambietta had conquered during the battles with the Soul Society. She knew she had to have expected that, Rukia having been a lieutenant, but that was still vexing her at even this juncture of the battle. She wanted to know where her lieutenant's badge had gone to. Watching as the Soul Reaper continued to evade her long-range attacks, sometimes with Flash Step, other times simply ducking her head or spinning her body out of the way, Bambietta was growing frustrated with the petite Soul Reaper. This is getting us nowhere. The Soul Reaper had her Keto spells and her Zanpakuto's abilities. Range was just as suitable for her as it was for Bambietta, especially if she was this good at getting out of harm's way. Close combat, however, was another matter altogether. Bambietta had already seen that clearly in the earlier skirmish. She knew she should have continued that phase of battle as she would have kept her advantage. Unfortunately, she had let her ego get the better of her in her desire to show Rukia that she was in fact a Quincy. Sighing, Bambietta cast aside her bow into the ether in which it came and brought her sword back. Stepping forward with Hyrenkyaku, she infused her body with the offensive power of Blood Arteria once more. Rukia heard Bambietta's voice, the Quincy appearing right in front of her. She had not expected that, Bambietta having traveled through the remaining hail of her arrows with Hyrenkyaku. That was not what rocked Rukia to her core, however. No, it was the vicious smile that was etched upon Bambietta's face. Before it had simply been a look of one eager for battle, but now it was a savage grin that would make most shudder in fear. Swinging out her sword, Bambietta aimed directly for Rukia's chest with the horizontal slash. Rukia was barely able to counter it in time, so no Shirayuki coming between herself and the enemy's blade. Not good enough. Bambietta shouted. You blocked Blood Arteria earlier, but that's just because I didn't put my damn back into it, Soul Reaper. Bambietta grit her teeth as she continued to apply force behind her strike. It was more than enough to throw Rukia back, the Soul Reaper's feet skidding through the snow. The attack left her stunned, Rukia having to question much now. That power of yours is very nearly that of a captain's. You've been holding back all this time. Almost. Bambietta hissed before putting her free hand up towards her slowly shaking head. I suppose I'm not what I once was. A lot has changed since I came over here, but it'll be more than enough to take you out. Rukia was shocked to imagine this Quincy was even stronger once upon a time. However, before she could dwell on it further, Bambietta was on Rukia once again. Her sudden attack gave her barely enough time to parry the sword strike. Caught off guard by her enemy's now revealed strength, Rukia was finding herself completely on the defensive. Each and every blow of Bambietta's, parried as they were making Rukia's arms shake and her feet tear further back through the snow. It was taking all she had to remain standing. Facing off against such a combination of power, speed, and swordsmanship, Rukia knew she could not keep her defensive position up for much longer. Seeing that the arrow has stopped, Rukia could not help but be surprised. She was grateful for the momentary break in the onslaught, however, as she was unsure of how long she could have kept her high-speed movements going in such rapid succession. Bambietta continued to smirk, knowing just as well as Rukia how close her guard was to being broken. She was getting so very close to ending this fight with the Soul Reaper, and soon a blow would bring her down to her knees. She would be begging for mercy. Mercy that Bambietta would never grant. Stupid Soul Reapers. Bambietta hissed, her irritation at her enemy breaking through her moment of battle-crazed joy. So caught up in your failed traditions that you could never hope to keep up with us, Quincy. Not after the hell we had go through. The hell you put us through. Finding an opening, Bambietta moved her leg and stomped down on one of Rukia's feet with Blood Arteria. Rukia let out a cry of pain thanks to the uncivil attack before Bambietta slashed with her blade. However, much to Bambietta's annoyance, the attack did not land despite not being blocked. Hado number 1, Show. The invisible pressure of the low-level Kido spell caught Bambietta off guard, the Quincy having been lost in the moment of her impending victory that her defenses had dropped. It caught her directly in the face and caused her head to snap back. Stupid Kido spells. Bambietta was pushed back by the attack, but it did not last long. Taking control of her momentum, Bambietta's head fell forward again, wild hatred bearing in her eyes. She screamed as lunged towards Rukia again. Unfortunately for her, the Soul Reaper appeared before her eyes with flash step. The index finger of Rukia's right hand was mere inches away from Bambietta's face. Hado number 4, Byakurai. Motherfucker. Bambietta reacted on pure instinct, reaching up with her free hand and grabbing Rukia's finger even as lightning began to crackle around its tip. Without any hesitation, Bambietta broke the finger and redirected the Kido's aim. The bolt of lightning shot past Bambietta's face, scorching the ends of her dark hair, the force of the attack blowing her head away. You think those damn spells are really going to do you any good? Bambietta was caught off guard then, Rukia ignoring her pain and dropping Sode no Shirayuki. Reaching out, she slammed the palm of her hand against Bambietta's face. Irritated and angry now, Rukia cast another Kido spell. Hado number 31, Shakkeiho. There had not even been a chance for Bambietta to curse this time. Instead she cried out in pain, a fair bit louder than Rukia had when her finger had been broken a moment before. The Quincy's cloaked form hurtled through the air, smashing through a tree and going into a spin. Bambietta hit the ground hard, tearing through snow until at last she stopped. Spitting out blood, some of it oozing down from of her mouth, Bambietta shook her head. She groaned as she slowly got back up on her feet. Oh, I am so going to be feeling that in the morning. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Bambietta cursed herself out, having realized her error. She had grown far too cocky in facing this Soul Reaper. It was all so maddening. Yes, her power had been cut in the process of death and rebirth, both Giselle and Sylphia having played a hand in it, but even without her full strength she should have been stronger than a Soul Reaper lieutenant. However, even Rukia's power made no sense. She did not seem as strong as she had been reported to be by the Vandenrijke's information gathering before the invasion had begun. Odder still, she did not look as Bambietta remembered. No, she appeared as she did at nearly 2 years before the invasion begun. Yet her power and skill were greater than she was back then. None of it made any sense. Bambietta bit her lip, knowing she could not overthink it. No, not right now when her vision was only starting to focus after recovering from the point-blank attack. Come on, you damned Soul Reaper. Let's get this over Tsuji no Mai, Hakuren. Bambietta was cut off once again, her vision focusing just in time to see a wall of white nearly upon her, an affect of the Soul Reaper's Shikai. Once again having her ranting interrupted, Bambietta gasped as the small avalanche slammed into her. Damn you, you fucking Soul Reaper. Bambietta gave up on resisting the attack, leaping away with Hiran Kyaku instead. She turned to watch the attack form into solid ice, a wall cutting through the landscape. Much to her annoyance, she could see a torn fragment of her cloak stuck in the attack. My cape? Oh hell no. Bambietta turned to glare at Rukia, as well as to launch an attack. Hey, Soul Reaper. Did you really think something like that was going to beat me? Bambietta took sight of Rukia running along the top of the newly made ice wall, no doubt to get in close for an attack. That brought a smirk to Bambietta's face, the Quincy reaching out to put the palm of her left hand against the ice itself. Boom, Bambietta whispered. I win. The explode infected the remainder of Sode no Shirayuki's power, causing the wall of ice to detonate. However, much to Bambietta's annoyance, Rukia had already cleared the explosion. She had expected such a maneuver, having made herself an easy target atop the ice, and had planned accordingly. Yet she was terrified by the manner that Bambietta had blown it up. However she had done it, Rukia could see now more than ever that she was faced with overwhelming power. All she could do was count on strategy, trickery, and feints to win the day. Stopping behind Bambietta, she could hear the Quincy's boot heels twisting in the snow. Rukia knew she only had a moment to respond, to use Hakuren again, but it was unnecessary. She had already landed her attack the moment she passed by Bambietta. Now I got you, you Soul Reaper by dash. Some no mai, Tsukishiro. A column of ice burst up from the circle of power that was around Bambietta's feet. It extended up into the sky, keeping the Quincy locked away in its frozen embrace. It's done. Rukia Kukaki looked at both the frozen Bambietta Basterbine and Urza Scarlet, seeing that she had resolved the conflict. She turned to look at the gathered Gigalipus, smiling warmly at them. Soon she would thaw out the two women and allow them safe passage to where they had come from, giving them a strict warning never to return. For now, however, she had to take care of those she adored. You're safe again. I only wish that people would leave you alone. But until they do, I'll protect you all. That's what Soul Reapers do. Bambietta Basterbine, meanwhile, was fuming. Caught in the frozen column, she was still alert if unmoving. She could hear the Soul Reaper speak of her purpose and it infuriated her and made her sick to her stomach. However, it was in that moment she saw something else. The Gigalipus were once more in view, their visage distorted by the ice itself. They were warped looking by the time they reached Bambietta's eyes, leaving her to slowly stop seeing them. The distortions began to become even more twisted, not by the ice but by Bambietta's own imagination. Memories tugged at her and all she could see was a particular rabbit-like hollow. One she had challenged to earn her father's approval. One she had failed to kill. One she had been saved from. It was the one. The one that had killed Liba Basterbine even as she had killed it. The sight of the Gigalipus had brought fear to Bambietta Basterbine once more, but this time it was different. Combined with the presence of the Soul Reaper, the fear gave rise to anger. Bambietta's teeth began to grit together, her muscles flexing. More importantly, her spiritual pressure was also roaring. Rukia was taking a moment to come down from the battle, the Soul Reaper playfully petting one of the Gigalipus on the head, right between its ears. She was smiling as she did so, feeling carefree amongst the beasts she had sworn to protect. Who's a good little bunny? Is it you, Chappie? Yes it is, yes it dash. Rukia stopped in mid-sentence, feeling the spike in the pressure around her. Turning quickly, she was just in time to see the column of ice that Sode no Shirayuki had formed break apart, an explosion of pure light issuing forth. It did not take Rukia long to see Bambietta at the center of the blast. No, Rukia was quick to realize that she was not simply at the center. She was the center. She was the source. What kind of Quincy are you? Bambietta was screaming as she allowed the explode to run wild. She had spent so long under the Vandenrijke's wing to comprehend her power, how to use it with precision and clarity. However, that was just one such application of it. For now she was running on a razor's edge, letting it live up to its name in its most primal form. Her spiritual pressure was unleashing the explode in a chaotic manner, destroying all around Bambietta. It was a power she had been taught control of, yes, but much like Bambietta herself, at times it could be left unfocused and enraged. Then, at last, the explosion ceased. The orb of luminous and destructive power withdrew back towards Bambietta, becoming one with her. The yelling stopped as well, Bambietta growing quiet. She stood there for a moment, her cloak settling back down on her shoulders. She stood there, panting heavily, the cold making her ragged breath visible to all. Her body was shaking, but it was not due to the cold air around her. No, she was simply enraged and showing it. Rukia glanced at Bambietta, more than a little shocked by how she had broken free. Gripping Sode no Shirayuki tightly, she turned to confront her fully. As she did so, she waved her free hand behind her back. The Gigalipus took the motion to heart and scurried off into the distance. Then, without words or hesitation, Bambietta brought her hands up, twin orbs born from the explode appearing. The quiet had been a momentary reprieve, an outburst once more seizing control of her. She screamed even as she threw her right arm forward. She knew it could not actually detonate the Soul Reaper, the limit placed on it by the goddess who had chosen her in affect, but she knew the orb could still hurt if it detonated the Soul Reaper's shirt or the snow beneath her. Soon joining it next was the orb in Bambietta's left hand. Rukia took her chances with flash step, managing to walk between attacks. They kept coming, Bambietta generating them at an accelerated rate. All the while could Rukia hear the explosions ringing out around her, could see the snow and ice being kicked up with each burst, but she was not paying attention to any of it. No, she was looking at Bambietta, noting the strange mixture of rage and sadness etched upon her face. She was listening as well, surprised at how Bambietta's howling scream was able to overcome the explosions themselves. Whatever pain the Quincy was trying to inflict upon her was nothing compared to the Quincy's own internal agony. Regardless, Rukia knew she had to get in close and end this battle. To facilitate that desired outcome, she darted through the explosions, bobbing and weaving to and fro until at last she was able to close the gap. It had been by the skin of her teeth, yes, but the Quincy was both infuriated and unfocused, her attack patterns easily discernible to one with a keen eye. Bambietta's face twisted to the side as she saw Rukia come in near her, the flat edge of the Soul Reaper's blade catching her on the cheek. It was enough to stun her, but only for a moment. Yet that was all it took for what came next. Crouching down, she turned to look back at the Soul Reaper, a bloodied smile on her face. However, what she saw was Rukia down on one knee, Sode no Shirayuki held in a reverse grip and her free hand facing towards Bambietta. Sarin Sakasui. For a moment did time slow for the Quincy. She could see the magical energy of Kido forming in Rukia's hand. Not interested in being hit by it but still so lost in rage that she did not simply consider using Hirenkyaku, Bambietta opted for a more direct and foolhardy approach. She reached out with her own right hand, putting its palm against Rukia's own. She slipped her fingers between Rukia's, squeezing her hand tight. It burned, to feel the power of Sorin Sakasui against her palm, but Bambietta retaliated by forming the explode in her own palm. The Kido and the Shrift met head-on, an explosion detonating right between both Rukia and Bambietta. Snow began to melt under the force and heat, both Soul Reaper and Quincy being thrown back from one and another. Rukia hit the ground hard, her grip on Sode no Shirayuki loosening. Bambietta, meanwhile, crashed down onto a knee. She looked at her right hand, seeing how her glove had been all but burned away, leaving behind charred and bloody flesh. Stupid move, yeah, Bambietta hissed as she pulled herself up onto her feet and began to walk towards Rukia. But at least I could use blood vene. How about you? Rukia pulled herself up from the ground, once more propped up on one knee. She dug Sode no Shirayuki into the snow to better steady herself, her body shaking. Yeah, that's what I figured. Bambietta stood before the struggling Soul Reaper, her confident expression giving way to a glare of icy contempt. Her smile cut into her face, teeth gnashing together as all but snarled. Her voice was nothing more than a low hiss in the mountain air. Now what was that you said earlier? You were going to protect those creatures? Is that what you said, Soul Reaper? Rukia was trying to catch her breath, it becoming visible in the cold, but she was quick to respond nonetheless. Yes. Liar. Bambietta's brought up a knee, smashing it into the Soul Reaper's jaw. Blood spurted out from between her lips as her head snapped back. It was enough to give life to the light in Bambietta's eyes. She watched as the Soul Reaper fell back onto the ground, all the while stepping towards her, the Quincy's cape billowing in the windswept snow. Fucking liars. Each and every one of you. You have absolutely no idea how much I hate you dem Soul Reapers. Every last fucking one of you. Bambietta's voice was a roar now, one that was more intense than any explosion she could ever hope to muster with the power she had gained as part of the Vandenreich. Protect others? Your kind introduced death to our world. And every fatality, every murder, every moment of someone passing away is on your heads. You proclaim yourselves protectors of the living but you damned us to die right from the start. And you can't even protect us all from hollows. And when we decide enough is enough and we stood up the fight for ourselves and protect those we cared about. Bambietta took a deep breath as she looked down at Rukia, her eyes as cold as ice. Genocide. Bambietta paused then, allowing that word to resonate in her ears if not Rukia's. Every day of our damn lives we Quincy never knew if you would one day come and slaughter us. To finish what you and your ancestors started. Bambietta brought a foot down upon one of the Soul Reaper's own, pinning her leg so as to prevent her from crawling back any further. But I suppose they were the lucky ones. Not like the Quincy one of your precious captains would tear apart. Cutting off their flesh bit by bit, ripping out their guts. Dissected in your so-called paradise. Bambietta whirled around the downed Rukia with Hirenkyaku, lashing out with a kick that caught her across the face and stained the snow with blood. Rukia cried out and Bambietta followed up with a scream all her own. I never forgot the horror stories my father would tell me about you worthless monsters. Humanity's so-called protectors, those who would guide you peacefully into death, but you did no such thing. You all should die, you miserable dogs. Bambietta stopped for a minute, the heel of her boot pushing down onto the Soul Reaper's cheek so as to keep her from running. Bambietta's eyes were wavering then, memories of her more recent past coming to her. I thought he would prove me wrong, Bambietta whispered. That captain, the one I was assigned to watch and fight. He seemed so kind and so pure. Like you. But he failed me. Your example of true nobility and heroism. And when push came to shove, he was no better than me. A rabid monster who threw away his pride and his honor for revenge. Rukia listened well to Bambietta, all the while trying to break free from the foothold on her face. So no Shirayuki had fallen from her hand and she was reaching towards it, stretching her fingers to grab the hilt or even the ribbon. Yet all the while she listened well to the hysterical Quincy. I hate you. Bambietta said, her eyes gazing down into the Soul Reapers. You probably fancy yourself a beautiful guardian angel, but you know the fuck what? Satan was an angel as well. Bambietta pulled her foot off the Soul Reaper's face, dropping down on one knee. Her hand reached out, the thought of strangling the life from her coming to mind. That, however, was much too quick and to the point for the woman who had been hardened into the Vandenrijke's stern rittery. It was not long after that her right hand curled into a fist, her knuckles burying themselves in the Soul Reaper's face again and again. More blood was shed, the red fluid beginning to stain Bambietta's hand even as her glove began to shred from the knuckles outwards. I despise you. If you all did your damn jobs right, the Quincy wouldn't have even needed to exist. If you had done your job right, you wouldn't have tried to kill us all for doing it ourselves. If you did your job right, I wouldn't have gone to sleep every night knowing someday I'd be killed just being what I was. I would have had a normal childhood. If you. Bambietta continued to snarl, but her eyes began to unleash tears. I would never have lost my mother. Again she struck the Soul Reaper in the face. However, despite her outcry, the little satisfaction that Bambietta had gained by causing the Soul Reaper pain had faded, bitterness and sorrow entering her heart instead. The Soul Reaper was not even responding to the pain, not even making a sound. She was not even trying to fight back in the slightest. What Bambietta could not tell was that Rukia was simply listening to her now. Bambietta's fist quivered as it hovered over Rukia's face, the pristine skin dotted by blood. Despite that, Bambietta was able to read the Soul Reaper's expression. It was not one of fear or contempt, but of pity. As if she was looking at someone in more pain than herself. Why? Bambietta began to say, her voice low. Why aren't you fighting back? Why? Why are you looking at me like that? Because you're right. What? Bambietta had expected many things. A witty retort. One last word of defiance. A last-minute trap of some kind even. Anything but her fallen foe agreeing with her. What? What the hell do you mean I'm right? The Soul Reapers made mistakes, Rukia gasped. You and I both can attest to that. Now Bambietta's confusion was doubled. You make it sound like you're not one of them. Bambietta simply stared at the Soul Reaper then and there. No longer caught in the heat of battle, her bloodlust driving her, Bambietta began to notice something subtle but distinct. Wait. The Quincy could see it so very clearly then, the arcs of azure electricity that seemingly darted around Rukia's eyes. It all made sense to Bambietta then, the truth of the matter leaving her to realize what she was fighting. You. Bambietta whispered. You're one of those Reggae clones that invaded the Soul Society. I. Rukia's voice trailed off, willing to admit the truth but to speak her opinion of it nonetheless. I am Rukia Kukaki and she is me. Bambietta could say nothing in that moment, allowing the Reggae beneath her to continue even as they lay in the snow. My original and I can agree that the Soul Society is deeply flawed. I did not experience her pains but I have those memories still. She lived in the farthest sections of the Rukon district, far away from the prosperity of the Soul Society's capital and the safety its Soul Reapers provided. Every day was a struggle for survival against hollows and hunger. In the end, she was left to watch friends succumb to both until only she and one other remained. The Reggae spoke candidly but not without emotion. These memories were of another, but they were as real to her as they would have been to Rukia, their pain unfathomable. Bambietta said nothing still, trying to remain calm and impassive. This was not entirely new information to her. She and her kind in the Vandenrijk had watched the Soul Reapers. Decade after decade had she begun to see how the system worked. She had known full well that many became Soul Reapers to simply escape the hell that was the afterlife's form of poverty. She knew it, yes, but it was different to hear it spoken of by one who had experienced it firsthand. But Rukia almost stayed behind when Renji left. The Reggae continued. There were 2 children in the Rukon district that Rukia had begun to look after. They were so very fond of her and she. The Reggae's voice began to show unpleasant hesitation, as if the memories were too real for even her. They were hers just as much as they were belonging to another, and she could not deny that. I cherished them, the Reggae of Rukia said, accepting it as just as much a part of her as it was a part of the original. I did all I could for them, gave them everything they lacked. Love, a family, food, names. But then, they died just as my friends had. A hollow. It killed them, when they tried to protect my original. Rukia began to cry. If the Soul Society had done what they promised us all, they never would have died. That's why Rukia, became a Soul Reaper. All she ever wanted was to protect those in her sight. But even when she did that, she was punished for it. The Soul Society turned its wrath on her for saving a defenseless family. She threw away the law and did all that she had to protect them, knowing full well what consequences awaited her. Despite her tears, the Reggae of Rukia looked up at Bambietta, with narrowing eyes. Bambietta stayed silent. She knew well of the execution that Rukia had narrowly avoided thanks to, of all things, a Quincy, but she had never looked too deeply into the matter. The most concerning thing to the Vandenrijk had been that a Soul Reaper had betrayed his own organization and proven himself both a potential singular threat to Wywak but also a possible ally. However, hearing of that situation was truly struck a chord with Bambietta. No, all she could think of was the trauma of losing those 2 children to a hollow, leaving the Quincy to recall when Wendy had stood up to a beast such as that back in Clover Town. That was why, when Cage Rosa Inaba created us, I was more than willing to help him, Rukia continued. He gave each of us a choice, but he had our undying loyalty. We were all going to do what our originals could not. They were all powerless against the system and I pitted them. We were going to make the great change. We were going to make the Soul Society live up to its promised ideals. We were going to change the world. Bambietta knew the end of this story, having watched from the shadows. Regardless, she did not interrupt the Reggae. But in the end, Rukia finished, we were nothing to Cage Rosa. A means to an end. And it took our lives to protect the world we wanted to make better from him. Bambietta was quiet still, recalling all Lil Tato had told her after their reunion. Bosses, huh? They kind of suck back where we come from. It was an attempt at levity on Bambietta's part, such a tactic's her defense mechanism when she felt she was out of her depth or if things got hard, uncomfortable or awkward. However, in this situation it simply failed. If you're going to finish me off for the sins you blame the Soul Society for, then just do it, the Reggae of Rukia continued. It's as you said, I'm a fake. An artificial being made from the whims of a madman. I was a fool to think I could ever achieve anything for the worlds. That I could do what my original could not. That I could help her and all the others. I just ask that you spare the lives of the Gigalipus. Bambietta could feel her hands shake as she looked down at the fallen Reggae. The Quincy simply did not know what to do. She did not even know what she wanted to do. Bambietta looked at her shaking hands then, noting the fist that one had become. Worse, she could see the damage done to her glove, fabric frayed away, revealing the symbol of Fairy Tale. A symbol that was now obscured by the blood of one who cared much for others. No. Bambietta's voice was shaking now, just as her hands were. No, I won't. I am Bambietta Base Turbine of Fairy Tale. I am no longer a member of the Vandenrijk. I can't be like this. Bambietta was quick to her feet, staggering away from Rukia. She could still see the blood on her hands, her vision blurring as she felt her eyes water. It became so bad that for a brief moment all she could see was not the guild emblem of Fairy Tale but the symbol of the Vandenrijk in all its crimson glory. No. Bambietta took hold of her damaged cape, tearing off a portion of it and furiously wiping her hand clean so that only the Fairy Tale emblem remained. I'm just a spoiled child, Bambietta whispered. I tried to be something better but I'm the monster my father and Wywak wanted. Bambietta's head lowered, her eyes closing. She had thought it would bring her relief by granting her visual ignorance of the guild mark she had all but tarnished, but it did not. For through her mind's eye she could see those she cherished. Those she owed her new life to. Makarov and Porlyusica, Urza and Levi, Lucy and Wendy, Happy and Natsu, as well as one other. Sylphia. Fairy Tale. I'm so sorry. I failed you all. I failed all you. Bambietta began to sob then, so quietly that it was all but drowned out in the wind running across the mountain's edge. However, one could hear it. One could hear it far too well. In response they reached out to Quincy, holding them tightly. You didn't fail anyone, the reggae of Rukia whispered, her voice as soft and gently as the falling snow. Bambietta was taken aback by the sudden action on the part of her enemy, though she did not fight back. She did not pull away either. She simply spoke. What are you doing? What the true Rukia would if she were here, the reggae said. Helping a lost soul? Bambietta truly could not rationalize this moment. Stop it. She's a soul reaper. She'd never dash. She would, the reggae continued, because she and I are one and the same. It had happened. In that one moment had Bambietta's core beliefs been challenged. This facsimile of a soul reaper, this imitation of Rukia Kukaki had broken through her hatred and disdain. Bambietta began to soften in her embrace, the Quincy realizing that the battle was over. Not just this battle between Soul Reaper and Quincy in the here and now, but the battle she had waged since her father had begun to tell her of lineage. It was a battle that she had never won, but neither had even the honorable Captain Seijin Komamura had managed to achieve victory in either. Both Quincy and Soul Reaper had left that invisible war broken and beaten. In the end it had taken a reggae to see the war through to the end. The reggae of Rukia Kukaki had won this battle not through power or skill, not through cruelty or ruthless determination, but through compassion. Bambietta Basterbine realized that then, though she continued to sniffle. This whole thing is stupid. Regardless, Bambietta was growing calm, both outwardly and inwardly. It was the first time she had felt like that since laying her eyes on the reggae Soul Reaper. She whispered then, her torn expression becoming that of a faint smile. You win, Rukia Kukaki. Rukia pulled away, looking at Bambietta with confusion. I didn't think we were still fighting. That's all my life's been for, so long, Bambietta replied. It was nothing more than a dead run. And you won, all right. Rukia was no less confused. Well I dash. Don't make me say it again. Bambietta suddenly snapped. God, it's hard enough saying someone beat me twice as it is. Rukia took a step back. The reggae could clearly tell that this Quincy was the type to wear her ever-changing emotions on her sleeve. Then I will not press the issue. Truce. Bambietta sighed, calming down once more. Yeah. Truce. It was in that moment the two tired warriors could hear footsteps in the snow. For a moment Bambietta had to wonder if Urza had broken free from the results of Rukia's earlier attack, but in moments she could tell it was several individuals approaching. Oh right, Bambietta said as she and Rukia turned to look upon those who were approaching them. I forget about my current employers. Such fine gentlemen. Them. Rukia was more than a little surprised. I thought I taught them a lesson after the last time. Yeah, you did, Bambietta replied. That's why they hired me and Urza to kick your butt. I know you meant well, but you can't expect a bunch of villagers to be happy after you beat them up while they were trying to protect their crops. What are you talking about? Those aren't any of the local villagers. Rukia was more than a little confused. The Gigalipas haven't left the forest ever since I began to care for them. All they were eating were the truffles in the nearby forest, so I started doing odd jobs around the area to buy them treats. You can't seriously think I'd let these adorable little bunnies eat a poor village out of house and home. Bambietta pondered that, the Quincy already having figured out the true character of the Rukia and her reggae. Fair point. And just to get it out there, they aren't little. Anyways, if these aren't any of the villagers you've met. Bambietta was quick on the uptake then, her suspicions when she had first met the protectors of Dianthus proving to have been well-founded. These hunters have been coming here week after week with the intent of skinning the Gigalipas for their fur, Rukia said, the Soul Reaper more than a little irritated and disgusted at the notion. That's why I decided to stay here. You jerks tricked Fairy Tale. Bambietta screamed at the approaching men, all the while pointing an accusing finger at them. It was not even a moment later when that finger was pulled back and into Bambietta's fist, a much more offensive one waving towards the men. You sons of bitches got balls pulling a stunt like this. Look at the big brain on the wizard, Amber Schaefer, the leader of the group said nonchalantly. But do not hold this against my men or I. We are not responsible. This betrayal is your enemy. Yeah, well, what does that even mean? Bambietta blinked, her index finger drooping instead of pointing fiercely. Shaking her head, Bambietta retracted her index finger into her fist, replacing it with a much more offensive finger that she held up. Don't go trying to confuse me with potentially badass one-liners. You'll have to forgive Amber. A newcomer came forth then, stepping out from the crowd of revealed mercenaries. He was an older man, one dressed all in purple and possessing a balding head that was adorned with barely their spiky gray hair. Though he is correct. Fairy Tale has no one but themselves to blame for being fooled by these mercenaries under my payroll. I, for one, would never have imagined that the renowned Titania Urza would have fallen for such lies. Yeah, that's a fair point. But Urza has been acting odd ever since she asked me out on this job request. Wait, I wonder if she was testing me to see if I would dash. Bambietta suddenly stopped scratching her chin while thinking it over. She pointed at the older man and began to shout as only she could. And who the heck are you? You wound me, my darling wizard, the man said before becoming incredible animated as he shook his fists up towards the sky. I am the Dr. Eldritch, the most renowned scientist in all of Fiori. Oh, right. You. Bambietta was less than impressed. I remember reading about you in Sorcerer's Weekly. The Magic Council disowned you a while back. Is that true? Rukia asked the Quincy. Hey. Bambietta snapped. I read the articles, when I get bored with the Generalite pin-ups. I meant about the Magic Council, Rukia said, taken aback by Bambietta's defensive tone. I can only guess that he committed atrocities in the name of science. Ha, he wishes. Bambietta laughed. No, we're not dealing with a Mayuri Kuratsuki, though I'm sure the Magic Council would disown him too, unlike a certain 46 jackasses that come to mind. No, the Magic Council kicked Dr. Dick here out because all of his inventions either sucked or blowed. Dr. Dritch. The man shouted, now waving his fist at Bambietta. And yet he says nothing about me saying all his inventions were crap, Bambietta muttered under her breath. Another fool? Dr. Dritch shouted, his voice reaching new heights. Bambietta sighed, her shoulders sagging. Never mind. And here we go. I was once one of Fiori's best and brightest. But the Magic Council fools were too ignorant to see my brilliance. I gave them art. I gave them masterpieces. But all those foolish fools saw was a child's kindergarten art project. They could not see the majesty of my mind. They never learned. They never listened. I don't care, Bambietta hissed under her breath. She wanted to simply go on the offensive, the mercenaries' easy pickings if she could operate at full strength. That however was the problem. The battle with Rukia having drained her reserves. She needed time to recover her spiritual strength and knew that Rukia needed it as well. So she spoke under her breath, wanting to vent while still leaving the good doctor to rant and buy her time. Shut up. And then one day I showed them the glory that was a combination of fire magic and a mutant chicken man, and they dared to mock his magnificent mohawk. Those monsters. Dr. Dritch continued to bellow after taking a deep breath. To think they cut my funding after that. To think they could not see the true glory of my intellect. On that day I swore I would make them pay for what they had done. But without my funding, I could not easily get my revenge. It's taken all of my life savings to begin this operation. And with the Gigalipus pelts I could triple my investment 10 times over. I would never need the Magic Council to continue my research. Dr. Dritch finally calmed down, his voice no longer a roaring mass of chaos. And now you know my story. And guess who doesn't care? Bambietta raised her hand before pointing a thumb at herself. This girl. Rukia, meanwhile, was much more serious. I see. It all makes sense now. You hired Fairy Tail as a way to weaken me when your mercenaries failed. Also you could kill the Gigalipus for their fur when it was all said and done. How cowardly. And twisted, Bambietta said. I take it back. We are dealing with a Mayuri Kuratsuki. At least the Magic Council kicked him to the curb. In the sane they trust. Rukia was also trying to recover her strength and put up a brave front that would hopefully make the mercenaries and their master flee. Your plan failed. Now you have myself and another to contend with. My plan has worked, you pathetic pair of pinheads. Dr. Dritch cried out. I do not see Titania Urza here and you two are all tuckered out. Easy pickings. Did you think you could pull one over my unparalleled intellect? Well, shit. Bambietta chided herself for earlier. Guess you're not as dumb as I thought. Wait, you knew that and gave us time to rest up with your rant? You're one can short of a six-pack. The only thing your mind is unparalleled in is lacking any form of common sense. There was a moment of silence then, a hush falling upon the scene of impending battle then, as soon as it began, Dr. Dritch ended it. Destroy them. Seriously. Bambietta summoned her bow into her hand. I may be a bit tired still but a bunch of cannon fodder like this shouldn't be a problem. Bambietta took aim and prepared to fire an arrow at the charging mercenaries. She did notice Amber hanging back and standing beside Dr. Dritch. She could only assume he was the last line of defense. Regardless, Bambietta prepared to fire at the closest of the approaching mercenaries. Damn. Bambietta was still just tired enough that one of the mercenaries managed to rush her from the side, catching her in an off-guard blind spot. The Quincy lost her footing in the snow as the man tackled her, the arrow firing off course. Much to her shock, it hit her intended target not in the knee but his face. Bambietta saw the impact before she fell, her mind going numb for a moment. Death and her went back far but she could not afford to allow herself to do such things as a member of Fairy Tail, not even as an accident. You damn idiot! Bambietta screamed as she tightly wrapped her fingers around the face of the man who had tackled her and proceeded to slam him back and down to the ground. Look what you made me do. He was one of your own. He. Bambietta shocked to see the man she had hit dead on walking towards her still, a large portion of the flesh that made up his face peeling off. Yet despite it all, there was no gore. No sign of muscle and bone. Just exposed metal and electricity sparking around it. Do you see my wondrous craftsmanship? Dr. Dritch said. Only an uncreative cretin would hire actual mercenaries when he could build his own. The ways of the flesh are unnecessary when you have robots in disguise doing your bidding. You cannot hope to face them as their lacrima cores grant them strength 50 times greater than the average person. And you didn't build something like this for the Magic Council? Bambietta asked as she got back up. What? Too busy trying to make sentient tomatoes or some shit? What are you, stupid? That was a brilliant idea. Dr. Dritch. Whatever. Bambietta was at least relieved that she had not tarnished the name of Fairy Tail, but one other thing made her more than a little happy. You what the best thing about robots is? You can blow them up with no regret. Tsuji no mai, Hakuren. Before Bambietta's eyes a wall of snow and ice tore through the advancing robots, freezing them solid. If the familiarity of the voice that had shouted the name of the attack only a moment earlier was not enough to clue in the Quincy to the identity of the one who had ended the battle, then the pristine nature of the attack would have. I appreciate the information, Rukia said as she stepped forward and glared at both Dr. Dritch and Amber. All this time I thought I was just fighting greedy humans and holding myself back. Not bad, Bambietta muttered under her breath, looking over the simplicity in how Rukia had ended the situation. I'm starting to like that reggae Soul Reaper. My robots. Dritch screamed, Amber remaining quiet by his side. How dare, you scatterbrained sorcerers. Do you know just how it took me to make them? Don't care, but here's the thing, Bambietta said. You spent all that time and remaining jewel to build them, right? And last I checked, med scientists don't exactly adhere to moral sanity, and I'm not one who should be throwing stones, but why didn't you just sell these things to the highest bidder? Dr. Dritch had nothing to say to that, the man suddenly staring blankly at Bambietta. Because shut up. Bambietta laughed. I'm so going to enjoy kicking your ass after all the crap you've put me through. How dare you make me even confront these horrifying bunny monsters? They're not horrifying, Rukia interjected. They're adorable. Bambietta did not want to hurt the Reggae's feelings and moved on to yelling at Dr. Dritch even more. Now the way I see this, there's only two ways this can go. Either you both surrender or I just take care of your Terminator over there and then kick your ass. Please, please don't surrender. You find the Gigalipus terrifying, do you? Dr. Dritch lit up. Then this invention's success is twofold. Bambietta felt her heart skip a beat. What did you do? Dr. Dritch and Amber both stepped to the side, the mad scientist waving his arms excitedly. Gentlemen, behold. We're girls, Bambietta muttered under her breath. Whatever further remarks she considered making fell by the wayside, however, as both Bambietta and Rukia could suddenly feel tremors in the ground, the snowy terrain shaking as if a behemoth was lumbering beyond the horizon. You two wizards stand no chance, against the greatest of my inventions. Dr. Dritch cackled. It has been made from the finest of materials, the most dense of metals, and has the power to crush even a diamond the shape of a very large diamond in its robotic grip. Bambietta found the resolve to act sarcastic in light of that speech. The fuck? Then and only then did the tremors stop, both Bambietta and Rukia seeing an object in the distance hop into the air. It drew closer and closer, the machine clearing the distance between itself and its prey as it came crashing down. Run away! Bambietta shouted once she realized a shadow was falling over herself and Rukia. She and the Reggae both slipped away with their high-speed movements. It had not been a moment too soon, snow and icy kicked up in the air as Dr. Dritch's invention landed. Bambietta looked upon the machine. It stood an impressive 15 feet, its torso a wide cylinder that was home to hydraulic legs that were no doubt responsible for its impressive leap. From its front extending out two extremely short mechanical appendages that ended with crude hands. However, it was its head that Bambietta stared at. The large, circular eyes of glass. The pair of makeshift teeth that descended down from beneath a faux nose that seemingly wiggled despite its metal composition. Then there were the large ears that stuck straight up into the sky. The very sight of that machine drove her and the Reggae to have a difference of opinion. Rukia stood in awe of that which could be seen, her eyes lighting up in amusement and happiness. Bambietta, however, was much more vocal. You crazy son of a bitch. Dr. Dritch was not stymied in the least, the madman laughing hysterically. You two stand before a wondrous happening. The unveiling of ultimate perfection. You who could never dare hurt a bunny. You who fear them. The both of you are absolutely powerless before the Almighty. Robert. There was a moment then, where the only sound upon the mountain's edge was the wind and Dr. Dritch's laughter. However, that moment in time was cut short when Bambietta casually lodged an orb born from the explosion at the Robot. The mechanical beast detonated on the spot, leaving behind little more than circuitry and scrap metal. Dr. Dritch was more than a little perturbed. No. My all-powerful Robot. How could this be? You think something like that was going to scare me? Bambietta shouted as she placed her hands on her hips. Nice try, jackass. Next time bring your A-game and maybe make it look like the real thing and you'll have a shot. Oh, my Robot. Dr. Dritch said as he knelt down in the snow and looked over the wreckage, going so far as to pick a piece up and hold it against his chest. He looked at Amber then, hatred burning in his eyes. Murder them. Make them suffer. Amber cracked his knuckles, one set after another. It's showtime. Oh please, Bambietta said with a shrug. Even as tired as we are, we've already taken out your robots and met your rabbit there. What's one more older looking robot goin' dash? Bambietta's question was cut short by Amber's fist in her face and his voice echoing in her ears. Knock knock. Okay, no. Bambietta was mad then, spitting out blood into the snow. She threw out an orb, intent on blowing up the last remaining robot. The explode hit Amber directly in the chest. However, much to Bambietta's dismay, nothing happened. What? No sparky boom. Amber looked down at Bambietta before kicking her so hard she flew back across the ground. So he's not a robot, Bambietta hissed as she rolled across the ground and got back up on her feet. Then time for my next trick. Bambietta summoned her sword into her hand and charged Amber, only to her blade bouncing off his shoulder. Huh. Bambietta tried again and again, the Quincy at least happy that Amber was giving her the free hits. Unfortunately they were doing nothing. No. We already made it clear you're not a robot, so what the hell? I like you, you're a funny girl. Amber reared back a fist. That's why I'll kill you last. Bambietta stared at the knuckles. Oh fuck me. Bambietta felt the man's iron grip around her face, Amber slamming her to the ground. Talk to the hand. Bambietta struggled against him but found it no avail. She had recovered enough spiritual power to deal with the robots and the robot, but this was no mere underling. Bambietta could tell that she would have needed all her strength and stamina to fight him. Hado number 31, Shakkeho. Amber flinched, his body lurching forward even as his expression remained impassive. He turned then to look over his shoulder, seeing exactly what Bambietta did. Rukia had taken the shot, leaving Bambietta to feel Amber's grip loosen. It was enough for her to use Hiran Kyaku to slip away. She shook her head, trying to wrap her mind around the fact that she had just been saved by the next closest thing to a Soul Reaper. Damn, what the hell is this guy made of? Rukia appeared beside Bambietta thanks to a flash step that took her around Amber. I don't know. I don't sense any magic power coming from him, but he's not a machine, so perhaps he was born with this monstrous strength. Don't know, don't care. Let's just blast him. Bambietta let loose with a barrage from her bow, Rukia joining in with repeated uses of Soren Sakasui. However, much to their shock, Amber was walking through their attacks. The duo could take some solace in how it was slowing him down, his steps forward labored, but it was not enough for their liking. You know, I'm as hungry for a good and proper fight as the next red-blooded Quincy, but this is ridiculous. Bambietta shouted. Hungry? Amber asked as he finally drew in close. I hope you leave enough room for my fist, because I'm going to ram it into your stomach and break your damn spine. Bambietta vanished from sight as Amber's fist hit the air that had once been occupied by her torso. Rukia followed along, flash step and Hiran Kyaku bringing them into Amber's blind spot. Bambietta grabbed Amber around the head from behind, leaping up and driving a blood arteria-empowered knee into the back of his skull. It rattled him enough, she hoped, Rukia following it up by stepping in front of the mercenary as he pitched forward, the Regei striking him point-blank in the face with Shakkeho. It was enough to stun him, his sunglasses shattering and his eyes momentarily blinded. Bambietta took that moment to grab him by the arm and put all her dwindling might behind her next move. Lifting Amber up with blood arteria flowing through her arms, she cast the man up and over her shoulder and sent him careening far and away into the snow. Much to Bambietta's annoyance, however, Amber was quickly getting back up onto his feet. Oh come on, does anything hurt you? Only pain, Amber replied as he shook the snow off his shoulders and cracked his neck. Now come on, wizards. Let's party. Rukia took him up on his offer, the Regei beginning to chant. Disintegrate, you black dog of Rondonini. Look upon yourself with horror and then claw out your own throat. Bakudo number 9, Gaki. With the incantation complete, Amber's body began to glow a scarlet shade, the energy enveloping him. The man clearly tried to move, but the affect of the spell was managing to hold him in place. Bullshit. And now it's my turn. Bambietta said before she began to fire a volley of arrows at Amber, each one slamming into his defenseless form with enough force to push him back. As she kept it up, Bambietta put more and more power into each and every arrow. And now for the grand finale. Bambietta let go of one final ethereal arrow, the dart of blue energy growing larger as it fired off from the bow. It struck Amber head on, the power exploding in a azure light. Well, I think that takes care of that. Bambietta panted as she looked at her equally tired enemy-turned-ally. That wasn't bad back there, Rukia. You would have made one hell of a Quincy. And you would have made a fine Soul Reaper. A captain even. Rukia said with a smile. No offense. Bambietta shrugged. Look, not all of them are dog shit, okay? So compliment accepted. And hey, I can see it now, you could have been Sternritter F, the freeze. Rukia looked at Bambietta in confusion. What's a Sternritter? Rukia did not receive an answer to her question, Amber suddenly slamming into her and Bambietta. He was worn and ragged, smoke billowing out from his torn shirt, the final arrow having hurt him. He was damaged but undeterred. The mercenaries' hands wrapped around the throats of both Bambietta and Rukia, lifting their struggling bodies into the cold air. Don't resist, Amber said. Remember, I could break both your necks like a chicken. Yes, yes. Dr. Dritch cackled as he approached. Do what must be done. Finish off these pests so that we may skin the Gigalipus at last. Bambietta and Rukia both continued to struggle, but they were not the only ones. Both could see that there was something going on in that moment, Amber hesitating. What are you waiting for? Dr. Dritch said. I command you to kill them both. Now. Both Quincy and Reggae could feel the grips on their neck. They were not growing tighter, but neither were they loosening. They both could see it as well, confusion dancing in Amber's eyes, as if he was struggling to wake up from a long dream. It was something they had not seen before, his sunglasses having obscured the glazed look in his optics. What's going on? Bambietta asked. Is that maniac controlling him? Rukia gasped. Is he fighting back? How very observant you are. Dr. Dritch shouted. Yes, I went to much trouble to find this man, the most celebrated mercenary of the kingdom of Isvan. And with the lacrima I put in his head coupled with this. Dr. Dritch stuck out his tongue, revealing a small golden lacrima that was seemingly fused to his tongue. Well, the doctor continued, you could say he has to obey my every word. And all I had to do was see if I could force him to kill his whole mercenary guild. You fucking prick. Bambietta gasped. I hate people like you. Dr. Dritch sneered. Amber, I command with all of my being that you kill them immediately. Amber could not disobey, the control unbearable, but neither could his inner nature allow him to take innocent lives. Snarling, he tried to obey both impulses and threw Bambietta and Rukia to the ground hard. As Bambietta hit the ground, she had to admit a fact that annoyed her greatly. Due to stamina they had both expended against one and another earlier, she and Rukia were fighting a losing battle. However, she knew one way that Fairy Tail could win the day. Hey, Rukia, Bambietta whispered. I got an idea. You know my friend that you froze? The beautiful redhead. You want me to free her? Rukia replied as they struggled to get back up onto their feet. I was going to do that after I brought you two away, but what difference could she make? I mean, if I was able to freeze her so easily. You need not be concerned. Bambietta's eyes widened as she heard those words. It was a voice so very familiar to her. With a sparkle in her eye and a smile of pure joy, she turned to see Urza Scarlet standing behind both herself and Rukia. That armor, Rukia said as she took in the sight of the red and gold plating that covered Urza's body. She wasn't wearing that before. My Flame Empress armor, Urza said. Requipping it was the fastest way out of your attack. Rukia glanced behind Urza, then, seeing a clearly person-shaped outline melted through the ice wall that Sode no Shirayuki had created. I believe I waited in the wings and observed long enough, Urza said as she stepped past both Bambietta and Rukia, her armor vanishing and becoming replaced with her black wing armor. I will end this in an instant. Wait a minute, Urza. Bambietta shouted. The big guy isn't to blame. He's just being controlled by that bastard scientist. I'm aware of the situation, Urza cool informed her. As I said, I have observed long enough. I was able to see and hear while frozen. And you need not worry. I already have a solution in mind. Amber began to walk towards Urza then, the mercenary once more cracking his knuckles. Hello, cutie pie. One of us is in deep true dash. It was over before Amber could even finish his sentence. He fell to the ground, Urza and her blade firing past him. In one moment had she brought the mercenary to his knees and took hold of Dr. Dritch in her right hand. Lifting him up by the labels of his violet shirt, Urza held him aloft before her. I suggest you give me the lacrima, Urza said calmly, making sure that her blade was in clear view of Dr. Dritch. Before I'm forced to remove it myself. Why yes, of course. Command code, release. Dr. Dritch shrieked in fear, his mouth opening wide as the lacrima fell free from his tongue. Urza let her sword return to her armory in a flash of gold light, grabbing the lacrima in her armored palm. With that she proceeded to smash her head against Dr. Dritch's one, knocking him out. That's settled then, Urza said as she dropped the madman in the snow. Looking down at the vile lacrima in her hand, she crushed it until it was nothing more than crumbled dust. Such cruel experiments. I didn't even see her move. Rukia was simply astonished, the reggae awed by the strength of the wizard before her. All she could think of was to compare this Urza Scarlet was to a captain of her home universe. She's amazing. That's Urza for you, Bambietta said as he looked up at her friend and guildmate. The Quincy could see it then quite clearly. She and Rukia would have defeated Amber if they had not expended energy fighting other, but it was doubtless that they would have so with the grace and ease that Fairy Tale's Titania had. Bambietta could see that there was still a gap between herself and Urza, but while she would have been perhaps jealous once upon a time, Wywak having subtly encouraged competition among his subordinates, now Bambietta was simply feeling pride for one that she shared a guild with. She really is something else. Urza shifted back to the armor she wore in her daily life and looked towards Bambietta. As you know, I witnessed your battle with Rukia Kukaki. Bambietta flinched. Oh right, you did. Yay. The Quincy gulped back any fear she felt, sweat forming on her brow despite the cold. As Urza approached, Bambietta prepared herself for the inevitable scolding that was to come. She knew full well she had succumbed to her baser instincts, the ones that had been encouraged throughout the lifetime that preceded the one she was experiencing now. Look, I know I messed dash. Bambietta was shocked then when she felt an armored hand on her shoulder. Looking up into Urza's face, Bambietta was surprised to see her smiling. I'm proud of you, Urza said. Excuse you, what? To say that Bambietta was surprised was a severe understatement. But I flew off the handle. I went totally nuts and lost control. How the hell can you be proud of that? Make no mistake, I was discouraged to see you fall apart, Urza said. And while I am baffled by your fear of the Gigalipus, I know full well of the bad blood that has existed between Soul Reapers and Quincy back in He world you both called home. Bambietta continued to stammer. I never dash. Master Makarov eventually shared with me the details of the conversation you shared when you first joined our guild, Urza explained. Please do not be upset with him. He simply was worried about the newest member of his family. Bambietta found it difficult to be upset, though she was unsure if that was simply because she was so emotionally spent from all else she had experienced this day. But that still doesn't explain why you're proud of me being a blood psychopath. You speak so poorly of yourself, Urza continued. Don't. I was prepared to step in when I felt you had lost control, but in the end I did not have to. Emotions are a powerful thing. It's hard to keep them under control at all times. But it is even harder to rein them in once they've been unleashed. However, Bambietta, you were able to do that. You fell, yes, but you rose up higher than you even realize. Bambietta was quiet, leaving Urza to speak at length further. Clover Town. Phantom Lord. And now. You continue to move beyond the limitations you believe you suffer from. How could I not be proud of you? Bambietta began to blush, overwhelmed by what Urza was saying. Oh, the Quincy loved to talk big, but her deeply buried insecurities made it hard to accept such honest and heartfelt praise. She began move one hand behind her head, fingers nervously running through her long hair. It totally wasn't special or anything. I seriously don't deserve dash. Don't be so hard on yourself, Rukia said as she approached. What you did, it matters. My original, she would have been happy to see this conflict end without further bloodshed. I suppose. Bambietta looked at the unconscious Dr. Dritch and Amber, as well as the scrap metal that was once the Medman's robot army and Mechanical Rabbit. But I don't think we really did this without, kicking ass. Our battle, Rukia said before glaring at Dr. Dritch. Fiends who would dare hurt adorable bunnies deserve no pity. Urza shrugged that statement off, but Bambietta blinked before muttering to herself. Okay. Urza spoke up once again, taking hold of the Quincy's attention. I will be honest with you, Bambietta. I asked you on his journey to see if you were ready for the S-class exam. I've known for some time you had the power for it, but I wished to see if you had what it took deep down. I knew we were being manipulated by an outside force, this job request not what it seemed, and I wanted to see how you would handle it. However, I never expected it to test you in the manner in which it had. For that I offer my deepest apologies. However, I'm also happy to say that, you exceeded my expectations. Bambietta lit up. Does that mean I'm going to be an S-class guild member? Finally, a chance to move up in the ranks. That lightning jackass can never hold that over me again. Not just yet, Urza said to Bambietta. She was concerned about her motivation then and there, but she also knew that both Natsu and Gray would have been no different. Laxus was, after all, a motivation for those he looked down upon and snubbed his nose at. The exam isn't for some time, and while I am happy that you came back from the edge, I never should have gone to that level in the first place. I know. Bambietta was solemn for a moment but quickly grew happy again, her determination refusing to falter. Don't you worry. I'm going to kick bad guy butt and chew bubblegum until you think I'm ready. And since I'm all out of bubblegum, I'll just have to double down on the first one. No, not just yet. Urza told Bambietta as she felt an immediate wave of disappointment was over her. While you may have passed this initial test, you were far from ideal. I'll continue to test you in the future to see when you're truly ready. Urza nodded, her faint smile still there. She looked at Rukia then, taking in the sight of the Reggae Soul Reaper. As for you, I will admit that I was impressed by your performance. Bambietta is one of the strongest A-class members of Fairy Tail and you fought admirably against her. Are you by chance in a guild? No. Rukia glanced away. This world confused me, to be honest. I don't even know how I got here, but a voice told me this was my second chance. I was drifting until I came here and found these poor bunnies in need. I see. Urza nodded. In that case, I'd like to offer you a chance to no longer wander. If you want, I'd like to offer you to join Fairy Tail. Rukia stared up at her. Me. You possess strong moral conviction and a level head, Urza said simply enough. Our Fairy Tail family could use someone like you. And I feel that you'd fit in well. Rukia was quiet. She knew that her memories were merely copies of another's, the true Rukia's, but she felt what she had felt. The isolation and aimlessness of the Rukon district had haunted her. Wandering Fiori without a home had been little different, though even more painful at first. Without Renji Abarai, without friends, she had been left alone, seeking comfort from the Gigalipus she swore to protect. Now she was being granted a home, just as Byakuya Kukaki had done for her once before when he had found her at the Soul Reaper Academy. Yet where he had been cold and distant, this Urza Scarlet was warm and comforting despite her hard exterior. Rukia wanted to say yes. However, there was something holding her back. I'm honored, Rukia said, bowing. But I cannot take your offer. I swore to protect the Gigalipus, and while this threat is over, there could always be another band of poachers in the future. Urza was understanding, another marked difference from Byakuya Kukaki at that time so many decades earlier. You do as you must. However, if you ever do change your mind, Fairy Tail's doors will always be open to you. Urza and Bambietta were prepared to leave then, the silence overwhelming. However, that very silence was shattered when Amber suddenly burst up from the snow with a loud roar of overwhelming strength. Urza was nonchalant to his sudden awakening, though both Bambietta and Rukia were taken aback, their eyes wide. Pardon me, ladies, Amber said, his roar eerily fading into pleasant conversation. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. The fact of the matter is I don't have anywhere to go now thanks to that fucking asshole. Amber's shoulders dropped. Go with them, guardian of the Jigglypuffs. You can do so much for this world in Fairy Tale, and the least I can do to atone for what that son of a bitch made me do is to protect the animals he almost made me destroy. I couldn't possibly make you take on such a responsibility, Rukia countered. You don't need to sacrifice your happiness for my sake. Thanks to Urza, you're finally free. Yes, I am, Amber replied. Free to make this decision for myself. So please, go with them to your new home. Rukia was silent, the Reggae clearly in thought. She was conflicted, not to mention surprised when Bambietta put a hand on her shoulder. Look, you don't have to feel like you have to join Fairy Tale, but... The Quincy took a deep breath. When I came to this world all I had with me was nothing but the pain of betrayal. They were my friends and... I never thought I'd be able to trust anyone again. But Fairy Tale, they helped me out more than anyone else. When Urza says it's a family, she's not just putting you on with hype. She means it. I thought that the world itself was my enemy and that I had only myself to depend on. But Fairy Tale, they helped me out more than anyone else has in my entire map. When Urza called the guild a family, she means it. I know it sounds hard to believe, but trust me when I say this, there's no better place on earth you would rather be. After what happened with Cage Rosa, I haven't been sure of trusting people either, to be honest. But... Rukia looked at Amber. You're an honest man and... I know I can trust you. But I need to say goodbye to them. Rukia stepped forward, motioning for the Jigglypuffs. The herd of oversized rabbits approached her and Rukia proceeded to hug each of them, all the while trying to hold back her tears. I'll miss you, Chappie. And you too, Sir Chappie III. Oh, and how could I forget you, Chappie Claus? You be a good girl for Amber, Chappinator. On and on it went, Rukia saying farewell to each of the Jigglypuffs she had taken under her wing. She watched as they scampered off towards Amber, the man reaching out to pet Chappie. He looked at Rukia and the others. I owe you all a great deal. If you ever need my help, I'll be back. As he left, Rukia sniffed back a tear. Calming down as befitting a noblewoman of the Kukaki clan, she turned to face Urza and Bambietta. I would be honored to join Fairy Tale. Excellent. Urza said as she took Rukia into a hug, the Reggae's head inadvertently colliding with the wizard's breastplate. Once Master Makarov has returned from his wizard saint meeting, we'll get you your guild emblem. Wonderful. Rukia groaned, her head ringing. I hope my headache will be gone by then. Bambietta reached out and patted Rukia on the back. I know your pain. It's just how she shows her affection. You get used to it. Or maybe that's just the concussions talking. Rukia heard that almost clearly. What? Bambietta smirked. Kidding. Night had fallen upon Magnolia. Bambietta had returned so late that Lucy, Wendy, and Carla were all sound asleep. The Quincy was cursing her luck then, having hoped to spend time with them all. The return home had been sidetracked and it made her sad even if she knew it had to be that way. Before even returning to Magnolia, there had been a bout of Rukia using a Keto spell to repair the damage Bambietta and she had done to one and another in their battle. However, there had also been the cleanup of Dr. Dritch's destroyed robots, not to mention handing him over to a local branch of the Magic Council. The reward they received in return, at least, had made the job request financially worth it. Only then had they headed back to Magnolia. In the end it had left Bambietta bereft of something she generally enjoyed, maybe a little too much. She knew her problem, that she thrived on social activity. That was reason enough she had made her way to the guild hall then, hoping to find Levi there. Unfortunately the only people Bambietta had seen there were Laxus Driar and Stella Upland, the two of them conversing in the upper levels in the dead of the night. Not wanting to hang out with them, as well as realizing that Levi had no doubt gone to bed back home, Bambietta had returned to her apartment. Still, it had to be that way. Tiptoeing back through her apartment, moving as slow as possible so as not to wake those she cared about, Bambietta was dwelling on all that had happened. If anyone had told her a few months ago that she would potentially be in a guild full of wizards alongside a Reggae Soul Reaper, she would have laughed at them. However, she had to remind herself that if anyone had told her months ago that she would be alive and well, that she would have cried tears of joy. Bambietta suddenly yawned, the Quincy stretching her arms up and out to the sides. I so have to hit the sack. Especially if I want to work extra hard tomorrow to show Urza I need to take that exam. Bambietta slipped her hat and cloak off and headed towards the closet. Her eyes continued to flutter as Bambietta tried to fight the urge to sleep, smacking her lips slightly as she did so. She opened the closet then and began to move in an effort to toss her discarded hat and cloak into it, not even caring about hanging them up thanks to how tired she was. A hand reached out from the closet and took hold of the clothing and pulled them in. Thanks, Bambietta said simply enough. Think nothing of it. Bambietta casually closed the closet then, turning around so as to head to her bed. However, the Quincy only made it one step before her eyes widened, her body now suddenly alert. She whispered her next words then. What the fuck? Bambietta whirled around on her heels, opening the closet once more. What greeted her inside was Rukia Kukaki. The Reggae was dressed in pink bunny pajamas and sitting on a shelf that had been converted into a makeshift bed. On top of that, she was now using Bambietta's cloak as an extra blanket, her hat cast up onto another shelf. What do you think you're doing? Bambietta asked calmly. Well, I need a place to stay here in Magnolia until I can get my own place, Rukia said. And your closet seemed like the most logical place. How is my closet the most logical choice? Bambietta shouted, her shock leaving her to forget her roommates. Urza offered me her closet, Rukia said, but there's just, I don't know, something nostalgic about sleeping in a Quincy's closet. I don't know why, but it just is. So Urza let me in here. What? How did she even? Bambietta was simply flabbergasted. God, Urza was right. You will fit right in Fairy Tale. The shouting was enough to wake the others in the apartment. God heavens, Bambietta, what's going on? Carla complained, the cat rubbing her eyes with her paws. Bambi, who's that? Wendy asked. Someone I can't get out of the closet, Bambietta complained. She saw Lucy staring at her then. Not even remotely what it sounds like. I meant literally. I don't know, Lucy teased. Don't you think I know you well enough that it could be metaphorically? Bambietta blushed. Anyways, she's Rukia Kukaki. Urza said she could join Fairy Tale when we all had a super good time on a job request together. Yeah. Rukia looked up at Bambietta. Can't I stay? You won't even know I'm here outside of helping with the rent. Bambietta softened up, though she really did not want to show it. It's Lucy's apartment in the first place, so it's up to her. I'm okay with it, Lucy quickly said. We could use some extra help with the rent. And there you have it, Bambietta said with an errant shrug. She reached out and put a hand on Rukia's shoulder. Welcome to Casa de Basterbine. Hey! Lucy cried out. I thought it was my apartment. Compromise. Bambietta looked back at her love. Casa de Basterfilia. Rukia smiled, the Reggae liking the chaos that she had seemingly settled in. At last she felt as if she was setting out on a journey that was all her own, no longer following in the wake of another's footsteps. Chapter 37, The Power of a Real Hero. When it came to the summer season, most would think of tropical vacations, colored drinks with little umbrellas, and swimming where fish pee. But climates could be weird depending on the part of the world one lived in, and that was no truer for an unfortunate young-looking lady with long pink hair wandering through a forest that looked like it was more prepared for Christmas than an outdoor barbecue. Cold, starving and stuck with the worst fever and congestion she'd ever had, it was taking the young lady's every bit of strength just to take one more step. Never fall asleep in a snowstorm. Her daddy had always told her that. And yet, her eyelids were becoming heavier with every second. If she didn't get out of the cold soon, this may truly be the end. Unfortunately, all it took was one more harsh blast of snow and ice to knock her over onto her back. Her hair was half covered with snow. The sun above was blocked by gray clouds. With a white-gloved hand, the young lady reached out to the sky, but even that was too strenuous as she turned onto her side, crumpling into a fetal position for all the warmth she could get. the snowfall burying her deeper and deeper into the ground. Believing this to be the end, the woman only had one final passing thought, reaching out in futility, fingers spreading as if she were trying to grasp some sort of invisible object meant to align with her only spoken words. "I'm sorry, Bambi." For other, less starving folk, the small village of Dri, occupying near the iceberg/Bosco border, was a warm place to call home. It was a crossroads type of village where coal and furs often passed through via caravan, so the villagers were kept nice and snugly warm regardless of the weather. Since the snow meant a lack of crop growth, a barter system using craftsmanship and blacksmithing often helped keep the villagers fed. Additionally, most animals were killed live and roasted on spits. The village was often called the crossroads of fire and ice for a reason. Among the hunters was a young girl named Mary. She didn't look like much with her black cat hair band, small stature, and pink hair, and being only 10 years old, but she had a hidden talent. She was a mage. Of course, a point of her talent was not made, not anymore. Due to the bustling nature of Dri, a guild was formed upon its soil. Steel Engine had been the name of the guild, so called because of the high-quality steel flowing through the town and how it all worked as an engine. Unfortunately, with every group of heroes, so too will villains rise to tear them down. And precisely 1 year ago, that was exactly what happened to Steel Engine. The Dark Guild, Titan's Fist, no known relation to the pitiful, Bosco-based, Titan Nose, had decided that they wanted all of the goods and resources in Dri for themselves. The war had been utter hell and, unfortunately, evil had triumphed. The people were enslaved under Titan's Fist's greatest warrior, Jack Bo. He was seemingly invincible, a man with magic so mighty he seemed to be unflinching to the damage he took. But Mary didn't care that Jack Bo was in charge or that her town was miserable. She kept up that peppy smile of hers as she dragged a dead caribou through the front door of her house. "Sis, I brought caribou. I hope you're hungry." Mary's sister, a golden-haired woman named Stacy, was in the kitchen, the water already boiling and the fireplace roaring. And when Mary came in the door, she had nothing but attitude pouring out of her mouth. "Sis, I told you to go to the next town over and buy some veggies. How many times do I have to tell you that you can't keep killing animals all by yourself? If Jack Bo finds out what you can do, he'll send you on a slaver ship and I won't see you again ever. Do you want to end up like Mom and Dad? What about Uncle Al or Aunt Shauna? For pity's sake, Mary, Lady Anna's body is frostbiting over out in town and wolves have already bitten off a few fingers before realizing the body wasn't suited for eating. Sis, it's fine. With my magic, it makes it seem like it just died from natural causes. I haven't been caught yet, so it's fine," Mary said. Stacy massaged her forehead. "You are such a child." "But I'm 10, sis." Stacy sighed. That wasn't her point. She was 16 and she had grown up after what happened to her parents, her loved ones, and everyone in Steel Engine. Mary, however, it seemed, refused to let reality get her down. Or, perhaps more accurately, Mary rejected reality and substituted her own. Stacy was the only survivor of Steel Engine still left in Dri. Others, like the guild master, had been left to be observed in the middle of town. And the rest were shipped on the slave market. Stacy was both an example and a tool. She was deemed useful by Jack Bo. Stacy dreaded to think the possibility that he was grooming her into some kind of bride. The very thought disgusted her. Still, at least for tonight, it seemed the only events were to be her sister, and freshly cooked caribou. The next morning, Mary went out exploring, as usual, ignoring the suffering of her fellow villagers, walking around with a comic book she'd purchased from a traveling peddler. The book was written and penned by a wise old storyteller in his 90s and still making lovely stories like this for men, women, and children alike. As Mary continued into the nearby forest, she tripped over a mound of snow, book collapsing on the ground. "Ah, my book." Mary picked up her book and brushed the snow off it, careful to make sure the pages weren't sopping wet. She then tucked the book into the inside pocket of her jacket and turned around to take it home so it could dry. However, when she turned around, she yelped at the sight. There lay a woman with long pink hair, a peaked cap tumbled off her head, half buried by snow. "Eep. Oh no. You look awful." Mary bent down and pushed the woman over onto her back. Her face was cold with death. She was still breathing, but hypothermia had clearly set in. In most situations, one would consider her already dead. But this was not most situations. Holding her hands over the pink-haired woman, Mary began to remove the sickness of cold from the woman's body using magic. "Don't worry," Mary said with a smile, as the color returned the woman's face and her eyes briefly fluttered open. "I'll make you all better. It'll be fun." Her patient's eyes then closed just as quickly as they had opened. Ugh. Meninas could see Bambietta standing with red skin and drooling lips, a victim of Giselle's infamous shrift. This wasn't what was supposed to happen. Meninas shouted out at Giselle as tears began to fall from her eyes. "You said you would fix her. You said we didn't need to worry about her being killed for losing her fight. And that's why I killed and did this to her, silly," Giselle said as she snuggled against Bambietta. "If I didn't, His Majesty would have just killed her himself and we wouldn't have her around. But this way he gets her power and we still get to keep her. Isn't it great?" "Of course it isn't," Meninas said with anger. "You call this alive? She isn't even herself anymore. This is why I said this was a bad idea, but nobody wants to listen to me." "Course not," Menina's blonde friend Candace snapped. "I don't see what the problem is," Giselle cooed. "We got Bambi back safe and sound." "You call this safe and sound?" Candace exclaimed, body and head aimed at Giselle, index finger aimed at Bambi. "Course I do," Giselle exclaimed and put her arms around Bambietta's shoulders. "Ugh, fuck it. At least she'll be quiet from now on." Candace surrendered herself to the situation awfully fast. What was done was done. It stung harder than her strongest thunderbolt, but she couldn't really do anything about it. She had to at least look for the silver lining in all this. "But Candy-chan." "But nothing," Candace exclaimed, stomping away. "Oh, it's okay. Bambi will be just fine. No need to worry at all," Candace exclaimed in a mocking tone. "You all make me sick." Only Meninas saw the tear crawling down Candace's cheek, hat pulled over her eyes. "Gigi, change her back. Now," Meninas said in a low voice. It wasn't often that Meninas got serious. She usually preferred to just sit back and follow along with Bambietta's antics. But this time she couldn't stay quiet. No can do," Giselle said quickly. "What do you mean no can do?" Meninas demanded. "I prefer her this way. Now Bambi's mine. All mine," Giselle exclaimed. "Lil, you see what's wrong, right? Tell Gigi to undo it." However, Lil Tato had said nothing as she looked at the scene before her. Meninas was about to call out to her again when she saw something in Lil Tato's eyes. Fear. It didn't take Meninas long to know what it was. If they got too uppity, and made too much of a fuss over this, during the war of all times, Wywak would likely have them killed. It wasn't that Lil Tato wasn't doing anything out of indifference, she wasn't doing anything out of fear. Meninas blinked and then Lil Tato was no longer present. She'd quickly realized where. Someone had to report to Hashwalth and she at least knew that he would not shoot the messenger. As Giselle took off her glove and bit the skin off her knuckle to let Bambi suckle on her blood, Meninas was reminded of the wish Wywak said each one of them could have should they win the war. And now, she wished, more than anything, that she could have Bambi back to normal. "Don't you worry, Bambi-chan. Once this war is over, I'll turn you back to normal." "Normal?" Meninas groaned in her sleep. She eventually woke up and slowly opened her eyes to the sight of a wood-laden ceiling and a roaring fireplace. The wind was howling outside and she could see the snow from a window that sat to the right and above where her stomach was. She was not in any home she recognized. Sitting up, Meninas sneezed and the iron bars on the foot of the bed creaked from the strain. "Oh, you're up." Meninas turned her tired, fever-ridden head to the left to see a girl that could have easily been her younger sister standing nearby. "Who are you? Where am I?" Meninas groaned. "You're in my house. I found you in the snow," the girl stated. "My name's Mary, Mary Lava Drop." "Who are you?" Meninas lay on her back and looked at the ceiling. "Meninas." She breathed hard from her fever. "Macallan." Neat, Mary responded. Rest up, okay? I used my magic to take away your hypothermia and frostbite, but the common cold and fevers are harder to completely get rid of. You should be fine in about a week. Thank you, Meninas said, turning over. Aren't you gonna tell me where you're from or say I have to get back to my friends? They need me. No, Meninas answered. I don't have friends anymore. I lost them all. Cool. Then that means we're a lot alike. Meninas turned over to look at Mary. Something in this girl's brain clearly had its wires crossed. I lost my whole guild about a year ago. So I kind of get it, you know, being lonely. I've got my sister of course. Well, I mean, I wasn't really part of the guild, but my whole family was part of it. Are you part of a guild? Oh, I guess you used to be, right? Please, stop talking, Meninas said and pulled the covers over her head. Right. Got it. You wanna rest? I'll let you be. Mary then walked away and started cooking hot soup. She'd never cooked before. How hard could it be? Her sister came home about an hour later. What smells like soup? Stacy asked, smelling the boiling broth as she hung up her coat. Soup. Mary exclaimed. How was work? Stacy gave Mary a very estranged look as though Mary had asked her a trick question. Work was terrible. She essentially waited tables for Jack for hours and hours in a skirt that was too short for her liking. Unfortunately, any outburst made against him or his men could have her shipped straight out to parts unknown. This was humiliating, to say the least. She should be out in Iceberg killing bandits by the bucket load and saving cats from trees, not serving people their lunch in the presence of complete assholes while they slapped her ass. It was enough to make a woman boil with anger, but Stacy withheld it. All she needed now was a nice nap. And that's when she saw the huge lump sitting in Mary's bed. She pinched the bridge of her nose and closed her eyes. Mary, please tell me you didn't put a dead caribou in your bed again because, and I quote, so I can cover my blanket in its scent for better hunting. Nah, turns out that doesn't work all that well, Mary responded. If you were the skin, it's much more effective. As if on cue, Meninas turned over in her sleep, causing Stacy to jump on top of the couch. It's alive. Shhhhhhh. Mary exclaimed, finger to her lips. She's sleeping. She. Stacy went over and lifted the covers. Meninas was sleeping soundly in Mary's bed, snoring cutely. She then raced over to Mary and pinned her against the wall. What the hell are you thinking? She exclaimed in a loud whisper. I was thinking she was cold and about to die, so I brought her home. Stacy tilted her head back and groaned. Jack is going to kill us. Why? Stacy stepped back and started role-playing the worst-case scenario. Oh, hi Jack, we're totally not hiding anything from Titan's Fist, least of all a voluptuous young stranger that totally wouldn't look good in a mini-skirt and a slave collar. She slapped the side of her head. Mary, think a little. But I had to save her, sis. She was going to die. She was in the snow all alone. Stacy sighed. She couldn't berate her sister for a good deed. Fine, she can stay for a little while. But she can't be seen by anyone, okay? Okay. Mary exclaimed. 2 days later, Meninas felt well enough to sit up in Mary's bed and read one of Mary's comic books. I feel like I've read this before, Meninas said. Really? Mary asked. I think the amazingly awesome arachnid is pretty unique. Meninas shrugged. She had to remember this was a different world. It couldn't possibly have any relation to her old one. I was surprised to know you like comic books, Mary said. I grew up with them, Meninas said. She then spaced out as she looked about the house, the residual fever causing her to hallucinate. She could see it, her parents trying to put together what little food they could on the table. Meninas meanwhile was busy reading a strange book she'd found on a magazine rack. Action Comics number 1. It pictured a guy lifting and throwing a car. It cost 12 hard-earned cents, but it was totally worth it with the money Meninas had saved up. Meninas. Come sit and eat with your mother and me, her father said. Meninas closed the comic and lay it flat neatly on her bed and headed for the dinner table. There was a loud whack against the front door. Menina's. Menina's got her memories crossed with her parents and Mary shouting her name at the same time. Are you okay? Mary asked her. You just sort of spaced out. Huh? Oh, I must still be a little sick, Menina said and giggled nervously. You know, Mary said, laying across Menina's legs like a cat, I like books like these. They're the reason I really like mage guilds, you know. If I can even be even half as skilled as a true hero, then I can be even a regular hero. Frowning, Menina's put the book on Mary's head and lay on her side, head firmly into the pillow. Heroes are only a work of fiction, Menina's said. What do you mean? Mary asked, but Menina's was already snoozing. Hey. Come on. Wake up. But Menina's continued to ignore Mary, much to her annoyance. The next day, Menina's was feeling a bit better and reading a comic book about a different hero. He was called Mega Mage. He had all sorts of inspiring powers. Apparently, he was the strongest mage in the comic book world of Ishgar. Does he seem familiar to you too? Mary asked, noticing Menina's reading. A little, Menina's said and took a deep breath. He actually reminds me of my favorite hero, the first hero I ever read about. Who was that? Menina's smiled as she looked up at the ceiling, recalling the legend. The last son of Krypton, a baby sent from a dying planet to our world. Faster than a speeding bullet, more powerful than a locomotive, and able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. Menina's closed her eyes and almost could feel the wind on her face. Memories flooded her mind once more. Yes, she'd felt the wind on her face, before, all those years ago. The Great Depression was still hitting all families across America, but after reading Action Comics #1, Menina's was inspired to make everyone's lives a little bit better. The Dust Bowl had consumed most of Oklahoma, Texas and her home state, good old Kansas. And Menina's was not going to let this stand. After all, he wouldn't. Gathering Reishi beneath her feet, Menina's tied a red blanket around her neck and took off into the air. Using her abilities to sense spirits, she tore across the skyline, looking for hollows to slay. The wind carried by her sonic booms got people looking up in the sky at her every so often. Look, up in the sky. A pedestrian shouted. It's a bird. It's a plane. What is that? Menina's was always so high up in the sky, the sun always silhouetting her figure that the people of America never really could make her out. Mysterious wind saves kitten from tree. Fire put out in seconds. Robber claims to have been punched out by Scottish-American teenager. These headlines and more accompanied Menina's heroic deeds across the Midwest. She was a living legend. Cameras in the 1930s were not like modern cameras. She fell into the same category as the Loch Ness Monster and Bigfoot. Unfortunately, while the living had terrible cameras, the dead did not. And as Menina's landed in front of the big sign that said Ellenwood, a sign she marveled at with patriotic pride, she could see an ugly scene beyond it. Menina's. Once more the shout of Mary was intermingled with shouts of another, this time to the sound of screaming citizens. Huh. Menina's blinked, returning to reality. You spaced out again. Wow, do you do that a lot? And no, Menina's stuttered. I was just thinking. About what? Mary asked. Menina's sighed with a smile. Don't laugh. Okay. Menina's then spent the better portion of 2 whole hours telling Mary all about her actions in the summer of 1938. She could see the young girl's eyes sparkle with enthusiasm. You were it. You were really a hero. Mary exclaimed, jumping up and down. However, Menina's did not look so happy. I thought so too. But, I learned something not soon after. What's that? Mary asked. Heroes don't exist, Menina's said, curling up to go to sleep. But that's wrong. You were a hero. I've seen heroes. My guild was full of heroes. You're wrong, Mary stated these words very bluntly and matter-of-factly with barely a hint of emotion other than confusion. Unfortunately, Menina's had already gone back to sleep. It had been 6 days since Menina's had been taken in by Mary and Stacy. Ever since yesterday, she'd felt well enough to start moving around, so she spent the time exercising. Mary had politely asked that Meninas stay indoors until she was absolutely ready to leave. Meninas, unwilling to cause trouble for the sisters, was more than willing to comply. 92, 93, 94, 95. Meninas counted as she did one-handed push-ups. How many can you do? Mary asked. I always lose count somewhere after 10,000. Then I just wait until my arm starts to burn and then go for about another minute or two. Cool. Mary exclaimed. Meninas got to about 150 and then sat down. Hey. Come on, that wasn't even 200, Mary pouted. Meninas sighed. You really like awe-inspiring things, don't you, Mary? Meninas asked. MMMMHMMM. Mary exclaimed. Meninas smiled as though she was hiding a knife behind it. Grow up. Bah. Mary was caught completely off guard. But, why you read the comics too, don't you? It's called nostalgia, Meninas said and went back to bed. I'm leaving tomorrow. Thank you for taking care of me and feeding me while I've been here. You're welcome. Mary said with a smile. She saluted. Just doing my duty as a citizen of justice. Meninas drifted off to sleep. Justice, huh? I once believed in justice too. Had my point of view. Everything was on fire. Meninas had just returned from a rousing day of saving cats, stopping burglars, and slaying hollows only to find the sign to her hometown in flames. And not just the sign, the whole town was ablaze. Meninas, help. Meninas looked to see one of her neighbors, a fellow Quincy, on her stomach crawling towards her, legs crushed. Miss Smith. Miss Smith never got to answer Meninas. Instead, a hulking 7-foot shadow descended down onto her until its owner landed, crushing her spine. To an erect position rose a plus-sized Soul Reaper with a curly pompadour of brown hair. He sported a purple button-down shirt under his shiakusho and was over 300 pounds of muscle and fat. Meninas looked horrified as she looked at the corpse of Miss Smith, eyes shrunken in like a shell-shocked war veteran. Dumb bitch thinking she could get away from me, the Soul Reaper said, spitting out a toothpick. He looked at Meninas. Who the hell are you? Meninas ran. All thoughts of heroics vanished. The Soul Reaper just seemed too strong, too unbeatable, the situation too unreal. She sped towards her house, finding it just as much on fire as, well, everything else. Mom. Dad. Meninas shouted, running into her home. The door was easily destructible in its current state. Using riot suit, Meninas protected herself from the flames, searching for any sign of her family and finding nothing at first, only to find a pair of corpses by the back door next. The sound of flames licked at her ear and the whole world seemed to go silent. What would he do? Meninas thought. Clark, Kall, what would you do? Well, I wouldn't stand in this burning building for one. In her delirium, Meninas could hear his voice, turning around, seeing the hero she looked up to with his blue suit and perfect chin. The red S on his chest unmistakable. People are in danger. What are you going to do about it? She took a deep breath. I'm going to save them. Meninas exclaimed. She pulled on her blanket and ran out the door. She extended her riot sensing abilities. Only that one Soul Reaper seemed to be here. He'd done all of this while she was out playing a hero. No other Quinces were alive, but there were still civilians she could save. Meninas quickly got to work. Over the course of an hour, she found each civilian one or two at a time and flew them out to another township in Barton County, where she assumed they would be safe. She was almost done when she felt the riot of that Soul Reaper again. He was walking up the street and spotted her floating in the air, cape blowing in the ash-laden breeze. Oh, isn't that cute? The girl thinks she's one of them superheroes. I am a superhero. Meninas exclaimed, tensing her fists. I am Mighty Hurricane. Gehenuber, Mare Ultra. No, you're not. You're just some poor Quincy piece of trash, the Soul Reaper said. The very idea that a Quincy could be a hero. Disgusting. I'm a hero, 'cause I'm rich and famous. I am a hero. Meninas exclaimed, tears in her eyes. You're the villain here. You hurt all these people. Course I did. You're all poor as dirt. Honestly, I'm doing you all a favor sending you to the Soul Society, except you Quincy's. You're bound straight for hell. Menina snarled, a rarity for her. Then, losing all sense of self-control, she flew at her opponent in a berserk rage, punching him right in the breadbasket. He skidded back only a few feet. That's cute. You're cute. Say hello to my little friend. The man took out his katana and declared, Sunder, Jishin. Earthquake, the katana morphed into a gigantic warhammer. The handle was as long as the Soul Reaper was tall and the mallet portion was as big as Menina's whole body. Take this. The Soul Reaper swung at Menina's, but she dodged the swing with Hirenkyaku. That won't save you, the Soul Reaper laughed. Bakudo number 4, Hainawa. Steadying the giant hammer with one hand, the Soul Reaper tossed a yellow rope of energy with his other, binding Menina's by her arms and torso. Heh, now you can't run away. Don't think something like this will hold me. Menina's shouted. I'm a hero for a reason. Tensing her arms, she broke the Kido with sheer force of will. She then summoned her Heiligfeel and shot multiple arrows at her opponent. They bounced off his skin like they were pebbles. Stupid girl, do you really think the Goatee I-13 would send me if I couldn't take down a poor mere Quincy? Hear my name and tremble, lass. I am Marinoshin Omada of the Omada clan. Vice Captain of Squad 2. I'm the richest Soul Reaper in all the Soul Society. He curled his lip in disgust. And I absolutely hate poor people. Then, with speed unprecedented for someone his size, Marinoshin began whirling like a cyclone, pivoting at unimaginable velocity towards Menina's. She tried to use Hirenkyaku to get out of the way, but he just used Shunpo to catch her, the flat of his mallet smacking her whole body and sending her careening into a building. Even with her Ryotsu protecting her, bones creaked and others broke. The building she slammed into happened to be a barn. And as Menina's lay upon the hay on the ground, she found herself in a lot of pain, breathing heavily. The internal bruising made it difficult to stand up. And then a flash of yellow fire blasted open the barn door, revealing the intimidating stature of Marinoshin. Menina's got into a steady stance and readied her bow, but she barely had the strength to stand. The last thing she remembered was trying to focus all of her energy into one arrow before she noticed Marinoshin's hammer had grown in size and was above her head. She knew in hindsight that she had likely been crushed into little more than a blood puddle. She knew she was dead when she woke up. Quincy's were adept at being able to sense spirit particles and her whole body felt like one big collection of spirit particles. By the time she had regained consciousness, Marinoshin was gone and the fires had stopped. The sky was blue, but the air was still thick with grey ash and smoke. Upon her knees, Menina's howled with sorrow, tears flowing freely. She cried like a little baby less than half her age. She failed. All her heroism and she couldn't even beat her first supervillain. What ails you, child? Menina's stopped crying a moment to see a grown man with the most glorious mustache she'd ever seen, and a full head of dark hair standing over her. I'm not a hero, Menina sniffed. The man patted her on the head. Of course you are, young one. You fought valiantly against the Soul Reaper menace. There is no greater death for a hero than to die gloriously in battle. But... Menina sniffed. Shush, he said gently. You were tasked with a mission beyond your capabilities. But I can make you strong. I can grant you power like you've never known before. Really? Menina's asked, blinking out tears. Yes. I am Waiwak, the father of all Quincy's, and you, Menina's Macalon, have the making to be one of the greatest Quincy's in all of history. Menina's liked the sound of that. She firmly believed that she could become a great Quincy, just like Waiwak told her. She believed that this was her chance, that she could finally be the hero that she always dreamed of being. But as the years passed and the mission continued onward, her enthusiasm dwindled and her smile became more and more forced. In the end, she knew, no, she believed, she was no hero. I couldn't even protect you. Bambi. I'm sorry. It had now been a week since Menina's had been staying with Mary and she was feeling back at 100%. Well, maybe not 100, more like 75-ish. Either way, she was well enough to go back out in the cold and continue her aimless walk through nature. She didn't even bother to say goodbye to Mary and Stacy. She knew she'd just get in the way. Oh, she'd heard Stacy talk about Jack Bow. She'd heard how the people of DRI were suffering, how he'd murdered almost all of Steel Engine. She just didn't care, not anymore. I'm no hero, Menina's told herself. I always ended up making things worse. It was my fault Omada found Ellenwood. It was my fault Bambi ended up that way. She hiccuped, trying not to cry. My fault that Lil. As Menina's made it to the main road, she bumped into someone. Oh, sorry. She exclaimed. She looked at who she'd bumped into. It was an old man with seasonally inappropriate dark sunglasses, a receding salt and pepper hairline and a thick, white mustache. He was wearing a beige Henley and khakis. He felt familiar to Menina's somehow, as if she had known him all throughout her afterlife. No, don't mind me, the old man said with a smile. His voice was a bit jagged the way a lot of old people talked at his age. Just heading for the nearest caravan station. Good thing mine doesn't leave for another hour. Oh, may I follow you? Menina's asked. Sure, but I'm no amazingly awesome arachnid, can't go swiping around the city with webs at my age, I'll break a hip. That's fine, I'm going nowhere fast, Menina's said solemnly. She tried to crack a smile, but failed. What's wrong? The old man asked. People say old folks have a lot to say that they burden youngsters with, but that's rubbish. I'm the kind of old guy that imparts his wisdom onto young people. Menina's sighed. I'm a failure. A failure? Come on, you're young and you're beautiful. No girl with your looks can be a complete failure. But I am. All my life, I've wanted to be a hero, but every time I try, I just make things worse. I don't even know why I'm still walking anywhere. I'm just going to hurt anyone I meet. I'm sure of it. That's why. She started to cry. That's why even though I know that Mary and Stacy are in trouble, I'm not going to help them, because I'll just make it worse, just like everything else in my life. Now that's the biggest crock of bull I've ever heard. You just said you want to be a hero, right? You're not meaning any harm, are ya? I can see it in you. You're a good kid. Trust me, I've been around the bush a few times to know a true hero when I see one. He smiled. Used to be a hero myself way back in the day before the liver spots and the heart and bladder problems set in. He coughed. Still, it's like I always say, you don't gotta be as fast as the Golden Bolt, as strong as the unbeatable Bulk, or smart as Titanium Man to be a hero. What matters is that you do the right thing. To face adversity despite knowing it's pointless, to want to help a friend any way you can, to save even just one life, no matter how briefly, that's how true heroes are made. I can tell you have great power and you understand its great responsibility. So, you're not perfect. He shrugged. Nobody is. As long as you don't give up and believe in yourself, the true hero that lies within you will rise up and save the day. I do believe in myself, Menina's thought. Her whole body shook, face looking like she just sucked on a lemon for too long. He was right. This old man, with just a single speech, he'd managed to find the part within Menina's she thought she'd lost. A hero? Meanie, when are you going to grow up? Candace's words now haunted Menina's as she realized she'd said them back to Mary and her eyes shot open. Anyone can be a hero as long as they try, the old man said to her. So, are you going to try? Menina's took a deep breath and, from her stomach, bellowed out. Gehen Uber. Mer Ultra. Hey, that's a good catchphrase, the old man said with enthusiasm. I used to have one. He cleared his throat. Excelsior. Menina's gasped. This old man did look really familiar. Hey, are you? Menina's ears then picked up screaming. People in trouble. Her hero senses burst to life. Sorry. Gotta. She then noticed the old man seemed to have vanished before her eyes. No time to worry about that now. It was hero time. In life, it is often said that crushing a butterfly can lead to some bizarre twists of fate that the crusher wouldn't have known otherwise down the line. For instance, An entire war could be lost just because one butterfly lived or didn't. While the situation about an hour ago held nowhere near the same level of significance, Menina's decision to leave without saying goodbye set off a chain reaction very similar to that of a butterfly being crushed. In this case, the butterfly was Mary. When Stacy headed out for work that morning, she found her sister sitting on the porch staring at the back cover of a comic book. It was rather unusual behavior for a girl that often had trouble sitting still for too long of a time. "Mary, what's wrong?" Stacy asked. "I dunno," Mary said. "Minnie-chan wasn't in her bed when she woke up this morning, and when I walked outside, I just started to feel really weird." Mary turned her head to look at her sister. She wasn't smiling, but she wasn't frowning either. "My chest keeps feeling like it's cramping, but even if I use my magic to fix it, it just keeps hurting. And that's weird 'cause I can fix anything that's wrong with me if I'm not feeling well." Stacy sat down and put a hand on her sister's shoulder. "Oh, Mary. You're not sick." She gave her sister a hug and put her head against her shoulder. "You're sad that Menina's left." "I'm sad?" Mary asked. "Is this what sadness feels like?" "I don't like it." "No one does," Stacy said and let go of her sister, standing up. "Anyway, I have to go to work." Try buying a new comic. Maybe that'll cheer you up." "Here." Stacy handed Mary 300 jewels. "That's about all I can spare, I'm afraid." "It's fine. I've got 300 jewels of my own tucked away, so I can totally buy a comic for 500. Mary gave her sister a smile. "Thanks, sis." Stacy smiled, patted her sister on the head and headed off for work. After counting her money, Mary began browsing the shops for a new comic book. She purchased a comic containing a character she'd yet to read about, Colonel Knightley. While not an actual colonel in the Rune Knights, Knightley was fast, strong, brave, able to fly extremely fast, and had, in Mary's opinion, kick-ass laser blasts that she generated with her bare hands. Best of all about Knightley was her attitude. "Fear not, citizens. Hope has arrived. Because I am here." That was her catchphrase. She was Mary's new favorite hero. It was rare to see female fictional heroes, and rare to see them so powerful. "I wonder who'd win in a fight between Mega Mage and Colonel Knightley," Mary found herself thinking. Following Mary's thought, there was a scream from a group of citizens, which drew Mary out of her comic book. She puffed her cheeks and marched over to the source of the scream to tell the citizens that she was trying to read and to scream quieter. Unfortunately, Mary quickly realized, even by her standards, how inappropriate that would be. Titan's Fist was doing their usual roundup of magically attuned citizens for slave labor. Mary had been so engrossed in her comic she hadn't even seen the initial confrontation. There was now a woman lying face down dead in the snow, dyeing it red with her blood. In the center of the ruckus, a large, muscular man with short, spiky, light blonde hair dressed in bear fur had his foot stomped onto a poor kid that couldn't have been much older than Mary. He was crying out for his mommy, likely the woman dead in the snow. "Quit whining, brat," the big, muscular man said, applying more pressure to the kid's back. "Your mommy can't hear you anymore." As Mary observed the situation, she looked at the dead woman. "Oh. Hang on. She wasn't dead. She was catching frostbite fast from the open head wound and she had a concussion, but, yeah. This was fixable." Without even thinking about what she was doing, Mary crouched down next to the injured woman and put her hands above her head. "Hey. What are you doing, brat?" the large man snapped at Mary. Mary paid him no mind though and began forcing the blood in the snow back into the woman's body, her magic cleaning the blood, fixing the head wound and curing her incoming frostbite and concussion all at once. A fully armored man next to the tall man exclaimed. "By Zeref, the girl's a mage." The big muscular guy laughed. "Excellent. 2 brats for the size of 1. Seize her." Mary lifted her head. "Seize me." She was fully engrossed in her fantasy now. "You don't know who you're dealing with, do you? I am the virus. And I." Mary never finished her sentence. She'd been so engrossed in her statement that she'd forgot to use her magic on these people first, and now the armored guy had extended an armored pole in Mary's general direction and charged the tip with electricity, zapping her considerably. She dropped down into the snow, spasming. As Maximum picked her up, Stacy was in the midst of fetching a new wine barrel from out around the side of the restaurant. However, when she saw Mary being hoisted into the air by the muscular member of Titan's Fist, she saw red. "Do you see this?" the muscular man shouted. "This is what being a mage gets you. Now if any of you have any common sense, you're going to step forward and give yourselves up if you can do magic." Pushing through the crowd, teeth clenched, Stacy stared down the muscular man with tranquil hatred. "That's my sister you're choking." "Huh? You got something to say, little lady?" the muscular dude asked. Stacy tore off her waitress outfit, forging an entire plate armor around her body at the same time, the guild emblem for Steel Engine completely visible on the cuirass. She'd had enough. This was the last straw. Forging big, steel, spiked gauntlets around her fists, Stacy launched herself at the face of the Titan's Fist member. "That's my sister. You god damn bastard," she shouted, punctuating every exclamation with a punch to the face. Her target was forced to drop Mary to the ground, now having an indent of spikes in his face, some of which were bleeding. "Kill her," he shouted. 3 armored goons, and 1 ninja surrounded Stacy. She growled as she tensed up her fists. "Come get some," she shouted with a berserk rage. She drove her fist into the chest of the armored warrior closest to her left, shattering the abdomen of his armor. He dropped his sword, the blade of which was made entirely of magma, which Stacy swept her palm under the pommel of and then grabbed in her right hand. She turned and swung at the incoming axe swinging towards her face, the blade of which was made of solid ice. Then with her free hand, Stacy grabbed her enemy's helmet and smashed it into her knee. She then dropped the sword and slammed her fist into the man's helmet, shattering it and hitting his face, knocking the bearded man behind it back. Like a woman gone berserk, Stacy roared, sinking her armored fists into each and every imbecile stupid enough to get close to her. Her fists punched like a hypersonic jackhammer. And then, something amazing happened. Although the citizens had backed away from the ensuing chaos, they were cheering. "Stacy! Stacy! Stacy! Stacy!" Stacy could barely drown it out. She just kept snarling and punching anything that looked like an enemy. Face half buried in snow, Mary smiled. "I always knew you were a hero, sis." As the adrenaline in Stacy burned out, groaning bodies surrounded her. Panting, her breath visible in the cold atmosphere, she shouted, "Who else wants some? You dare bare your fangs at Jack Bow?" the muscular man asked, stomping towards Stacy. She barely came up to his stomach as she glared up at him. "I don't care anymore," she said, glaring. "You hurt my sister." As one of the surviving members of Steel Engine, Stacy said as she reached her hand back, the gauntlet dispersing and morphing into liquid metal, "It's my job to uphold their legacy." The gauntlet reformed, but now it was 3 times its original size, like a fist-shaped battering ram. "And I'm through with being your subservient puppet." With all her might, Stacy swung her fist at the muscular man. She blew away wind and snow as her fist impacted against his stomach. The citizens cheered, but it suddenly died down. Not only had Stacy's enemy not budged from his neutral position, but her gauntlet was cracking. "What?" Stacy looked on with surprise and shock. "Is that it?" the muscular man asked. Stacy's shocked look turned to despair and horror as thick, magically generated muscle fibers covered her foe's fist. Then, simply by flicking his fingers against her chest plate, he shattered the cuirass, and Stacy went hurtling back 20 feet, banging her back on the ground, bouncing and spitting up saliva from the pain and shock. The large man lumbered towards Stacy as she barely managed to get herself into a sitting position. She closed one eye, wincing from the pain in her back as she tried to focus to generate more armor. "You wanna pick a fight with Titan's Fist, girl? Then you better be a god among men. 'Cause we're the strongest dark guild from this side of Iceberg." He cracked his knuckles, fists coated in magical muscle fibers that thickened his hands to twice their size. But if you've got the guts to stand up to us, I'd be happy to teach you where you belong. Both on the ground, he then smirked, licking his lips, and on your knees. That was enough to launch Stacy back into action. She tempered her armor once again, but it was a fruitless endeavor. No matter how hard she punched and no matter how much she tried, she couldn't even make her opponent flinch now that he was on guard. With a single knee strike to her stomach while she was off balance, Stacy stumbled around. "You're gonna pay for what you did to my face," her enemy said. He punched her hard in the chest and then again in the back. His strong, lumbering blows were designed to keep her in an imaginary square that she could not escape from. It was like she was caught between two giant iron mallets. Every time she stumbled, she got smacked in the other direction. The once cheerful crowd now whimpered and sobbed at the sight of their momentary hero getting pummeled so badly she could die at any moment. "Stop it! Stop hurting my sister!" Mary shouted, running over to Stacy's foe. She kicked him in the back of the leg. "Mary, no!" Stacy shouted, holding her gut. Her opponent lifted Mary up by her entire torso, squeezing her, making it hard for her to concentrate on much else. She couldn't even generate a spell to give this guy a brain tumor. "I'm gonna squeeze you so hard, your head will pop like a grape," the muscular man shouted. Stacy reached out in agony towards her sister. Mary. Unable to concentrate, lungs on fire and hips creaking, Mary had only one recourse of action. She screamed. She screamed as loud as she could. She knew what had happened. She wasn't the hero anymore, but the damsel in distress. If she screamed loud enough, maybe, just maybe the real hero would arrive on the scene. And then, the wind rushed by, a powerful wind. And in the next instant, the large blonde man saw a girl a little bit taller than Stacy with flowing pink hair standing next to him. She had her hand firmly on his knee and was dressed in all white. "Put her down," the girl said. "Oh yeah? And what are you going to do if I don't?" With a leap, the woman pushed down on the muscular man's giant arm and slammed him into the ground by his arm like he was the rubber ball in a game of box ball. Mary managed to free herself. Gasping for air, she rolled over into the snow. "Fear not, citizens," the newcomer bellowed. "Hope has arrived. Because I am here." Mary got up, vision still a little blurry. "Colonel Knightley." She sprang to her feet, but it wasn't her favorite superhero. Her eyes sparkled when she saw the kind smile coming her way. "Menina's." She hugged her week-long roommate as tightly as she could. "Even better." "Are you okay, Mary?" Menina's asked her. "I'm fine now that you're here." "Kick his butt, Mini-chan. He hurt my sister." Still a little disoriented, the muscular man got up from the ground and glared down at Menina's. "You must not know who you're messing with, girl." The muscular man grew to 3 times his original size thanks to his ability to sprout magical muscle fibers all over his body. "But I'm Marcus Maximus. I'm one of the strongest members of Titan's Fist, able to lift 10,000 tons. I turn little girls like you to paste in one punch." Menina smiled, and in a rather bubbly and friendly sort of way, kind of like the way Mary smiled all the time. "That's nice," she said. Angered, Marcus threw a punch at her with all his might. Members of the townsfolk collectively cringed and Stacy shut her eyes, expecting to hear bones crunching any second. But all anyone heard was a loud thud. With just her free arm, since Mary was pinning one of them to her side, no, with just one free finger, Menina's had stopped Marcus' attack dead in its tracks. "My turn." Menina's exclaimed happily and, index finger still stopping the punch, she dug her middle finger against her thumb and then flicked it against Marcus' arm. The force was of this tiny little finger flick was so powerful that it ran up Marcus' arm and shattered every bone in it. Marcus staggered back, clutching his injured arm. Menina's continued to smile like a cheesy, 60s action hero. "Sorry," she said. "But if you want to be able to hurt me, 10,000 tons isn't going to cut it. You're going to need," she said as she flexed her arm, "at least 10 times that." With a single straight arm punch, Menina's fist tore through the muscle fibers on Marcus' body, still going and reaching his squishy, fleshy stomach, knocking the wind out of him. No, any stronger and she would have ruptured his stomach. Gasping and wheezing, Marcus stumbled around, reaching out towards Menina's, trying to comprehend her power, trying to throw another punch, but she'd hit him so hard, he could barely remain conscious. With a warm, bubbly smile, the one she used to have during her time in the Vandenreich, Menina simply took in a deep breath and blew cold air with her lips on Marcus. It wasn't even that strong a wind, but it was just to prove a point, and he fell over like a house of cards, succumbing to unconsciousness. The town was cheering. It was like all those years ago, back when she was just mighty hurricane. She'd never received an applause like this, but maybe this was what Masked a Masculine once said, that, when you do the right thing, nothing makes it feel quite as real as the cheer of the crowd. Menina's, of course, knew that this was far from over. "Do not worry, citizens," she exclaimed, saluting. "I shall save your town. Who knows where this Titan's fist calls home? I shall see to its personal destruction." Much as everyone wanted to believe in Menina's and show her the location, all of them were too nervous to directly oppose Jackbo themselves. Stacy, who could show her, was far too injured to really play escort. "I know where it is," Mary exclaimed. "Excellent," Menina said, psyched up, pumping her fist slightly. Mary held up a finger. "But I'll only show you on one condition." "Name it," Menina's exclaimed. "You have to make me your sidekick," Mary declared. "Sidekick?" Menina's asked and laughed. "Don't set your sights so low." Menina's thrust a hand into the air. "Sure, you may start as a sidekick, but stand by me and I will show you how to fight for truth. Justice. To be the answer to all those who cry out for peace. We will be the protectors of the innocent and the light in the darkness. Allies to good, and nightmares to evil. Yes. Yes," Mary exclaimed, practically hopping in place. "Superhero power," she exclaimed, shooting a happy fist into the air. "Gehenuber, Mer Ultra," Menina's shouted. She was so ecstatic. She felt just like her old self. She turned around and held out her hand for Mary to take. "Come on, we've got evildoers to subdue." As Mary and Menina's headed off, Stacy smiled. This was it. This might be the miracle they needed to get their town back. Her smile quickly faded. "Hey! Someone call the Rune Knights so we can arrest these buffoons." "Yes, ma'am." About 16 people declared at once. Little did they know, however, help had already arrived. Above the village of Dri hovered an airship, one that belonged to a up-and-coming guild. Celestial Blade. While having only existed for 5 years, they had soon garnered a reputation of respect from the public and fear from the criminal underworld. They were a force who worked to uphold the law and to take down their targets fast and efficiently as possible, bringing dark guilds to their knees without making enough of a scene for the rest of the world to notice until it was made public the next day. It was as their guild master, Mifone Long, the 8th wizard saint, desired. For as she always said, it was best to make defeating the forces of evil seem effortless so as to give hope to the masses. That very same guild master, adorned with a darkly violet dress and her jet black hair done up in twin pigtails, was standing at the bridge of her ship and looking over her crew. "Have you found him yet?" The one she was referring to was none other than Strings' innovator. A former member of the Magic Council, Strings had long since discovered the power of mental manipulation magic. It had bought him a seat at the table and access to the Etherean Cannon, the man desiring dominion over all. However, in time, Strings had revealed his true colors, openly going mad with power. It had left him to be cast off from the Magic Council. However, before he could be incarcerated for his crimes, he had escaped. Ever since then he had been wreaking havoc across Fiori, using his powers to control countless wizards and force them to do his bidding. Theft, kidnapping, even murder was not out of the question for him. His first victims after having cast off the shackles of the Magic Council and the court of public opinion had been Mifone's parents. It had been deeply personal for him, Mifone having been a part of his downfall within the Magic Council, and so he had acted in accordance with his deeply buried hateful nature. Ever since then had Mifone sought him out. That was why she was here, why all of the S-class members of Celestial Blade were here. To put an end to his madness. Strings had gone quiet for the last 3 years, but now she believed she had finally found him. That belief, however, was dashed slightly by the words of the man with short blonde hair by her side, a former rune knight who had left in shame after he had accidentally killed one of his superiors in a sparring match. Miffone had found him searching for a new place in life and so, in turn, had given him one. It was a decision she never regretted, not even now when he was the bearer of bad news. Negative, Graham Cracker, as he looked over the control panels before him. The lacrima has not registered his distinct magical presence yet. TCH. Miffone clicked her tongue in slight annoyance. Keep looking. He's here. Mistress Long, the blue-haired Zaranishu Arta said as she walked over, do you really believe so? He's clearly spent the last few years keeping a low profile. Every time we think we've found him he's already moved on, leaving behind broken vessels in his wake. Surely a situation as dire as this would not be his doing. Besides, Inavayakadu added, her orange pigtails fluttering over her shoulders as she turned her head to look from her control panel on the bridge, why would he go from a small scale to something as major as this? Miffone looked at her two guild members, the both of them dressed in form-fitting black uniforms. They were both of them former members of the Legion Corps, an elite group of S-class warriors who had once served the Church of Zentopia. Without a home to call their own after they refused a mission that had crossed their moral boundaries, they had wandered the land with no calling for their holy swords. Much like she had with Graham, Miffone had been more than happy to give them one. Because, Miffone said as she looked over the paperwork from the Magic Council that lay on her empty command chair, this is precisely the kind of thing he would do. No matter how quiet he's been lately, it's in his nature. He can't deny it any more than I can deny stopping him. She had made it her main purpose in life to take him down for what he had done to her. So much so had it weighed heavily on her that she had left her previous guild. It had been with a heavy heart, knowing that they would not support what she had planned for the man. They valued human life far too much. No, that was not true. They valued life as much as anyone should. It was just that Strings was a man that could hardly be described as human. He was a man who would do whatever it took to achieve his goals, and this he had gone too far. One of the 10 wizard saints, Jackbo, had gone mad with power recently, proclaiming how he would one day become king. He had spoke at great length to all who would listen, pontificating his wishes as if they were something he rightfully deserved by blood. The Jakshi and all the other wizard saints knew had never been so arrogant or had such a desire. He was a kind, honorable man who truly deserved the title of wizard saint. It was such a bizarre and random change, even more so than the one that had been reported having come over Jose Porla in recent times. It was all too much. Every bit of it had Strings' fingerprints over it. Perhaps he was working on his own, or perhaps he had shared his talents with a dark guild or some other nefarious force. Miffone had her darkest suspicions trained on the Magic Council itself, wondering if Stringers had allies hidden away in his former comrades. Whatever the case was, Miffone was positive that her nemesis was a part of the recent transgressions. Both Jose Porla and Jackbo had to have been under some kind of mental control. Miffone's moments of being lost in thought were quickly interrupted. A familiar voice came in over the airship's communications system. Mistress Long, this is Naomi. I have the shot. Naomi Natsuki, otherwise known as the Red Comet, was Celestial Blade's ace. Stronger than even Miffone herself, Naomi was the former princess of Midi, but her entire family had overthrown and killed by the now ruling family. Having barely escaped with her life with nowhere left to go, she became an expert gun mage who may as well have had the firepower of an entire kingdom's military. No one had ever gotten within 1,000 yards of her in battle unless she wanted them to. She had purple eyes and shoulder-length red hair that spiked at the end of it with a green gem above her left eye, and wore a rather revealing red and orange outfit that revealed her stomach, arms, and hips. Miffone smiled then. She knew that her crimson-haired sniper, dressed in a flashy matching outfit that had helped play a part in her nickname, was stationed atop the airship and no doubt had their target in the crosshairs of her charged particle beam cannon. This would not do though, as a part of her soul demanded Miffone to go down to the ground and take care of things personally. Wait, Naomi suddenly said. There's someone else there fighting for the town. Oh. Now Miffone was interested. Do tell. It's a woman in white, Naomi continued. And she appears to be laying waste to the entire Dark Guild. A woman in white, Miffone whispered under her breath. Sylphia, is this? Oh, you sly dog. Miphone picked up the Magic Council's job request to investigate Jack Bow's actions from her chair and took a seat. Propping up an elbow on the chair's armrest, she scratched at her chin ever so slightly, a manic look of curiosity playing across her eyes. Come back to the bridge, Naomi, Miphone said at last. Let's see how this plays out, shall we? Show me Sylphia. Show me the power of this God-chosen warrior you told me about. As Meninas and Mary headed towards the Dark Guild, Jack Bow, or rather, Strings, had heard word of a rebellion that had occurred in the town and thus began sending out members of his guild to stop her. Even if they couldn't, she'd hopefully be too weak to fight him when she reached the guild. It was a matter of little consequence as far as he was concerned. Team Youthblood was whom he had sent to deal with the so-called troublemaker. They were a team of elite mercenaries who specialized in defeating mages. They were a loud, and rather unpleasant bunch, but undoubtedly effective at their job. Surely this upstart would fall before them. The first was a man dressed in red spandex, firing magic arrows at Meninas from afar. He was screaming loudly, his muscles almost as big as his head. He was the leader simply known as Shafter. A skilled archer who killed mages from afar, he was confident that his arrows would put an end to her life. Mary expected Meninas to get up close and punch the man, dodging arrows with ease, but not only could the arrows barely scratch her riot suit, Meninas had a surprise for Mary. She generated a bow of her own and, with just one arrow, blasted the archer 70 feet back, tearing through his clothes and shredding skin. Shafted! Mary exclaimed, throwing out a cheesy one-liner. A large stone golem, known as Evil Stone, also screaming at the top of his lungs, charged at Meninas. He was even bigger and bullier than Marcus Maximus. Not to mention stronger. Meninas didn't punch him when he went in to punch her. Instead, she slipped around him and kicked him in the side so hard he went flying over the event horizon towards the Bosco/Iceberg border gate. Have a nice trip. See you next fall. Mary called to the long-gone golem. Just then, a flying machina of blue, red and silver came racing towards Meninas through the air and then dove towards her, feet poised to strike. He was known as Solid Death. A machine made for the sole purpose of killing. Meninas reached up and let his momentum carry him straight into her riot-protected fist, which, given the angle, tore into his crotch. And, despite being a machina, he still had something to smash down there, for some reason. Wow, that's a ballbuster if I ever saw one, Mary giggled. She and Meninas slapped 5. As the two got closer, 2 men were waiting for Meninas. One was significantly shorter, bald, and tubby, with spikes all over his exposed skin, and the top of his head. His name was Durian. The other had long green hair in a braid and a, rather flamboyant stance. His name was Pomelo. 2 of the stronger members of the guild, they were infamous for killing over 100 mages. Flipping his braid by pivoting his neck, Pomelo said, "Well now, what do we have here? A little lost lamb come to the slaughter." Meninas shrugged. "I dunno. I'd say I'm more like a dinosaur in sheep's clothing." "Isn't the phrase wolf in sheep's clothing?" Durian asked. "Yeah, but wolves are scary," Meninas responded. "So are dinosaurs," the bald man said. "Not the purple ones," Meninas responded. The 2 men looked at her dumbfounded. "What? Enough of this," Durian said as he grinned. "I'm not going to waste my time talking to small fry like you. You may have taken out Maximus and Youthblood, but they're small fry compared to the 2 of us. We have MPFs of 1500. "Yes indeed," Pomelo said as he chuckled. "I doubt you even beat them in a fair fight. You probably just hit them with a surprise attack." He then pressed a button on a strange-looking device on the right side of his face. "But fine, I'll humor you and give a quick reading of your MPF. I doubt it's anything to write home about." Pomelo seemed calm at first as the numbers began to climb on his deceive. Yes, everything was going about as expected, but then it kept growing, and growing. As it continued to climb, Pomelo's face took on one of surprise until the reading finally stopped to climb. "Well, what's it say?" Durian asked Pomelo. It's. "Oh come on man, out with it," Durian said with frustration. "It's over 9,000. Pomelo said before crushing his device in anger. What 9,000? There's no way that can be right. Can it? Durian shouted back at him. It must be broken, that thing's a piece of junk. Pow! Meninas walked calmly in between them and smashed the back of her hands into their faces, sending them flying. You are so awesome! Mary exclaimed. You're like Bam! Pow! One punch. Meninas smiled. For a moment she considered if this is what masculine saw in James. It was nice. Suddenly the ground started to shake like the sound of thunderous hooves. And speaking of dinosaurs, Meninas said, only to see 3 to 6 meter tall giants rushing towards her. Ah, that's disappointing. With a relaxed sigh, Meninas met these, no less than 10, giant men head on. Mary watched her, humming to herself. Before her were some of the strongest members of Titan's Fist. The Titan Trio, as they were known as, had the power of take over Titan Soul. It granted the 3 of them powers far beyond that of the average wizard. There was Bert, the Skeleton Titan, Zack the Beast Titan, and Braun the Steel Titan. Well boys, looks like someone's getting a bit too confident in her skills. Bert spoke. Little does she know that she now faces Titan's Fist's S-Class Elite. I'll take her out in one blow. Zack declared soon after, rushing towards the seemingly harmless woman before him. Leaping high into the air, Meninas punched the Zack the face, sending him tumbling away. The closest one to her right, Braun, then tried to clamp his hands around Menina's body, but she rose up from where she was standing, uppercut him in the jaw and then kicked him in the collar, sending him hurtling into the nearby forest. As Meninas dropped to the ground, Bert tried to flatten her with the palm of his hand. For a moment it looked like Meninas had been crushed, but Mary knew better. Meninas was suddenly on the back of the giant's shoulders and, grabbing his neck, suplexed his giant body into the ground before somersaulting through the air and slamming her foot into his gut, causing him to pass out. Okay, I've had enough of this. Braun said as he came crashing through the trees. It's about time I ended this little farce. Say goodbye. Braun clapped his hands together, trying to use sonic waves to send Meninas flying. To her, it was but a stiff breeze. Mary, cover your ears, she said calmly. Mary did so, not even thinking about asking why. Meninas tempered her own strength and clapped her hands together, the shockwave of which was so massive that it shredded some of the skin off the faces and chests of her enemies and left their eardrums ruptured and did enough brain damage from the loudness and force of the sound that they all just fell over and passed out. Mary laughed. Talk about a real head splitter, am I right? Meninas giggled. The two continued their march towards Titan Fist's base unimpeded, coming to stand in front of a moat of acid to keep trespassers out, and the drawbridge was up. Mary, stand behind me, Meninas said. With my riot suit, I can keep you out of the splash zone. Splash zone? But nobody's here, Mary said. And then the light bulb went off in her head. Oh. I get it. She stood behind Meninas, clutching at her jacket. Meninas raised a fist to the sky, charging it with riot so much that it glowed pink. Then, shouting like a kendo student, Meninas drove her fist down into the snow and blew away all of the acid into vapor, as well as blowing away all of the snow within a 2-mile radius. Desperate to get rid of this pink-haired menace, the drawbridge lowered and an army of the members of Titan's Fist came rushing out to surround Meninas and Mary. Meninas wasn't sure how quickly she could clear out a bunch of cannon fodder without dealing fatal damage to them. Luckily, it did not seem she would have to. I hear screaming, Mary stated. The screaming got louder as members of Titan's Fist started getting launched skyward in droves. Meninas whipped around as she saw Stacy literally punching her way through the army of weaklings. More strikingly, Stacy had new turbine-charged boots on her legs. It at least explained how Stacy caught up to them. Also, her armor was shinier with a silver and obsidian tint. And, most strikingly, she was wearing a green cape with tasseled shoulder pads. She also had a hat atop her head with a blue silhouette of a locomotive atop it. Additionally, Stacy was grinning in a way that gave Meninas one hell of a brief flashback. Meninas. I've got this. Bambi. Amidst the chaos, no one heard Meninas whisper. Don't just stare. Go. Stacy exclaimed, the vicious, cruel smile on her face making Menina's reminiscent of her dearest friend. For a brief moment, Bambietta's image seemed to completely superimpose itself over Stacy. "Sis. Are you okay?" Mary asked. "And, that cape?" Stacy continued to punch away Titan Fist's generic, bottom-level underlings. Menina's even backhanded one that thought she was off guard, continuing to stare at Stacy. "Menina's, I owe you one. I don't know what kind of unseen force brought you this way, but..." Stacy pulled down on the brim of her cap and made an explosive fireball shoot out of palm of her hand, which was faced away from Menina's and Mary. She then held up that arm, showing the cannon mouth that had ejected out of it. "I feel better than I've felt in years. Sis. You got your fighting spirit back." Mary shouted. "Damn right I do." Stacy shouted, cracking her knuckles. She spun around, throwing out punches with the speed of a furious hurricane, knocking away foes in droves. "Now go. Small fry like this," Stacy said as she grabbed one by the face and spun around in a cyclone, using her victim's body to beat his friends. She then eventually launched him and made wind burst away from her using turbines inside the arms of her gauntlets. "Are nothing to the future guild master of Steel Engine." She gave Mary a proud smile, still showing her teeth. "Go on. I'll be fine." Mary's eyes shined, so moved to see her sister so happy. It had been too long since she's seen Stacy like this. She truly had kowtowed to Jack Bow for too long. Now she was back to her old self, just as she had been when Titan's Fist first appeared. Like coal put under extreme pressure, a diamond had surfaced, stronger than ever. Menina's turned her head towards the open drawbridge, using her hat to hide her tears, despite the fact that she was smiling. If she could inspire someone like this, maybe she could make amends with Bambi after all. "Come on, Mary," she said, careful not to let Mary hear the fact that she was shedding tears. "Your sister is going to be just fine." Strings was furious to say the least. This upstart was ruining everything. Master Hades had placed him in charge of taking over one of the 10 wizard saints of Fiore to create a distraction to allow Grimoire Heart to act more freely to gather the keys needed to revive Lord Zeref. Jose, Seagrain, and Jack were the wizard saints that Grimoire Heart had managed to seize control of to internally mess with the council. While Jose was only loosely controlled by Jason, using his grudge against Fairy Tail to motivate him to attack the guild and hopefully weaken them, Seagrain and Jack were under complete control. Using Jack's overwhelming power to take over countless villages to add to Titan's Fist's roster was the perfect way to draw attention away from Grimoire Heart. Many times the Magic Council had tried to send in forces to reclaim villages they had conquered, but all had fallen before his guild. However, Strings wasn't satisfied with merely controlling one mere dark guild. No, he wanted more. So much more. He desired nothing less than being in control of the Balam Alliance itself. By slowly gathering up his forces, he would no longer be a mere henchman to Hades, he would become the true mastermind of the underworld of magic. No, not just that. He would control everything and make the world into his own ideal utopia and lead humanity on the correct path by eliminating all those he deemed unnecessary. A world ruled by him and him alone. He had spent years of causing mayhem and chaos across Fiore to achieve this goal, and it was within reach. But this one damn woman was making his plans fall apart. "I don't believe this," he yelled out in anger as he punched the nearby wall. His plan that had been in the making for years was now falling apart before his very eyes. However, he soon composed himself, and relaxed. No, getting angry was not the answer to this mess. No, he knew what he had to do. Fine then. If you want to do things right, you have to do them yourself. Strings thought to himself as he looked at the man he was currently controlling. "Jack, I'll be dealing with this eyesore, personally," he said as an evil grin began to take over his face. She was strong. He could use her strength. With the power of this woman, along with Jack's, my dream to take over the Balam Alliance and create my grand utopia will become a reality. "Yes, Master," Jack replied slowly. Jack Bow, the former 10th Wizard Saint, was the guild master of Titan's Fist in name only. While on the surface it looked as if he was in charge of Titan's Fist, in reality, Strings was the one giving the orders through Jack. Jack himself was a rather muscular man with orange hair that went down to his back and blue eyes. He wore only a black shirt and blue pants. He didn't need anything fancy. All Strings needed for him was to be strong. Jack had tried to escape from his mind control ever since he had gotten control of him, but it was no use. Jack was his to use him to control. Just as this woman was soon to be as well. As Meninas and Mary made their way into Titan Fist's headquarters, they reached the third floor of the 5-story fortress to find an effeminate-looking man with green hair and pink eyes. Even his clothes were feminine, from his gray bell-bottom pants to his frilly powder blue sleeves. And his shirt had a hole below the collar and above the chest in the shape of a triangle. Strings descended down to the bottom floor where the intruders awaited him. "Welcome to my web," said the spider to the flies. "I do hope you enjoy your stay," Strings said. "And if you don't want to be eaten," he added, letting his mind control powers flow from his voice to Meninas. "You'll punch the tiny girl next to you until she's paste." Meninas stepped forward, leading Strings to believe he'd succeeded in controlling her, only for her to pick him up by the leg and smash him against the floor, the wall, the ceiling, and the door leading to the staircase, leaving most of his bones broken and rock and wood digging into his skin. He lay on his back on the floor, feeling almost completely paralyzed. "Sorry, but mind control doesn't work on me anymore," Meninas said with a cheery smile. "Sorry to break a lot of your bones like that." She gave an elegant curtsy. "Bad memories." "Smashing!" Mary exclaimed, yet again adding a one-liner as she and Meninas headed up the stairs to where Jack Bow would be. "Ow," Strings said in a hushed tone, barely able to get it out. The two giggled before they continued upwards. Strings groaned in pain as he tried to rise up, but he couldn't. His body just wouldn't respond. It seemed he had no choice. Using his telepathy, he sent a message to the Guild Master of Titan's Fist. "Okay, if that's how it's going to be, fine then. Jack. Eliminate them." Where he had failed, the former wizard saint would succeed. After racing through the rest of the fortress to make it to Jack Bow, Mary and Meninas were expecting to find him slouched in his throne, sipping wine, waiting for them to arrive and then boast about how awesome he was before the fight ensued. Unfortunately, what both of them failed to realize was that Jack Bow was the type of overlord that enjoyed defying expectations in violently cruel ways. Almost immediately after Mary and Meninas pushed the door open to his audience hall, Jack Bow delivered his fist straight into Meninas' face. Meninas went flying through the wall behind her and flew over the horizon, landing in the snow far behind where Stacy was fighting. Jack followed suit with a mighty leap and drove his knees into Meninas' stomach, causing her to hack up spit before kicking her in the chin and causing her to skid through the snow and dirt. Meninas got up, wiping the blood away from her swollen jaw. "I'm impressed." "I actually felt that," Meninas said, and then tempered her riot so, powering up. "But you'll never defeat me, villain. I'm Meninas McAllon, the hero of the Vandenreich. Nightmare to you." Meninas rushed down Jack with a fearsome swift punch. He blocked with his elbow and then cross-checked her in the jaw, knocking her back. Meninas lost her footing and then took a harsh blow to the stomach. Fortunately, she proved she could give back just as good as she took and decked Jack hard in the face, knocking him back. From there, a rapid flurry of punches and kicks ensued. The blur of arms and legs became too quick for any bystander to keep track of who was throwing what when. Meninas won out in the end, taking her fists like a hammer and slamming them into Jack's cheek. She then followed up with her bow and shot an arrow into his chest. Jack was barely phased and returned fire with a green energy blast fired directly from his palm. Meninas dodged and dashed in towards Jack with a punch ready to be thrown. Their knuckles met and then both sets of knuckles met as Meninas punched over her head and Jack did the same. They were stuck in a stalemate until Jack headbutt Meninas, knocking her back. He then began delivering blow after blow after blow, causing her to lose more and more ground. Stacy, who had finished defeating Jack's goons, looked over to where the fight was ensuing. Her armor was gone except for one metal gauntlet on her right hand. Her cape was in tatters, being used to cover her chilly torso, little more than a brown tank top covering it. She was covered in battle scars, and she had lost her hat. She held her left forearm with her gauntlet. "It's no good," she said as Jack delivered another fierce blow to Menina's chest. "He's just too strong. Even someone like her. She'll win." Stacy looked to see Mary skipping across the drawbridge and over the pile of defeated mages. Mary. Mini-chan will win, Mary said, holding her hands behind her back and smiling brightly. "'Cause I believe in her." "That's not what wins battles," Stacy said, taking a step towards the fight. Mary looped her sister's arm around her shoulders to support her. "No, but Mini-chan's a hero. So she has to win." Stacy was still shaky on Mary's logic, but she agreed with her on that last point. Meninas had to win. "Please, Meninas," she thought. "We're all counting on you." Meninas, of course, quickly realized she was fighting an uphill battle. Jack clearly had the strength and speed to contend with her, definitely a monster among men. As she blocked his incoming punch with her arm, she skid back in the snow and threw another punch to his cheek, but he took the licking and kicked her, boot toe first, in the stomach. She launched into the air and barely had the chance to steady herself. She charged an arrow with her bow, but the arrow was overwhelmed by the green energy beam that Jack could just unleash from his hand. Meninas was shot out of the sky and landed in the snow. Jack was already upon her. Out of the corner of her eye, while Jack was rushing her down, Meninas could see Mary and Stacy heading towards her. Seeing this, Meninas dropped the smile, giving a rare sneer, and sprang forth, hitting Jack so hard in the cheek he went flying back. Tempering her Ryotsu even more, Meninas kept on the pressure. She delivered back to Jack just as hard as he'd given to her. Punches, kicks, knee strikes, palm thrusts, Meninas kept delivering hit after hit after hit. The satisfying sensation of bone hitting bone made her believe she was doing lasting damage. Eventually, she was able to deliver one more satisfying punch and sent Jack slamming into the wall of his own fortress, embedding him in the brick. "Surrender now." Meninas panted. "You're getting me angry. And no one likes me, when I'm angry." However, as Jack peeled himself off the wall, he grinned. "What's the matter? You're panting like a dog. Is that all you got, little girl?" "If I do any more," Meninas thought, "I don't know if my body can even handle it." Meninas, like all the members of the Vandenreich, had never used her shrift while in her living body. While most could likely use it with little to no fear of the drawbacks, she was another matter. Due to the nature of her ability affecting her physical strength, she was unsure if using it now would be too much for her body, which was now made of flesh and bone and not reshi, to handle. At this point, she wasn't sure if she could even use blood venae or blood artery. It had been years since she used them. She never had to do to her shrift making up for them. But now, what could she do? Jack held up a flask of water that he had kept pinned to his hip side the entire fight long. "Do you know what this is, girl?" he asked her. Meninas did not answer. She only panted. Of course she had no idea. "This here is water from the realm of the gods. It can give its user amazing strength. Just a sip increases a dying man's body to that of a professional athlete. I used to have the market cornered on this stuff. Drinking it turned me into a god among men. But then I decided that I wanted more. I met Strings and he opened my eyes to the truth. He told me I deserved to be a king. The council decided I was too dangerous, too unpredictable after I proclaimed that I should rule over them all, even though I was a wizard saint." He frowned. "They took away my Godslayer magic that I had worked so hard to achieve." He held up the flask. "But I saved just a little bit of it for special occasions. And I think I'll use some of it now to destroy you. Bottoms up." Meninas charged in, but she was far too late in her current state. Jack was already chugging the flask like it was, well, water. In an instant his body bulked up and his hair went from orange to fire engine red. Black energy swirled around him as he delivered a counter-punch to Meninas so hard and swift that it took her breath away. All the ground she'd gained in her previous counter-attack was gone once again. As Meninas got up, wobbling a bit, Jack was already in front of her. With the back of his hand he swatted her into the ground like he was backhanding a gnat. Meninas got up again though. She was known for having a stubborn streak after all. This only served to give Jack a prime opportunity to kick her in her whole chest given his foot was so massive. Leaving her sister to hobble on her own, Mary ran towards the fight, shouting, "Meninas! Water God's Kappa Fist!" Menina's went sailing into the ground as Jack punched right in the seek. Jack didn't let her get up. Water god Zumabozu. A large wave of black water shot forth from Jack's hands that carried Menina's off through the air like a boat getting capsized. The black water was like a burning sensation on her body and an intense pressure on her lungs. Water god's bellow. Before Menina's could even react to what she'd been hit with, another massive blast sent her careening across the horizon, whereupon she smashed into the back of the second floor of the restaurant that Stacy had been working at for the last several years. People heard the crash and they saw the source coming up the road, running for their houses, screaming in terror. "It's Jack Bo. He's come to kill us." Panic was running through the streets. No. No, it couldn't go on like this. Menina's got up off the ground. Steeling herself for battle, she launched herself at Jack with a loud battle cry, but was immediately backhanded by the cheek into a nearby building. "You young fool," Jack said, flexing his muscles. "You don't understand, do you? I didn't just regain my water god magic. I became a god." His energy surged as he clenched his fists. This is the power of Deus Ex Anima, the strongest form attainable to god slayers, like dragon forces to dragon slayers. He picked up the woozy Menina's off the ground by her neck, and lobbed her into the air. Then he punched her in the side of her body into the center of town. Upon landing, Menina's just sort of rolled along the snow-covered stone path, coming to rest on her back. The gray clouds hung above and the falling snow dotted her face. "Menina's!" Mary shouted, running towards her, but she was immediately lifted off the ground by Jack by her neck. However, despite the pressure against her body, Mary remained defiant. "Menina's," she said, choking. "Please, get up. I know, you can win." "Ugh." Mary gulped as Jack clenched tighter around her throat. "Your champion is a sham of a broken mess. If she gets up, she'll do little more than flail about." "No, she won't. Mini-chan is a hero," Mary said through tears. "She'll beat you," she said, instinctively clawing at Jack's hand, trying to get herself free. "I can't though," Menina's thought. "Not like this." She looked at the sky and the falling snow. "Should I use blood venet and artery then? It's been so long since I've had to use them, I don't know if my body could handle the strain." Jack smashed Mary into the ground, injuring the poor girl needlessly. "Fine," he said to Mary. "We'll test your faith in your so-called hero. Hear that, Pinky? If you don't get up to keep fighting me, I'll beat this girl until she dies and then I'll hang her body in the center of town. I'm sure her sister will love the decoration. Is it worth the risk? What if I just mess up again? I came so close, but in the end, I really am a failure. Meanie, please," Mary said, reaching out to her. "Hell." Slam. Mary's body kissed the stone ground once more. "I don't think she'll last much longer. I give her one, maybe two more hits before she's dead. No. Even if my body can handle it, even if I am a failure, I can't give up, because I am." Pushing her hands against the ground, Menina's got to her feet, as if she hadn't taken any damage at all. That girl's last symbol of peace and justice. Jack looked at Menina's and dropped Mary. The pink-haired mage looked at Menina's standing like nothing was wrong. She smiled through the pain. "I knew you were a hero." Well, look who's on her feet," Jack grinned. "Ready for round 2. Menina's didn't answer him. Instead, she just started walking towards Jack. A joyless, determined expression was written on her face. "You know," Menina's said, her voice losing none of its usual pep. "I've been fighting as a human for so long, I've forgotten what it means to just be a hero." "Heh? What's that nonsense you're spouting? Did I hit you too hard?" "Nope, quite the opposite. I really should thank you, Jack." Power started to flow through Menina's as her energy skyrocketed. "Thanks to you I finally remembered who I am and what I stand for." The ground cratered beneath Menina's as she stopped walking and held her hands at her sides. "I am a hero, the Valkyrie of Justice. The strongest fist. I am the Quincy formerly known as Mighty Hurricane. And a real hero will always find a way for justice to be served. It doesn't matter if my body doesn't hold out. What matters, Menina's thought, as she imagined herself with a red cape, blue spandex, and a big red S on her chest, is to do the right thing. Mary, it's time for your first hero lesson. You may have heard these words before, but now I'll show you what they really mean. Gehenuber. Rearing back her fist, Menina's charged one powerful punch in her arm, as mighty as she could muster. Mer Ultra. Go beyond, plus Ultra. In his arrogance, Jack just stood there. Oh, that's cute, you think you can. Bam. The strike to the chest was so impactful, Menina's completely tore through Jack's magic defenses. He felt the whole attack. It was so awesome and jaw-dropping that, were it being filmed, it would have been repeated from 3 different angles. More to the point, as Menina's fist kept pushing against Jack's skin, her strength completely blew through his inertia and sent him flying so hard that a wisp of smoke followed the initial portion of his trail and emitted from Menina's knuckles. Additionally, Jack went hurtling through the event horizon in seconds, a feat thought next to impossible. The attack was so mighty that it blew away all the snow on the ground that he flew over. More impressively, the strike was so incredibly strong that it split the cloud cover overhead and revealed the glow of the sun, basking Menina's in its warmth, shining upon her, almost like a metaphor of what had just occurred. Stacy, who had just managed to make it to the north edge of the village, saw Jack flying overhead and the sky ripping open. Unreal! She uttered, jaw slack. So, awesome! Mary exclaimed, eyes sparkling more than usual, jumping to her feet as though she hadn't been in dire pain mere seconds ago. Unfortunately, Jack had landed right into his office and, more specifically, right in front of the controls to his guild's Jupiter cannon. You know, I could have just done this from the start. He shouted, his voice echoing through a megaphone on the front of the fortress. Gathering energy as he aimed the cannon at the village from on high, sending all Godslayer magic through it, exiting out of Deus Ex Anima, making sure to draw as close to a beat as possible on Menina's. But screw you. I've had enough playing around. This village has long since outlived its usefulness anyways. The villagers started to panic, fleeing for their lives. The only ones that stood unflinching were Menina's and Mary. Mary, Menina's said as the cannon charged up. Yes, Mini-chan. Stand clear, Menina's commanded. Stand clear. Mary questioned. Stand clear, Menina's repeated. Mary retreated behind Menina's, but didn't go very far. She wanted to see this. Gripping her fist as tightly as she could, Menina's took a deep breath. Her last strike had required blood artery to pull off, but that wasn't going to be enough this time, and Menina's knew it. She would have to use her shrift, consequences be damned. A whole lot of people were going to die if she didn't use it, and a hero would never forego the risk for personal safety. That's not what a true hero would do. Menina's shouted. A thick, hot pink aura surrounded Menina's as the ground didn't just crater below her feet, the whole area began to terraform and shake. Parents hugged their children. Stacy was screaming for Mary to get back, but neither she nor Menina's moved. The Jupiter cannon fired forward, a torrent of water god-slaying energy accompanying it. However, Menina's just took a deep breath and then leapt off the ground towards it, fist poised to strike. She's insane. Jack screamed from his castle. The Jupiter cannon alone has the power equivalent of 40 megatons. It's twice that when combined with my power. She couldn't possibly be trying to. He just trailed off and stopped talking. He couldn't fathom the sheer determination and self-assurance Menina's had about the situation. The townspeople could only marvel at what happened next. If Menina's first punch had been extraordinary, words failed to describe her second punch. With just a swing of her arm, she didn't just cancel out the Jupiter cannon blast, she redirected it straight back to center, along with a vacuum wave of her own power, sent at speeds faster than the original speed. No. No, no. No. Jack screamed as his cannon, his castle, his guild, and even the entire mountain behind them were engulfed by the blast. Jack was then sent flying off into the stratosphere, and not a mortal alive would have any idea where he would land. From her perch in the sky, Menina's lifted her arms above her shoulders and let herself drop to the ground. She then smiled at Mary, giving Mary a thumbs up and smiling like her usual perky self. Mary gasped and squealed with joy and then jumped into Menina's arms, snuggling her bosom like a happy fangirl. Meninas patted her shoulder back. Meninas. 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 The townspeople were cheering her name. Meninas took solace in their chanting, feeling the beat of the sunlight upon her face. She really was a hero now. No, she had always been one, she'd just been too consumed by self-doubt to realize it. The sunlight kissed her face, as if the light of day was thanking Meninas for a job well done. It's over, Stacy thought, slumping to her knees and then onto her hands and knees. She smiled as tears spilled out of her open eyes. It's finally over. As Mary got down and went to go check on her sister, Meninas stared up at the sky and smiled at the sun, using the back of her hand to shield her eyes from the light. Bambi, if I've been revived in this world, then maybe you have as well. If so, I'm going to find you. And when I do, I hope you'll accept my apology. And even if you don't, I'm going to do in this world what I always wanted to since I was little. I'm going to just be a hero. Boots, check. Meninas said, strapping them on. Hat, check, she said, adjusting it. Gloves, check, she said, massaging her wrists. Guess it's time to head out. After a good night's rest, Meninas was ready to head out one more time. Now, at least, she had a purpose. Primary goals: find Bambi and apologize and be a hero. Simple. Concise, and totally the Meninas way. She couldn't help but smile as she began to leave the village though. Everyone she met along the way gave her huge smiles and all kinds of appreciation. Be it food, money, or just simply hugs and thank yous. As she reached the western edge of the village, she looked back one last time. Everyone seemed so happy. Because of her. You know, I guess one person can make a difference. Meninas turned around before she saw the old man from yesterday. She smiled as she approached him. Yes, thanks to you I realize that now. I was just running away from the problem. If I want to change anything, I have to take the problem on with my fists. The old man smiled back before he chuckled. Now see, that's the attitude of a hero. People tend to forget that despite all the heroics and bravado that heroes have a lot of problems of their own. Be it something from their past, prejudice, or something going on in their personal lives. They're human after all. But what makes them truly heroic is that they still try to be the best that they can despite those problems. Yes, Meninas said with a nod. But, who are you? The old man only smiled at her, his eyes kind behind his dark glasses. He didn't answer her question. Instead, he said, every hero needs a sidekick. Huh. Mini-chan. Meninas turned around to see Mary and Stacy running towards her. It had been the former that had called out to her. Meninas waved. Mary. Stacy. Come meet my friend. She turned back towards the old geezer. Say hi to. Meninas was confused when she turned around. There were no footprints, no disturbed snow. It was as if the old man had simply winked out of existence. How did he? Meninas thought, only to smile. She wasn't the brightest woman alive, but she seemed to grasp, by Herculean leaps in logic, what had happened. She looked up at the sky, fist clenched by her chest. I see. Someone's looking out for me. Well, thank you. Whoever you are. Excelsior and safe travels to you. Mini-chan. Mary called to her again as she and Stacy ran up to her. Were you really going to leave without saying goodbye again? No, I was just, yes. I have somewhere I need to be. Somewhere you need to be? Mary asked. Stacy smiled, arms folded, chuckling. Take Mary with you, Meninas. I know she's in good hands. Besides, you promised. I'll be here, rebuilding steel engine. I was going to ask you to stick around and help us out, but it sounds like you have other plans. And hey, when you come back, she gave Meninas a grin, a wink, and a thumbs up. I'll be sure to have the biggest apple pie you've ever seen. Well then, I'll make sure to bring a friend of mine, Meninas smiled. So, where are we going? Mary asked. Wherever we want, Meninas said as she took Mary's hand. But, let's go together. Onward. Towards the sun. Towards the sun. Mary exclaimed, and the two walked down the melting snow pathway, bound for wherever fate would lead them. That damn bitch. String's innovator was somehow still alive from the attack that had annihilated not only his ace in the hole, but his entire base of operations. Was it sheer luck? Or perhaps it was because it was due to the defensive barrier he had put up at the last second to protect himself. Whatever the case, he was still alive, and infuriated. Years of waiting in the shadows, waiting for the right opportunity to snag one of the wizard saints as part of Grimoire Heart's master plan to distract the Magic Council, of building up his own army to overthrow Hades and take over the Balaam Alliance, now ruined by one woman. One damn woman. I'll make her pay, he said as he slowly got to his feet. I'll improve my magic, and I'll take over her completely before I make her kill that damn brat and the entire town. Yes, it was the perfect way to make examples out of those who defied him. The world was his. It belonged to him. He frowned as he laid his eyes on the unconscious Jack Bow. Some help you turned out to be, but I still have a use for you. He would use Jack's power once again to gather up a new guild. A stronger one that would take down any mage he desired, even God Serena. Jack opened his eyes and groaned in pain. Ugh, what happened? He turned his head around before he glared at Strings. You. Oh, it seems as if my control of you slipped once she beat down the both of us. Strings said as he pointed his right hand at Jack. Oh well, no matter. You'll be under my control again soon enough. Jack tried to fight it as best as he could, but the injuries he had suffered from Menina's were just too much. He let out one last groan of pain and resistance before falling unconscious once more. See? Jack, it's futile to resist. Now you will once more fall under my sway, you inferior being. No. He won't. It was in that moment that String's right was covered in a beam of light, his hand disintegrating from the sheer power of the attack. He yelled out in pain before he looked in the direction of the attack. Who dares? I do, a woman said as she stepped out into the open. Her right hand was held up in front of her, an orb of luminous, emerald light dancing above her outstretched fingers. It's been a long time. Strings. M'phone long, Strings hissed. Despite the pain he felt, it gave way to incredulous anger now that he saw the visage of his attacker. Once again you thwart my every ambition. M'phone snapped her fingers, a beam of light firing off from the orb. It pierced through String's right shoulder, separating his right arm from it. The already damaged limb fell to the ground with a sickening sound, M'phone moving closer. How long I've waited, M'phone hissed as she came within a hair's breadth of the trembling Strings. Years. No, a lifetime. And then some. You're clearly delusional, Strings whispered, fear overtaking his sense of rationality. A lifetime? It's hardly even been dash. M'phone's hand suddenly swung out, the orb of light vanishing so as to allow the back of her hand to strike Strings across the face. He was in shock for a moment then, the master puppeteer aghast at the notion that someone had the audacity to do what M'phone just had. A inferior being. Strings murmured, dares to dash. The palm of M'phone's hand moved from the opposite direction then, striking Strings once more. If the egotist was already in a state of disbelief, then the repetition only furthered it. He gave way to rage then, his very self of sense threatened and wounded. Magic began to play across his body, Strings looking to cast an offensive spell. He dreamed of seeing this lesser being, this paltry wizard who offended his very existence, become cut down by his own twisted magic. I'll kill you where you stand. Strings screamed. No, I'll bend you to my will as I did Jack Bow. Only then will you dash. The orb appeared over M'phone's shoulder in but a brief second's time. In that very same moment it fired a beam of light, one that aimed downwards and moved in a horizontal line. It cut through String's right knee, then the left, leaving behind scorch earth behind him. Muscle, bone, and flesh were separated, the cruel wizard finding his body collapsing beneath him. All the while did M'phone long look down at him. Her bangs covered her eyes, shrouding her face in darkness. Slowly did her mouth open, words speaking forth with venom and bile that would make her attack seem paltry in comparison. Never, again, will you do such a thing, you bastard. Strings lay on the ground, his one remaining hand clawing into the dirt. He looked up at Miphone, tears in his eyes. They were born of pain and humiliation, the wizard refusing to accept this was his destiny. Not like this. I have such plans for this world. Miphone said nothing. You don't dare to this to me. Strings finally screamed. These people, these inferior beings, they can't find their proper place in the greater world without me. I have to shepherd them into the future. So don't you dare dash. Like I said, Miphone hissed, you haven't changed in the slightest. String's voice died down. Why would I? That was what I hoped to gain in the game the gods selected us for. But you took that from me. And you wonder why I killed your damnable parents when it was all said and done. Strings managed to chuckle then, a darkly cruel moment that he was willing to see through despite his circumstances. Oh yes, this is what it's all about now, isn't it? You won the game but I've conquered you. Your every action since then was meant to lead you to this moment. You speak so highly of yourself and yet you understand so little, Miphone spoke with utterly calm disdain. You're so insignificant. Strings reached out then, grabbing hold of Miphone's ankle. How dare you, you insolent bitch. I'll dash. Miphone kicked his hand away her other foot. You've already done far too much. In this world and the next. That was my gift for winning the game. My goddess returned to me what I lost. She warned me against it but I took it. Strings froze on the spot. The one who had chosen him had spoken of the world his soul had been plucked from before being reincarnated on Earthland for the great game between God and Goddess. It was knowledge he had hoped to regain, his past life always on the edge of his thoughts, unable to be truly remembered, like words that hung on the tip of a person's tongue but could not be spoken of clearly or concisely. And I remembered everything, Miphone said quietly, her expression wavering. People and places, goals, and ambitions. A person who I should have cherished more closely. And I. Miphone's eyes narrowed. And I remember you. You and I, we were going to change the world. And I let myself fall to your sweet brand of poison. Miphone glanced over towards the ruined Jupiter cannon. Nothing with you has changed. Even without your memories, you're the same as you were before. Only now. Miphone glanced at Jackbo. Only now you've moved beyond simply using honeyed words to bring others to your side. Miphone shook her head. We were both given second chances in this world and yet, even without your memories, you're no different than you were before. You fancy yourself a false messiah who looks down on all others. And I. Strings looked up at Miphone, the dark wizard finally, after all this time, beginning to feel something elusive at the corners of his mind. He could see it, feel it, barely then. Thoughts and feelings fighting to be remembered in earnest. Staring at Miphone, he could feel the name on the tip of his tongue begin to come loose, for it to finally find a home in his voice. You. Strings began to understand then, the man's expression becoming one of smug superiority. I remember. Your wand dash. A beam of emerald light shot through Strings' head from above, an orb of Miphone's magic floating there. It had once simply existed innocently enough, its purpose that of a last resort, but now it acted on behalf of Miphone's instincts. It fired down again and again upon Strings, tearing his corpse asunder. On and on it went, Miphone's breathing beginning to grow ragged as she watched. At first her eyes were focused on the sight intently, her expression cool and collected, but she began to waver. Turning away, she closed her eyes. No matter how much she hated Strings for all he had done here in Earthland and in a life long since past, there was something innately wrong to Miphone to watch one's life being brought to an end from a source that dwelled above them. Feel the pain of those inferior beings as you burn in hell. Miphone thought to herself as she continued to rain down death upon her foe. The beams stopped, the orb fading from existence. Miphone realized then that she had begun to hold her breath since turning away. She leaned her head back a bit, exhaling loudly and sharply, before once more tilting her chin down and looking towards the ground. You will not speak that name in vain, Miphone said in a hushed tone. Though I suppose it makes no difference. I already sullied it while standing by your side in another world. Miphone was about ready to look to Jackbo and assess how best to handle this situation further, when a familiar voice called out from behind her. Goodness, all my chosen ones are so hard on themselves. Mifone turned around to find a dark-haired woman dressed in many shades of violet, the wizard recognizing her divine stature almost immediately. Dropping down to one knee, Mifone bowed her head. Sylphia Nelia Labelle, Mifone said in great reverence. You humble me with your presence. Please don't do that, Sylphia said as she knelt down and put her hands on Mifone's shoulder. You don't owe me such fealty. I suppose I will never entirely change either, Mifone said as she stood up, Sylphia following her movement. So why dash? Did you have to be so cruel? Sylphia interrupted as she looked over Mifone's shoulder and at the remains of Strings. The Magic Council could have dealt with him. Didn't they send you here to apprehend him? Mifone said nothing, the wizard feeling guilt in that instant. She had harbored such hatred for Strings but, confronted by the goddess that had given her a second chance, she wavered. You and I both know he deserved far worse. Sylphia frowned. Perhaps, but he ruined millions of lives in our world. Mifone said, snapping at last. And I helped him do it. I was fool who thought she could change the world, but all I did was change myself for the worse. This was the least I could do for them all. Sylphia was quiet for a moment, allowing her previous chosen one to vent before speaking up. Be that as it may, I don't like seeing you act so cruel, Mifone Long. Don't do that, Mifone said. I may reject what I did under that name in the end, but I have no right to deny you to speak it. I owe you everything. I just don't want to cause you any undue pain, Sylphia replied. I swear, it seems those I've chose can be so stubborn sometimes. Oh yes, Mifone said. You did mention a new game when last we spoke. That champion of yours in the white was quite something. Oh, that wasn't her, Sylphia countered. Though Menina's is quite something. Wait, Mifone whispered in horror. So that's the enemy? No, she's an ally in the game, Sylphia answered. There's more to this one than what you experienced. The gods have all reached an impasse. So? Sylphia sighed. A war is coming, she whispered. It's no longer a game, I'm afraid. Mifone stared at Sylphia then, the wizard trying to process the severity of what the normally optimistic goddess had just said. Are all the chosen champions as strong as her? No, Sylphia told her. Menina's was one of the few that was lucky enough to come here with almost all of her power intact. The rest have been significantly weakened. Though it took a toll on the god who chose her. Unfortunate, though I suppose that goes for the enemy forces as well. I'll take some relief in that. Mifone smiled. So how is she doing? Bambietta is doing well in Fairy Tale. Sylphia said with a smile. She's come a long way. She truly cares for her new family. Why, she's even found love in one of Anna's descendants. Has she now? Mifone said with a smile of her own. I suppose that's something else your chosen ones have in common. Well, I suppose I'll have to check her out once the harvest festival begins. You're not going to go back to the guild? Sylphia asked with disappointment. Strings is dead. I'm more than positive they would welcome you back with open arms so long as they don't find out dash. No. I'm afraid my time with them is over, Mifone said sadly. The time I spent with them was easily some of the best I've ever had in either lives, but I can't afford to give up my position as a guild master or as a wizard saint over sentimentality. I can do so much more good if I act on my own devices. Mifone then smirked. Besides, they don't need me. They have my successor. Ah yes, Irene's daughter. Urza, if I remember correctly. Well, so long as you never forget the bonds that you shared with them, I suppose I'll support your decision. Sylphia smiled. In any event, Jade is dash. However, before the conversation could continue, Mifone heard a voice in her head. It was Nahoim, talking to her via her guild's telepathic link they had set up. Mistress, you've just received a summons from the Magic Council for an emergency meeting. All wizard saints are to come to headquarters to discuss matters of national security. It says it's mandatory, ma'am. I see. Get the ship ready then. We'll be off in a few minutes. She then looked at Sylphia. Keep an eye on Jade, will you? I still don't like that you let her stay with Emberella. She'll make the right choice. I trust her. Sylphia waved goodbye, and in a flash of light she was gone, back to the realm of the divine. Miphone sighed, but she also couldn't help but smile as she left. Her mother always did have too much trust in people. Too forgiving in wanting to give those who ruined their lives a second chance. But it was for that reason that Miphone herself had been chosen at all. Much as it worried her to see Sylphia so carefree at times, she was grateful for it. In any event, it's best I get a move on as well. Besides, I can't wait to see Master Makarov again. Chapter 38, Going Home for Love. Having a live-in closet roommate literally was less troublesome for the night than Bambietta had expected. The young reggae hadn't made a peep. And aside from the extra crowding in the bathroom that morning, Bambietta was more than ready for work as she stepped into the guild hall with her 3 roommates. Is it always this noisy in here? Rukia asked. You get used to it, Lucy responded. Rukia frowned. I'm so used to the gentle splashing of Captain Yukate's koi pond and the gentle tranquility of Nisama's villa. I don't know if I'll ever get used to this. It just kind of fades into the background, Bambietta shrugged. Now come on, we gotta get you signed up and everything. Whoa, when did we get a samurai? And a cutie too. Wakaba exclaimed, gazing at Rukia. I'm not a samurai. I'm a Shinigami, Rukia responded, starting to become irritated. Wakaba pat her on the head given the height difference. Ah, isn't that cute? The girl thinks she's a death god. Well, maybe we can go out later and I can put my long shovel in your soft earth. How about it? Wakaba had failed to notice that, from the moment he'd touched Rukia on the head, that she was boiling with anger. No one in Bambietta's entourage was surprised when the flat sole of Rukia's sandal made contact with Wakaba's face and knocked him flat on his ass. How dare you? Rukia exclaimed, tightening the sash of her shiakusho. I have lived more than a lifetime and a half of yours, mortal. Your cheap efforts to woo me are shameful. Shameful, I say. At the sound of Wakaba hitting the ground, the next to notice Rukia was Natsu. Oh, cool. When did we get a samurai? Please tell me it's not going to be like this all day, Rukia thought. She's not a samurai. She's a magic swordsman, Bambietta said. Even better. Natsu exclaimed, grinning. Wow. We're just raking in new members. Hey, can I see your sword? No. My Zanpakuto is only to be unsheathed in live combat. It is a principle I shall never back down from. Rukia exclaimed. The insanity was starting to annoy her. Soul Society help her, she felt that the bumbling oaf that was Ichigo Kurosaki and his band of friends was tame by comparison to the lively bunch of this fairy tale. Leave her alone, Natsu, Gray said from halfway across the room, butting in. But then again, you really did never understand how to talk to girls. No one asked you, Gray. Natsu shouted at him. Where are his clothes? Rukia shouted, blushing so much that her face looked like a cherry inside a chocolate sundae. Gray looked down. He was in briefs. Ah, damn it. Not again. As Gray began to march for the door to go home and get changed, he accidentally took a face full of a keg barrel as it was hurled across the room by Elfman. Next time get your own damn drinks. Elfman shouted angrily at Kana. Next time don't break the barrel and go have to get more. You made me lug up a mountain to get this thing. Both Kana and Elfman were sprayed in the face by Juvia. How dare you hurt Juvia's Gray-sama? Rukia soon found herself being pulled under a table by Lucy. Wendy was also under the table, cowering as a child hiding from the monster under the bed would. Wait, where was Bambietta? This time I'm gonna be the last one standing. Bambietta exclaimed. Not again, Lucy moaned. This happens often. Lucy whined, nodding. Suddenly their cover was ripped off from above them and flung through the air by Elfman, pinning Jet and Droy against a wall. Follow me. Levy exclaimed, running up to the trio. No one's in the kitchen right now. The quartet, plus Carla, traveled across the guild hall that had exploded into a battlefield like no man's land of World War I's trench warfare. The journey was perilous, yet rewarding. I think we're going to be safe in here, Levy said, shutting the door. Usually the chaos doesn't get behind the bar. The door clicked open. I thought you said we were safe. Lucy exclaimed. She and Rukia each grabbed a cast iron skillet ready to whack whatever guild member thought they could infiltrate their hiding spot. Relax, ladies. Have no fear, for your knight in shining armor has arrived. Lucy and Levy were both relieved and disappointed at the same time to see the magnificent form of Loke. Lucy lowered her guard. Rukia, however, was more perplexed. Ichigo. Her jaw was slack. But, how? Is a fair damsel calling me strawberry? Loke asked, twirling over to Rukia and taking her hands in his. Though you're short in stature, your beauty is a radiant tower stretching towards the heave. Plant. As before, Rukia's foot in a man's face was completely expected. What was not expected was the attempted use of baling twine as garrote wire. If you're going to hit on me, make sure you're not taking the appearance of someone I have a complicated history with. That's her problem. Lucy exclaimed, confused by the situation. Help. Help. Can't breathe. Loke exclaimed, hand flopping on the ground. Before the situation could escalate, Lucy heard a shout of, "Who the hell started this?" "We're saved!" Levy and Lucy exclaimed at the same time. Their hands were clutched together in prayer. Urza's voice was unmistakable. After a good 5 to 10 minutes of head-punching and lecturing, Urza now sat across from Lucy, Rukia, and Bambietta, the latter having an ice pack on her head from where Urza whapped her. She was also doing her best to mutter quietly under her breath. Right when it was getting good, she thought. Master is not in right now, so I'll be taking charge of Rukia's initiation, Urza stated. Is it a good idea to initiate new members without Master's permission? Myra Jane called from behind Urza. If he has a problem with it, Urza said, pounding the side of her fist against her armor, I shall take full responsibility. But, I do not believe we will have trouble with our newcomer. At least, the kind of trouble Master would frown upon. Urza stood up and gestured upstairs. If you follow me, I'll get you to fill out the proper paperwork. It's gonna be an all-day thing if she's taking charge, Bambietta said. See you later, I guess. Speaking of later, we'll have to postpone our training until I'm done, Urza said to Bambietta. Oh, goody, Bambietta said because training was what she was concerned about after the large lump on the head Urza had blessed her with. Taking the ice pack off her head a moment, Lucy could see the bulbous red mark Urza's knuckles had left against Bambietta's skull. Does that hurt? She asked as Bambietta changed the paper towel to wrap her ice pack in. Yes. Very much. After a long, typical day at work for the Fairy Tale Guild, despite the insanity, Lucy had come home and practically slumped into her desk chair in exhaustion. Bambi was out partying with Kana and the other girls. She'd invited Lucy to come along, but Lucy was just so tired that she just wanted to go home and sleep it off. And yet, upon walking into the unlit apartment, Lucy found herself compelled to write a letter. It was a hobby of hers, writing letters to her mom that she would never get to read. For Lucy, it was similar to a series of mementos, almost like a diary, but meant to explain her personal life to an outside third party. It was partly a coping mechanism, partly a way to get her writing instincts flowing. As she sat down and put pen to paper, she realized this would be her first letter she'd written since entering into a relationship with Bambietta. Well, that at least gave her a main subject. Dear Mom. She wrote at the top of the page. Been a while, hasn't it? Lucy's words matched her thoughts as she wrote. I'm sorry for not writing sooner. A lot has happened. I hope. Lucy trailed off, scratching out the word hope and tried again. I believe you won't be mad when I tell you that I didn't find a boyfriend. I found a girlfriend. I know that the Heartfilia name is important to you and Dad and that it's my job to carry on its legacy, but, I don't know, I guess I just met the right girl. Lucy wondered about that for a moment. How did she and Bambi suddenly end up in this situation? They'd been through a lot together to be sure, but last Lucy checked. The blonde mage opened her desk drawer and flipped for an old letter. It had been one where she'd talked about meeting Bambi for the first time. There's this girl at the guild. Her name is Bambietta. She's a bit crazy, almost as much as Natsu. She constantly cracks jokes, but I can tell the others like her. I've never heard of her though, so she must be really new. The words, "I hope we can be friends," were crossed out and Lucy knew why. When she first met Bambi, Lucy found her to be overbearing and hard to keep up with. The letter instead read, "She's so high energy, I wonder if I'll be able to keep up. Not just with her, but the rest of the guild as well." Lucy smiled and shook her head. How bizarre for her opinion of Bambi to have changed so rapidly in such a short amount of time. Lucy schemed through her other letters, finding her describing Bambietta as well-meaning, but nuts. There were parts of another letter calling her a decent roommate, though quickly added that her snores should, by all rights, wake the dead. Pre-roommate situation, Lucy's opinions of Bambi had been pretty non-existent or otherwise sort of meh. Post-roommate, Lucy was surprised how quickly her opinion of Bambietta changed. Lucy was writing how Bambi inspired her to be braver. She was marveling at how strong she was. She was grateful to have such a convenient friend. Yet what puzzled Lucy was that, much unlike her hero worship of Myra Jane and Urza, nowhere in her letters had the words, "I think I'm in love," cropped up in her letters. Lucy's thoughts trailed to when Bambi asked them to be a couple and her pen seemed to move on its own. She crossed out everything after "I don't know" and wrote instead, "I don't know, maybe I've rushed into things too quickly. Bambi's so nice and she really has always been in my corner. Am I too nice, Mom? Have I just been so swept up by having her as emotional support that I'm letting her deeper into my life without really wanting her to be? Don't get me wrong, she's a great friend, but sometimes I wonder what goes on in her head. She's extremely pushy about sex, extremely boastful about our relationship, and while she asks for permission, asking if she can give me a squeeze every once in a while doesn't help matters. I mean, am I dating a girl or a guy? I know she says she's not used to this and I know she says she's needy, but she wants to be patient. However, I have to wonder if she really means it." Lucy trailed off, sniffing and keeping a tear from splashing her paper. "I wonder." Lucy bit her lip. "If I let her in, would she still be here?" Lucy quickly shook her head rapidly and slapped her cheeks. No. That was no way to be thinking about her friend. No, her best friend. Even with that said, I want to make this work. I wish you were here to guide me, Mom, but, I think, maybe if I show her what being in a relationship is like, maybe she'll stop being so pushy. It's worth a shot. And, if not, well, I guess I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Love you, Mom. Talk to you soon. Lucy. Lucy leaned back in her chair and sighed. She looked at another piece of paper on the desk. It was a job request that she and Bambi had agreed to take. There was settlement a good 2 hours out from Magnolia on foot. Lucy and Bambi had agreed to do perimeter patrol for the town watch. A big windstorm had barreled through the town and caused serious infrastructure damage. With so many hands working on reconstruction, the town needed some extra hands to help with bandits trying to sneak in. It's going to be just us tomorrow, Lucy thought. She sighed again. You're an adult, Lucy. You can talk to her about serious stuff in an emotionally healthy way. She's not your dad. She's not as dense as Natsu. You can do this. You can. Lucy didn't even realize that she ended up drifting off to sleep in her chair. When she woke up, she was in bed, but still dressed. She rubbed her head. Morning was already here. She checked the time. It was early enough for her to need to get out of bed if she and Bambi wanted to be on time for patrol duty. However, what then attacked her senses was the scent of kitchen grease and bacon, lots and lots of bacon. Going out into the living room, Lucy found Wendy's room closed and likely locked. The young dragon slayer likely still asleep. It was 7:30 in the morning after all. Bambi was slaving over a hot stove, and Lucy saw bacon and shredded potatoes go flipping out of the frying pan. Lucy just sort of stared at the scene, not really sure what to make of it as she stepped over to the kitchen table and sat down. Morning, sleepyhead. I hope you're hungry. I'm making eggs, bacon, and potatoes. Breakfast? From you? Why? Bambi adjusted her cap, turning to face Lucy a little, keeping one hand on the skillet handle. She grinning eagerly. Gotta fill up for our job today, don't we? Lots of protein. Is that why you made so much bacon? Lucy asked. She took a peek into the skillet. More than half of what was in it was bacon. I mean, if you're not a meat person, I can fix up something else. Bambi exclaimed, panicking. No. No. It's fine. Lucy looked over Bambietta and then noticed she wasn't wearing her Quincy outfit. Instead, she was wearing a t-shirt that read as followed. Exercise. X-E-R-C-I-S-E. X-A-R, size. Sides. For bacon. Bacon. You're not going out dressed like that, are you? Lucy asked. Course not, I wore this to the bar last night and slept in it. Super duper casual stuff, Bambietta said. Don't worry, I didn't come home drunk. She focused her attention to the skillet and peppered the eggs. She then lowly, hoping Lucy wouldn't hear. Was sober enough to get you in bed. I was wondering how I got into. Lucy was about to finish her sentence, only to realize the implications. Wait. You didn't read what was on my desk, did you? Bambietta froze, hand tightening around the skillet handle, pupils dilating with surprise. She was hoping Lucy wouldn't ask her that. She hadn't managed to come up with the right answer to this question yet. Well, no time like the present. What? No. Oh, of course not. Bambietta exclaimed, fanning her hand in front of her face. What sort of deviant do you take me for? Lucy raised an unconvinced eyebrow in Bambietta's general direction. Bambi, please be honest with me. Did you look at it? I mean, I wasn't trying to, but I saw the address when I was tucking you into bed, the Quincy replied. Lucy sighed with relief. Well, as long as you only read the top. Bambi turned away from looking, rolling her eyes with a glazed look, heart going a mile a minute and calming down quickly. That was close. If she knew what I saw, I'd be in deep shit right now. The words "what I saw" resonated in Bambietta's head, as she remembered what Lucy had written in her letter. She had tried not to read it. She desperately tried to pull her eyes away, but she had been unable to help herself once she saw the letter was about her. She hadn't read the whole letter, but in her opinion, she'd read enough. She'd read far enough to know that Lucy thought that Bambietta was being too pushy, and that was enough to give the Quincy pause as the skillet sat on the stove for too long. Bambi, I think the bacon is going to burn. Huh? Ack. Bambietta exclaimed. She swiped the skillet off the stove and shut the flame off. She inspected the bacon, eggs and potatoes. Okay, she hadn't burned them. She slid all the food onto one big serving plate and set it down onto the kitchen table. Thanks, Lucy said, helping herself to a healthy portion. Bambietta then took hers. After a bit of silence, Bambietta spoke up, looking a bit guilty, but she did her best to hide that in her voice. Hey, Lucy. Yeah. Am I being too needy? Lucy found it oddly convenient that Bambietta would be asking about something she herself had been questioning the night before. However, she wanted to give her best friend the benefit of the doubt. So, she just decided to answer Bambietta honestly. Kinda, she said, a little bit of red in her cheeks. Am I or aren't I? I can't deal with kindas. Bambietta exclaimed. Do you know what kindas have gotten me? Kindas get me long, boring 3-hour lectures for misinterpreting them. Well. Lucy wondered how to answer this honestly while still being polite. It's okay, I'm a big girl. I can handle the truth, Bambietta responded. You are a bit pushy, Lucy said. I mean, I appreciate that you take no for an answer, but I really would appreciate it if you dialed it back a bit. I know that's easier said than done for you though. I know. I'm sorry, okay. Back in my old guild, I could just ask and people would just gladly do it. I'm not used to this. Bambietta exclaimed, waving her arms about. Lucy looked sad. You've said that before, and I'm growing tired of the excuse. She sounded hurt. Lucy. Bambietta couldn't understand what she'd said or done wrong. Lucy sighed. Sorry, I don't mean to bring down the mood. Let's just eat, get dressed, and go. We have to pay rent after all. Bambietta could see it. Even though Lucy was smiling, she was forcing it. But, maybe you could walk at least 5 feet from me, Lucy requested seriously. I think I'd be uncomfortable if we were too close. Bambietta stared at Lucy in shock and disbelief. Her heart felt so empty, she briefly wondered if she was inadvertently turning into a hollow. Hey, are you mad? She asked, reaching for Lucy's forearm. No, I'm not mad, Lucy responded. And I'm not breaking up with you. I just think that, at least for today, we could use some space. Please. Now it was Bambietta's turn to force a smile. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Space. Got it. What the hell is with this weird atmosphere? Bambietta thought, unable to really process how or why they were in this situation. She knew one thing for certain though, the cushy relationship she had with Lucy was certainly cracked and, having no prior relationship experience, Bambietta believed that the crack would just get wider and wider, unable to be fixed. And, if that were the case, Bambietta also believed that she would just have to cherish what she had with Lucy while it lasted, until their fragile relationship shattered into tiny little pieces. While Bambietta was dreading her immediate future, Natsu was going through life blissfully free of worry and need. Like a bull rampaging down a mountainside, he jogged through the streets, feet plodding on the cobblestones of Magnolia, grin on his face. Where are you off to, Natsu? Happy asked, following closely alongside him. Lookin' for Lil. Myra said she headed out this way, Natsu said. You're awfully happy to go find her, Happy said and gasped. Could it be? His face got all mischievous. You like her? Natsu stopped dead in his tracks, causing Happy to bonk his face against the back of his shoulder. He held up a piece of paper. Job request, he said, showing it to Happy. Lil and I don't get to hang out a lot and she's kind of a close friend now, so I gotta take her along. Sounds like love to me, Happy teased. I can hear wedding bells. Natsu frowned and glared. What the hell would a cat know about love? He turned around and continued the hunt for Lil Tato. He eventually spotted her through a pub window. She was sitting at a table with a big bowl of soup to one side of her and a bunch of game pieces on a game board in front of her. Natsu darted inside and then noticed the crowd. Gazing up, he saw a sign above the menu over the bar chess tournament. All entrants welcome. Thank Igneel, he knew how to read. Checkmate, he heard the dry, yet calm voice of Lil Tato say. Game. Set. Match. Lil Tato is the tournament champion. Cheers were accrued and confetti dropped down. Lil Tato was just disappointed it wasn't thin bubblegum. Then again, with how much got on the floor, it would have been a waste. And for first prize, this golden-colored solid chocolate trophy. The trophy was almost as big as Lil Tato's torso as she set it down on its not edible base on the ground. Way to go, Lil. Nice job. Lil Tato, having not even known Natsu was there, jumped in her seat and then blushed as the crowd dispersed. And Natsu, why you were? She averted his gaze as she pulled on a strand of her hair. Watching. Nah, I just got here. Disappointing, but Lil Tato realized she really shouldn't have expected any less. Natsu showed her the job he'd pulled off the job board. You wanna head out after you're done? Lil Tato looked at the job request. It detailed a necessity for an archaeologist. Natsu, do you know what an archaeologist is? Yeah, don't they dig up ancient stuff? Natsu asked, arms folded, face contorted like he was thinking really hard, a rarity for him unless it was a battle strategy. You know what an archaeologist is? It was oversimplified, but by Natsu's standards, he was spot on. I mean, dragons are ancient stuff. Hey. Maybe we'll dig up Igneel. Lil Tato blushed at Natsu's smile, but quickly shook it off. She sighed. Of course. It always went back to that dragon, didn't it? She smiled. Sure, Natsu. I'd love to help. Great. Thanks. I knew I could count on you, Lil. With Lucy out of the running for Natsu's affections and his ex, far as she knew, deceased, Lil Toto thought maybe she did have a shot at what she wanted. Yes, she would at least try. Better to love and lose than not to have love at all. Or, as Candy would put it, you only live once. She was not saying the acronym. She'd sooner die of starvation. After devouring both her soup and chocolate trophy, Lil Toto walked side by side with Natsu and the two headed for the archaeological dig site together, Lil Toto holding Natsu's hand the entire way there. Since Makarov was out for a few days, Lucy and Bambietta had to sign out their request with Myra Jane. She always handled that part of the guild's functions when the guild master was indisposed or away on pressing matters. About an hour later, Bambietta and Lucy were walking more than an arm's distance apart through the town's streets. The latter was marching with her head held high, keeping an eye out for suspicious characters. The former, however, had her arms pinned to her sides, fingers guiltily fidgeting in front of her stomach. She didn't know what to do or what to say. Lucy had control of the current situation and Bambietta wasn't sure how to approach the sudden awkwardness that had spawned between the two. She felt that her usual repertoire of sex jokes would only make the situation worse. However, this discomfort did not last indefinitely. After making a couple of rounds around the town, Bambietta heard a wolf whistle. At first, she wanted to know what kind of dead man was about to have her boot up his ass. However, as she glanced around, she noticed that the source of the whistle wasn't hollering at her. He was hollering at Lucy. The man, with brownish skin though it could just be a deep tan, a fat face, bulky arms and legs, almost completely bald and dressed like a street biker, approached Lucy. "Hey, hot stuff. How long are you in town? I could show you my ride. It's got 16 wheels and plenty of space for a second rider." "That's nice," Lucy responded. "You should see it. It's an amazing piece of technology, runs entirely on lacrima," the guy said to her. His casual nature with Lucy made Bambietta uncomfortable. She twitched a little. Lucy was a big girl. She could handle a simple creep, right? "I'm sure it's a nice bike, but I'm on patrol right now," Lucy said. "Ah, doing good job for the town, huh? You know, I've always liked mages," he said to her. Lucy grabbed Bambietta's wrist tightly and pulled her with her around the guy. "Okay, I'm just gonna go this way." Bambietta was pulled behind Lucy, clearly perplexed by the situation. Did Lucy want her to be this close to her or not? What the hell was going on? Lucy and Bambietta got far away from Lucy's creeper, but later he showed up in the actual bike he was talking about. Holy crap, thought Bambietta, he was not kidding about the 16 wheels. The engine roared as he showed it off to Lucy, clearly trying to impress her. "See? Ain't she a beauty? Come on, hop in." "I told you, I'm busy," Lucy said politely. She waved a hand nervously in front of her face. "Really, I'm flattered that you want to show off to me, but I..." "Hey, come on now, don't be shy," the creep said, approaching the blonde. "It'll be fun." Bambietta could tolerate a lot these days. She could tolerate eggs hitting the back of her neck at the guild. She could tolerate mail-in orders running late. She could even tolerate Urza almost giving her a concussion every time her head collided with Urza's chest plate. However, Bambietta had clear limits, and once those limits were broken, the results could be rather explosive. Following the metaphor, the trigger to Bambietta's fuse was the instant that this creep grabbed Lucy's wrist. Even if she and Lucy were having a fight, even if Bambietta wanted to post "It's complicated" on Facebook about their relationship status, that was still her Lucy. And nobody else touched her Lucy. Violently stepping forward, Bambietta smacked away the creeper's hand, glaring at him with one eye hidden by her bangs and hat. She could have exploded all over this guy in a violent rage, but she had seen how effective Urza's anger could be in the recent months and, well, as the saying goes, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. "Hey, buddy," Bambietta said in a calm tone that carried with it all her internally boiling rage. The lady said she's not interested. With one arm, Bambietta pushed Lucy behind her, hand firmly on Lucy's arm. "Also, she's taken. Piss off. Wasn't talking to you, runt. This is between me and the blonde bombshell. Why don't you go play Rune Knight somewhere else?" Fewer insults could piss Bambietta off more than Runt. Mostly because they brought back awful memories of her father, not that it was ever directed at her, but just because of how he used it to treat others her age. Oh yeah, this guy was asking for it. Without a word, Bambietta swung her fist upward, knuckles connecting with the creep's jaw from below and launching him up and back so that he crash-landed on his prized motorcycle. "Come on, Lucy, let's go," Bambietta said. She felt for Lucy's hand behind her, grabbed it firmly and escorted her away from the scene. They even left the patrol route so that Bambietta could complain about the creeper to the mayor. And on the walk over, Lucy was stunned at Bambietta's behavior. Anger and violence were nothing new for the brunette, sure. However, Lucy was more marveled at Bambietta's territorial behavior. Lucy had half expected Bambietta to ask for a threesome, but she made it clear not just with her words, but with the hand clenching Lucy's oh so tight, that Lucy meant something to her. Lucy, intrigued by this turn of events, purred. It was low enough that Bambietta didn't hear it, and it gave the blonde new insight as to her relationship with Bambietta. "I'm going to make this work," Lucy thought. She had a plan. When it came to sounds in Magnolia, explosions were considered uninteresting as long as you couldn't see their impact. So, hearing explosions out in the woods meant either one of two things: the guild was fiddling with pyrotechnics again, or someone was training. In this case, it was the latter, with Urza testing the limits of Bambietta's skills without pushing her to the point of life-threatening danger. With her adamantine armor, Urza could withstand all of what Bambietta could throw at her, or so she believed. In short, Urza was simply wearing down Bambietta's stamina, letting her try out new techniques, and making a mark of her progress. While Urza was used to showing no mercy, cutting down enemies and making sure they rued the day they crossed her path, that was not the request Bambietta had made of her. Urza considered herself the type of person that could fulfill any request made of her by a friend, be it Natsu's request to fight her no matter how poorly it ended, or Wendy's request to go shopping, often resulting in Urza buying 50 cakes, 2 of which would be for Wendy. So, here they were at the end of yet another training session. Bambietta was thoroughly exhausted, and Urza, much to her surprise, wasn't exactly unscathed. Her adamantine armor shields were notably damaged. One of them was melting a little, losing its firm shape, and the other had a fist-sized hole in it. Urza examined the damage. "Impressive. Your control has greatly improved since we began. I dare say that technique is ready to be harnessed in battle." Urza re-equipped back into her Heart Cruise armor. "Your power is certainly S-class worthy, but that's all the more reason to be careful with your abilities." "Right. Right. With great power comes great responsibility. Next thing you'll know they'll be making a product brand out of you, and Urza's ramen." Urza failed to see the joke, but could interpret that Bambietta understood her point. "Tomorrow? Same time?" she asked seriously. "I'm keen to see how your progress will go." Bambietta nodded. "Yes. Excellent. Then we will meet back here tomorrow. Have a pleasant evening, Bambietta." After a long day of training, Bambietta came back to her apartment and sat down with a graphic novel at the kitchen table to relax. Sure, she could have sat on the couch, but she didn't want to fall asleep since it wasn't after dinner yet. However, as she sat there with her back to the bedrooms, something hit her on the back of the head, and something soft and dark blinded her eyes. "Put that book down. Get dressed. We're going out for dinner." Bambietta pulled the cloth off of her face. "Put what at you?" If Bambietta could, she would be having a saxophone playing in the background. Lucy was standing in front of her bedroom door with a blue ribbon in her hair, tying it into one long ponytail. She was dressed in the nicest red dress Bambietta had ever seen, complete with shin-high boots and matching spandex that went up under her dress. The dress had no sleeves and bore a fair amount of cleavage. Bambietta stared, hand still clenched around the dress she'd torn off her face. "What? What are you staring for?" Lucy asked, snappy. Her disappointed facial expression clashed with her otherwise beautiful appearance. "Put that dress I gave you on and meet me outside, we're going out to dinner." Bambietta stuttered. Yeah. Sure. And no problem." Bambietta unfurled the dress out in front of her. It had shoulder straps, no sleeves, was dark plum-colored and the skirt of which came down to her knees at best. "Well, how much this cost you?" Bambietta asked, proper grammar failing her. "That's not important." "Put it on," Lucy said commandingly. Okay." Bambietta said, still not sure about the situation. "I don't know what's gotten into her, but I like it." "What?" "You're acting like you've never worn a cocktail dress before," Lucy stated. "I haven't," Bambietta admitted. Lucy blinked, clearly in amused shock. "Why you kidding?" "You see, this?" Bambietta asked, gesturing to her Quincy outfit. "We Quincy's have weird obsession with fashion." "Me? Not so much. But the big people in charge would either kill us for stupid reasons or give us a mind-numbing lecture of," Bambietta started to talk in a mocking tone, "why aren't you wearing your uniform, Miss Basterbine? And before that, I don't want to talk about my father like you don't want to talk about yours and leave it at that." "Well then, time to learn. It's not hard to get on. If you need help, I'll help you. You can use my room to change." "I'm already changed." Lucy went over to the couch and sat down, picking up a nail file and using it to adjust her just-polished nails. I can figure this out. It can't be that complex." Bambietta ducked into Lucy's room and shut the door. It really was as easy as Lucy said. However, the draft between Bambietta's legs and under her arms was disquieting. "I feel exposed," Bambietta thought, covering herself a little. "Wait. When the hell do I care about something dumb like that?" Bambietta shook her head violently. "It's just dinner. It's not like she's asking me to fight in this." Bambietta exited out into the living room and met Lucy's stare as Lucy's eyes trailed down Bambietta's figure and then seemed to stare at her feet. With one elbow resting in her hand and the other hand tiredly holding her cheek, Lucy stated with a sigh, No. No, what? You're not wearing those." Lucy said, referring to Bambietta's boots. Bambietta looked down at her boots and then back at Lucy. "What's wrong with them?" Lucy frowned, put a hand on her hip and pointed. Following the direction of her extended index finger, Bambietta noticed a pair of high heels to match her current dress. Bambietta tried to excuse that she wasn't a fan of high heels. However, a grouchy noise from Lucy was all the convincing Bambietta needed to at least try. "I feel girly, and not in a good way," Bambietta thought once she got them on. Lucy smiled. "You look great. Kick the hat and let's go." "Yeah, sure, and what do you mean kick the hat?" Bambietta asked, voice raising. "Did I stutter?" Lucy asked, frowning. With a heavy sigh, Bambietta took her hat off and placed it neatly on the coat rack, giving it a firm pat like she was saying goodbye to a beloved pet. She even kissed her hand and pat the hat a few more times. With that though, the two women were on their way, eventually stopping at a fancy diner on the other side of town. "This looks expensive," Bambietta thought. "We have money for this?" Lucy strode into the restaurant with no hesitation, Bambietta following suit closely behind. She watched as Lucy, with confidence, marched right up to the reception counter. "Two, please," she said to the busboy. "Right this way," he said and escorted Lucy and Bambietta to a table covered in a thick tablecloth with formal napkins and hard-to-bend silverware. Bambietta was handed a menu and ordered a soda when the waiter asked if she and Lucy wanted anything to drink. Lucy ordered lemonade for herself. As she opened the menu, Bambietta thought she was going to break out into a coughing fit when she saw the prices. Was Lucy serious about this? She always complained about needing to be tighter with money, but the prices here might force Bambietta to sell an organ on the black market if they were going to pay rent next month. "You sure about this?" Bambietta asked Lucy. "Positive," she replied with no hesitation. "It's on me." Bambietta stared at her girlfriend for a good long while. Lucy did not notice as her eyes were focused on scanning the menu. Bambietta couldn't figure it out. Had Lucy been planning this for a while? No, the situation seemed too spontaneous, especially after their fight. What the heck was going on? Nervous, but still no less hungry, Bambietta ordered a gourmet burger and Lucy got herself grilled chicken with a creamy Alfredo sauce. While Bambietta's table manners were never the best, she decided she would be on her best behavior for Lucy's sake. She chewed with her mouth closed, took one bite at a time and was careful not to get food stuck to her face or, God forbid, her new dress. She didn't care, but she dreaded Lucy's reaction. Lucy was eager to begin a conversation, but she wasn't sure where to begin. This was the hardest thing, she realized. She and Bambietta got along great, but now when a topic of conversation needed to be broached, Lucy was coming up short. Bambietta's old guild was a touchy subject, so Lucy really wasn't sure what to talk about. The same could be said for Bambietta's childhood. Lucy felt like she'd been handed a roadmap, except it was a minefield and every conceivable path led to a dead end. Well, okay, there were a couple of things. So, how's training with Urza going? Huh. Bambietta was a bit surprised by the question. Getting stronger is important to you, right? Lucy asked. How's it going? It's going, well, Bambietta said, confused by the choice of topic. I didn't think you cared enough to know. Lucy frowned. Bambi, of course I care. We're dating. I want to know how things are with you. I mean, it's just training. I really wouldn't know how to talk about it. I mean, I don't think you want to hear. And then Urza cut me with a sword, over a dozen times, Bambietta replied. Fair enough, Lucy said after giving the matter some thought. Are you making progress at least? Yeah, I'm making good progress. Hoping to get up to that S-class level Natsu keeps going on about. I'm sure I have nothing to worry about. I mean, I'm me. Lucy sighed, but with a smile and a gentle roll of her eyes. Bambietta was the same as ever. Dating her had done nothing to alter her ego and, in some respects, Lucy kind of liked that. What? I say something dumb? Bambietta asked. She'd only seen Lucy's body language and not properly interpreted the meaning behind it. No, Bambi, Lucy said, trying not to laugh. It just makes me happy to hear that you're doing well. Bambietta had no idea why, but hearing Lucy said that made her heart pound hard in her chest. Not in a bad way either. It was a feeling Bambietta had never quite felt before. And she kind of liked it, but was scared of the sensation at the same time, afraid her heartbeat might get so loud she could feel it to the point of pain. Fortunately, the sensation passed just as quickly as it had arrived. Lucy changing the subject to something more serious helped. By the way, what are we going to do about Rukia? What do you mean, what are we going to do about her? Bambietta asked. Bambi, my apartment was designed for 2 people maximum and now there's 4 of us under the same roof. For starters, the landlady might start throwing surcharges on my rent for overstaying guests, and not to mention the more people that live here, well, we might be able to pay the rent but water, electricity, and food are going to go up for certain. Ah, that's true. Bambietta said, her eyes clearly expressing her nervousness as to Lucy's extremely valid point. I know you'd fight me over having Wendy find her own place, so I say we allow Rukia to have time to find her own apartment. I say, 2 months. Fair. Fair, sure, Bambietta said. Wait, why is that your decision? Because I'm the primary leaseholder of our apartment. Touché. With the conversation now in a steady stream of dialogue, the topics changed frequently, Lucy asking Bambietta more about what kind of things she liked to read as a kid, her favorite type of music and even some of her hobbies. Monster hunting is not a hobby. Lucy exclaimed. Yes it is. Bambietta exclaimed with exuberant cheer. Especially if you fashion little necklaces out of teeth. That's disgusting and we're eating, Lucy responded. Bambietta laughed. Dinner was like this for the remainder of the evening. What would normally be a 1-hour meal for Bambietta turned into a bit over 2 hours with the conversation she was having with Lucy. She really liked it, if she had to be honest. When both plates were clean of dinner and dessert, Lucy called over the waiter and asked for the check as Bambietta finished laughing at a joke her girlfriend just told. After Lucy paid for the meal, the 2 of them headed back for the apartment. Bambietta was all smiles. She couldn't recall a more relaxing, uplifting night than tonight. Ah, that was so much fun, Bambietta said. We should do that again sometime. And at this, Lucy stopped in her tracks. Bambietta turned to look at her and froze. Happy feelings gone. Oh. What had she said? You, really liked it, huh? Lucy asked, staring at the ground, gripping her purse strap like she was trying to strangle it. Huh? Of course I did, this was great. Lucy giggled nervously. Well then, I have a confession to make. She turned beet red. She averted eye contact with Bambietta when she spoke. We don't exactly have the money to do this all the time. This was kind of like a one-time thing sort of. Bambietta blinked a few times. Explain. Sort of, no, not even sort of, Edo me person account with me family fortunata pay for dinner. Bambietta shook her head having missed all of that. One more time, slowly, please, she requested. Lucy sighed. I know I said I'd never rely on my family fortune to pay for anything, but, well, I felt that I had to in this instance. We could have just gone to the little burger joint down the block. It's not like. No. It had to be this way. Lucy exclaimed, giving Bambietta a serious stare. The brunette swallowed, shutting up. I'm originally an uptown sort of girl, you know? Fancy parties and dinners were how I was brought up. If we keep going the way we're going, I'm gonna wanna do that stuff more often, you know? Of course I like the little dining holes and the guild's food, but, there's more to me than that, Bambi. I wanted to deliberately take you out somewhere you'd never been, in a situation you'd never been. I wanted to see how you would react. How I would react. Bambietta reiterated, confused. We talked about it the other day, remember? I said that your neediness was becoming a pain in the... I'm working on it. Bambietta protested, almost whining. I know. Lucy exclaimed urgently. I know. She said much more calmly. And, well, you didn't once do that tonight. You said you didn't know how to behave in a real relationship, so I thought I'd take us out on a real date. Not monster hunting, not a guild mission, just the two of us sitting down eating and talking. That's what people do on a date, you know. No. I didn't know. I told you, I suck at this stuff. But, Bambietta said, scratching her head. I had a really good time. Lucy nodded. Being in a relationship isn't all about looks and physical affection. It's about heart and wanting to know as much about the other person as possible. After all, if you're planning on spending the rest of your life with them, you want to make sure you like almost everything about them and can put up with the stuff you don't like. Say what now? Don't get me wrong, I think it would be pretty silly to start thinking about the rest of our lives, but it's, you know, the principle of the thing. We got together, without really knowing much about each other. I wanted to make sure, Lucy wrapped her arms over her bust, hands on her shoulders, that you liked me for more than just what you saw. Despite her vanity, Lucy still wanted a significant other that saw her as more than just her looks. After all, that was one of the major reasons she'd left home in the first place. That's what this is about. Bambietta asked. Of course I like you for reasons other than how sexy you are. You certainly don't make a habit of showing it, Lucy retorted. And that was the problem. I couldn't tell if you were just staying around me until you got what you wanted. I would never. Words weren't enough. Even now. I'm as new to this as you are, Bambi. I'm just as scared to move forward as you are lost as to how. So, I thought, if we went out to dinner, you'd see that there's more to relationships than just trying to get me in bed without my clothes on. Bambietta nodded. Got it. Bambi. I'm serious. I liked tonight. I want to do more of tonight, even if it's at some crappy dive-in bar with the ceiling falling apart. You want to make this work, right? Lucy smiled. Yes. I do. Bambietta blushed at the radiance of Lucy's smile and the meaning behind it. So, you don't want to break up with me? What? Lucy gasped. No. Of course not. I was just concerned about how you felt. Relationships are complicated, Bambietta sighed. Yup, Lucy nodded matter-of-factly. But, we're still here, together. She trailed off and laughed nervously. Great, make it awkward with that laugh, Bambietta thought, rolling her eyes to one side. Hey, serious question, Lucy said. Serious answer, Bambietta replied, prompting a laugh from both women. What do you like about me, besides my looks, I mean, Lucy said. Bambietta tilted her head to the sky. Oh shit, she said, thinking out loud. Lucy gulped. Oh. She suddenly was afraid Bambietta didn't really see anything in her other than. Where the fuck do I start? Bambietta asked. Lucy let out a breath she didn't realize she'd been holding. Let's see. Bambietta said, collecting her thoughts. You're way smarter than me, and not in an obnoxious way. You're extremely kind, something I really could use more of in my life now that I don't feel guilty about having it. I like your personality a lot. She looked Lucy directly in the eyes for the last one. And you're pretty brave too. Lucy sighed. Oh please. You're way braver than I am. Yeah, probably, but you're no slouch yourself. Sure, you freak out a lot, but that's kinda cute in its own way, means I've got something I need to step up and protect. But you can take care of yourself too, like with that thug. If he hadn't grabbed you, I figured you had that situation handled. And you probably could have handled it. I just got possessive. Lucy laughed. That possessive side I liked, actually. It made me feel safe. Bambietta blushed, rubbing the back of her head, chuckling nervously. Seriously though, even if you freak out in the face of danger, you still stay in it. You still try your best. Trust me, that's a lot braver than you give yourself credit for. Bambietta exclaimed, finger aimed at her girlfriend. We had a lot of guys I never knew the names of back in my old guild that freaked out just as much as you and tried to flee at the first sign of danger. We called them cannon fodder. We distinguished them by having them tie red armbands on their right arms. Your guild did what now? Lucy asked, sounding a bit horrified. Hey, come on, I'm not that type of girl anymore, Bambietta responded. Besides, a few of them deserved it. Bambi! Lucy exclaimed in a disapproving manner at Bambietta's blatant disregard for human life. What? Bambietta responded, failing to see the issue. Your morbid humor leaves a lot to be desired, Lucy sighed. I can't help it if I'm funny in ways that make politicians cringe, Bambietta responded. Okay, that one Lucy had to admit was funny. Aha! You're laughing. Bambietta exclaimed teasingly. Lucy punched her lightly in the arm. You know, if you toned down the crude humor and some of the battle lust, you'd be a girlfriend I could be proud of, along with the other stuff you promised to work on, of course, Lucy said. Yeah, sure. Wait, are you saying you're not proud of me? Bambietta exclaimed. Well, I mean, not like I'm not proud of you as a person, but, like, if you were better, I feel I could walk down the street with my head held high with pride that the person standing next to me is the person I love. You say that like you're ashamed we're dating, Bambietta said. I mean, you can be a bit embarrassing at times, Lucy said. Not all the time. Not the majority of times, but sometimes. I suppose I could dial a bit on the black comedy a bit, Bambietta stated. Not suppose. You will. Do you want this to work or not? Lucy asked all fussy, her finger practically in Bambietta's face. I went back on my principles because I wanted to see if you would appreciate it. Loving relationships are all about give and take. So, are you going to step up and match my level of devotion, or am I wasting my time? Give me an answer. Lucy said like she was giving Bambietta an ultimatum. Of course I want this to work. Goddamn, I want this to work more than anything. If you say jump, I'll say how high. If you say swim, I'll say how far. You want a ring on your finger, I'll dig through a mine covered in animal feces and sulfur to find the perfect goddamn gemstone for it. Lucy, I love you, more than I'm able to outwardly admit. I just. Without even thinking, Bambietta stepped towards Lucy, hoping her actions could fix the situation where words failed her. She put her hands on Lucy's cheeks and pulled the blonde towards her lips, overpowering her and not really caring for permission. It was sink or swim for Bambietta, and if she sank, well, at least she got one last taste of the inside of Lucy's mouth. She was kissing back. Lucy was returning the gesture, arms loosely wrapped around Bambietta's back. She understood what Bambietta was trying to do, and she was more than willing to reciprocate the brunette's intentions. Inadvertently, a tear rolled down Bambietta's cheek. They weren't going to break up. Things weren't going to get awkward. If anything, she and Lucy had become closer than ever. When they broke away, Bambietta inadvertently croaked, trying to say her girlfriend's name, Lucy. Lucy took out a handkerchief from her purse and dabbed Bambietta's eyes. "Idiot, why are you crying?" she asked, sniffing, trying not to do the same. "'Cause I thought. Bambietta hiccuped. "Hey," Lucy said, putting a hand on Bambietta's cheek. "Relax. And don't be afraid to show this kind of emotion." She put her hand flush against Bambietta's collar. "It really lets me know that there's a lot more to you than I can see on the surface. You can always be honest with me, Bambi. If you trust me with all of you, then I'll be able to trust you with all of me." Bambietta hugged Lucy tightly, though it was more of a squeeze. "You're the best thing that's ever happened to me." Lucy put her arms around Bambietta, though much less forcefully. She put her head on Bambietta's shoulder. "Guess we both have reasons to rely on each other, huh?" Lucy said. "I'll rely on your strength, and you can rely on my heart." "Thank you, Lucy," Bambietta said. Lucy smiled and hugged her tighter, not as tight as Bambietta was hugging her, of course. The two stood there for a while until Lucy undesirably found Bambietta's hand on her butt. She said very dryly, "You're pushing your luck." Bambietta retracted her hand like it had grasped hot iron. "Sorry, force of habit." Lucy sighed. "It's fine. You've got a lot of work to do though." "I'll do it. Whatever you need me to do, I can rise to the occasion." "No, I will rise to the occasion. I promise not to be too demanding. I wouldn't want you to change who you are just to be with me. Long as you promise not to take advantage of me, I wouldn't mind any demand you gave me," Bambietta stated. "Even in the bedroom." "Oh, hey. I kept that to myself. I'm learning." "I would never," Lucy said. "I hope so. The last person I trusted this much hurt me more than you could imagine," Bambietta said, arms shaking a bit. Lucy rubbed her back. "It's going to be okay. You have me now, Bambi. And I'm going to do my best for you, just as you have promised to do your best for me." The two shared one more kiss. It was brief, but it got the message across. Then, holding hands tightly, fingers laced together, they headed back to that uncomfortably small apartment together they called home. Home, Bambietta thought as Lucy unlocked the front door. She saw the familiar sight of her pull-out bed, the kitchen area and the 3 doors that led to the 2 bedrooms and guest bathroom. She sniffed, shedding no tears and smiling as the shadow of the moon hid her eyes. She smiled happily, more than she ever had in her entire life. This is home. Chapter 39, Meeting of the Saints. A woman let out a loud grunt as she was tossed to the floor inside of a dark cellar. "That'll be enough for today. Now be a good girl and behave yourself. Otherwise, I'll be more than happy to teach you a lesson, personally," her assailant told her mockingly. He let out a chuckle after locking the door and left the room, leaving her all alone with nothing but her thoughts. The woman in question was Elizabeth Hart Cruz. At first glance in the dark room, she seemed to look rather normal, a woman with average height and short hair and some freckles. However, if one were to look closer and in a brighter room, they could tell that the woman in question was also an elf. Her long ears, pink hair, and matching eyes were a dead giveaway to what species she was. These were, after all, the things all elves from Ishgard had in common. Not that many would know soon enough. The elven species was on its last legs, years of wars with both humankind and dragons dwindling down the species until finally only a few hundred were left. Elizabeth's family had been one of the few to remain in hiding and kept low for many years, fearful of any discrimination that they may face from humanity. However, a few weeks ago, they were found by a bunch of bandits. Her father, a former captain in the Elven army, fought bravely, but he had been gravely injured in the last war by a powerful wizard and thus eventually fell to the bandits. She and her mother were soon taken to their camp as slaves. Elizabeth had been forced to do all kinds of menial labor, from washing clothes, to doing the dishes and other kinds of work that the bandits couldn't bother to do themselves. Her mother, however, was used for more horrific deeds. She had never told her exactly what she had endured, but Elizabeth could tell from her mother's eyes from the first time they dragged her away, she had been used. Her body subjected to all kinds of horrors that she dared not think about. Finally, a week ago, her mother could no longer take the abuse, and had left this world. Never in all her life had Elizabeth known such despair. She wanted nothing more than to be with them now. Surely whatever afterlife awaited her would be preferable to this hell on earth. But she lacked the courage to go through with that desire. No matter how many times she tried, she could never bring herself to do what her mother had. "I'm sorry, Mom. I just can't do it," Elizabeth said out loud. "I'm just a coward." She had an opportunity, a chance today to do what she desired while making food for those foul bandits. All it would have took was a cut to the throat to end it all, but she just continued to work for her captives, like a mindless drone. "Someone. Anyone, please, just help me," she cried to herself. Just then, a loud sound could be heard from outside, the entire building shaking from what Elizabeth could only assume was from some kind of magical attack. She could hear the bandits panicking from outside, gathering their weapons to defend themselves from whoever had begun this surprise attack. The sound of magic, blades and screams of death could all be heard from within, and as the battle continued on, she could hear the bandits, the ones who had made her life a living hell, dying. Finally, after a mere 3 minutes, the sounds of war ceased. Elizabeth, however, was quite pleased. She had suspicion to believe that her captors were now dead. None of the men who had taken her could use magic of any kind. They were nothing more than a bunch of ruffians who relied on nothing more than numbers and brute force. She was well aware that even a novice wizard could handle such a force with ease. However, she had no false hope of rescue in the slightest. In the best-case scenario, the wizard would simply vanquish her and allow her to be reunited with her family. The current monarchy had made it very clear that any and all elves were to be put to death. This wizard, no doubt a law-abiding citizen, would finish her off. She could hear the sound of footsteps, and she was sure that she would meet her end soon enough. To her surprise, the wizard in question was a woman with brown hair and long, scarlet hair. The woman looked around the room, and her eyes fell upon Elizabeth. "Only one surviving slave I see," she said as she walked over to the cage. "A pity, I was hoping I could have saved more." Elizabeth gasped. She had come to save her. However, her joy soon turned to sorrow. No doubt she couldn't see her very well in this pitch-dark room. Once she found out what she was sure that she would be eradicated. "Let me get a good look at you." The wizard in question lighted up the room using her staff as a conduit to conduct a light spell. The now lit room made Elizabeth plain to see. "Ah, an elf I see," the woman said. She then waved her staff in front of the cage, before the metal holding Elizabeth hostage began to rust rapidly until finally it was nothing more than dust on the floor. "There we go. You're free now," the woman said with a smile before turning away and began to walk out of the room. Elizabeth could only stare at her as she walked away. "You're not going to kill me?" she asked as the wizard stopped in her tracks. "I have seen more than enough bloodshed for one day," she told Elizabeth as she turned around. "I for one do not agree with King Benjamin's decree that all elves should be killed. One cannot control what one is born as. What matters isn't your race, but your heart." She turned away and began to walk forward once more before Elizabeth chased after her. "Wait!" she cried out as the two finally exited the building. Before them lay a scene of fire and corpses lying all over the camp that the wizard had so effortlessly destroyed. "Yes, what is it? Please, take me with you," the woman demanded the wizard as she got closer. I have nowhere else to go. No family, no friends, I wouldn't even begin to know where I could find more of my own kin. I don't know what to do and I have to repay you. So please, take me with you." Elizabeth fell to her knees as tears flowed through her eyes. I'll do whatever you want. Just, please. The woman sighed as she knelt down. I didn't save you from slavery just so you could go from one master to another. I'll be a servant for you then. You can pay me for my services. My family and I, we used to make armor for the elven army during the war. I could make you the finest armor the world has ever seen to protect you. Is that a fact? The wizard said with a smile. I happen to be in control of an army that could use such armor. Very well, I'll take you in, but not as a slave, she said before she took Elizabeth's hands and brought her up. From this moment on, you'll be my country's official blacksmith. Elizabeth's eyes widened as she heard her words. Your country? She asked. King Benjamin is dead. The woman said with a smirk. I made sure of that personally. You're now looking at the new Queen of Dragonoff. Realizing now just who the person before her really was, Elizabeth got on her hands and knees and bowed before her. Forgive me for my rudeness, Your Majesty. I should have never asked anything of you for helping me escape. The Queen chuckled. Think nothing of it. I was just stretching my legs so to speak, and I just happened to come by this pack of bandits while I was out and about. Being stuck in the castle all the time really can drive one to boredom. The woman then used her hands to slowly wipe away the tears from Elizabeth's eyes. Now, tell me your name. Elizabeth, now smiling for the first time since her capture, replied. I'm Elizabeth. Elizabeth Hart Cruz, and you are? Irene. Irene Belzarian. Elizabeth? Elizabeth? Come on now, Lady Hart Cruz, you have to wake up or we'll be late. A voice cried out as Elizabeth turned in her bed. 5 more minutes. You were supposed to up 10 minutes ago. Come on, you have to wake up. Fine, fine, Elizabeth said as she slowly got up from her bed. How long had it been since she had that dream? No, not a dream per se, rather a recollection of time past. It had been 400 years since Lady Irene had saved her from slavery and took her into her kingdom with open arms. Despite being a mere blacksmith, the Queen of Dragonoff had always made time to see her at least once a week. The two had become friends fairly quickly, Elizabeth becoming one of the few that Irene had. The time she had spent with her had been the best time of her life. But all good things come to an end, and Irene was eventually incarcerated by her bastard of a husband for showing signs of dragonification, a result of using Dragon Slayer magic too much. Elizabeth had rebelled and tried to save her friend, but despite learning how to use magic from the Queen, she was no match for the forces of the king and was soon incarcerated as well. It seemed to be the end of the both of them, but, according to what she had heard, Irene had transformed into a dragon and escaped, Elizabeth using the chaos of the event to escape herself. However, no matter how hard she looked, she never could find Lady Irene. Years passed, and Elizabeth made a name for herself, becoming known throughout all of Ishgard as the goddess of the forge. How couldn't she be? She was, after all, the one to invent and perfect the craft of magic weaponry and armor. Before, all wizards could do, at best, was to use magic to increase the power of a weapon or weapons temporarily before the magic would destroy the item in question. But, thanks to her unique forging technique and years of experience only possible due to her elven heritage, she was able to create armor and weapons that could use magic indefinitely as long as the user could cast magic. That's not even counting all the other weapons she had created over the years. Centuries of working in the forge and creating magical armors and weapons of all kinds had increased her power to a significant degree, and she was eventually made into a wizard saint for both her contributions to magic society, but also her immense power. Everyone is going to make fun of you for sleeping in again if you show up late. The voice yelled at Elizabeth as she began to get changed. Yes, and I'll remind them that owning a business is much different, and harder, than running a guild, Elizabeth said with a huff as she finished changing into her outfit, one consisting of a red top with yellow lines on her puffy arms and shoulders and white pants and brown boots. Hart Cruz only creates the best clothes and armors for women to use. I won't settle for selling second-rate products. Recently, Elizabeth had added clothing to her line of work. Why not? After all, fashion sells. If they can't understand that, then they have no pride in what they choose to wear. There's that pride of yours again, the voice said, opening the door to the room, revealing a woman with long bright brown hair and brown eyes. She wore a red and white shirt, a similar colored skirt and leggings. "But, that's what I like about you, Lady Heart Cruise." "Stop it, Yuki, you're making me blush," Elizabeth said with a chuckle. Yuki was Elizabeth's closest friend for the past 5 years. A skilled and powerful mage who specialized with a sword and incredible speed. Elizabeth only knew of 2 women outside of the wizard saints more powerful than her. "I'll be out in just a moment." "Very well." "Oh, and Elizabeth, Urza needs the adamantine armor fixed again." "Again?" Elizabeth yelled out. "That's twice in 2 months. It's supposed to be able to withstand attacks from any wizard that isn't wizard saint caliber. How does she keep running into things that keep damaging it? What, did she use it to block a Jupiter cannon or something?" "If what we heard about Jose was true, then yes." "Ugh, I should have never invented that stupid cannon." "That woman, I swear," Elizabeth said with a groan before she smiled. "Well, I guess she wouldn't be my best customer if she didn't pull off such outlandish stunts." Yuki gave Elizabeth a smile before finally leaving the room, no doubt waiting for her to go down so they could reach their destination in time. As she got ready to leave, Elizabeth managed to take one last look inside of her room, and looked at a picture with herself and the famous Titania. She remembered the first time she had met the woman, a little girl at the time. She had asked for the best armor that Elizabeth could provide for her at the time, and she had done so with a rather basic set, not wanting to give someone so young more power than they could handle. To her surprise, Urza quickly became rather powerful, and soon, she was capable of wielding any of her armors with no difficulty at all. She quickly became a regular customer, and through her amazing exploits, Urza helped advertise Elizabeth's brand without being aware of it, making business soar more than it already had. She was practically the poster girl for her company. But more than that, Urza's power, kindness, and overall attitude were something she was rather fond of, nostalgic even. "She reminds me a lot of you, Lady Irene. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you two were related." She then closed the door and finally the two headed out to their destination, the Wizard Saint Council. "Oh wow, I can't believe that we're finally here." Inavaya shouted with excitement as she looked down from the massive airship owned by Celestial Blade. "I always heard that Grand Spada was the best city in all of Ishgard, but I never knew it was so huge." Mifone, the guild master of Celestial Blade, couldn't help but let out a chuckle at her subordinate's behavior. "That's right, this is the first time any of you have been to the Pegranda Kingdom. It is rather different than the cities of Fiori now, isn't it?" Below the massive airship was Grand Spada, the capital city of the Pegranda Kingdom. Widely acknowledged as one of the most powerful countries on Ishgard, the Pegranda Kingdom was well known for its massive landscape, its beautiful cities, a crime rate lower than 10%, and all kinds of magical creatures one couldn't find anywhere else on the globe. "Oh, I can't wait to go and see what kind of clothes they sell here," Zarina said with joy. Zarina, Inavaya's close friend and former member of Legion Corp, sighed. "We aren't here for sightseeing, Inavaya. Mistress Long has important business to attend to here." "She does make a point," Graham said as he placed the ship on autopilot. "Mistress Long has been called here to discuss the matter of filling the now vacant spot that Jose Porla has left us with his most recent actions. We must be sure that we represent the guild as best we can. Not to mention the fact that Seagrain declared a national emergency." Nahim, the ace of the guild, spoke as she approached the 4 of them. "It must be something of the utmost importance if he were to demand that the meeting take place here of all places." Grand Spada was, after all, not only the largest city in all of Ishgard, but also the one with the most security. Surrounded by 50-meter-high walls, a magical barrier said to withstand 100 Jupiter cannons, and all kinds of powerful mages and knights serving as the city's protectors, no dark guild, not even one from the Balam Alliance, would dare try to snoop in on such a meeting. "You worry too much," Mifone said as she slowly rose from her chair. "Only I and Nahim need to attend this meeting. The rest of you are more than free to spend the day however you please." "Mistress, are you sure?" Graham asked her. "I'm positive. After all, it's not like the opportunity to visit Grand Spada is one we'll get often. I suggest you take time to enjoy yourselves. After all, this may take some time." With a loud yes that could be heard from all of her subordinates, the airship finally landed in the city's designated airfield. After following proper procedure, the group was free to do whatever they desired. Zarina had decided to go shopping. Inavaya insisted on testing out her swordsmanship against some of the city's knights in the training grounds, and Graham decided to go and see a movie. That just leaves the two of us, Mifone said to Nahum with a smile. Let's be on our way, shall we? I'd like to keep us punctual. Yes, if by punctual you mean 20 minutes early like always. Nahum joked with her guild master. But, are you sure it's wise to bring me along, mistress? As Celestial Blade's strongest mage, if anything were to happen to me, you would become the next guild master, as well as the next wizard saint, Mifone told her. It's important for you to see what may lie before you should the worst come to pass. You have been offered the title several times after all. And I'll tell you as I've told them, as long as you're alive, I will continue to serve you to repay the debt I owe you, Nahum said as they neared the Fiori embassy. You took me in when no one else would. As the former princess of Midi, I must repay you properly. Mifone was about to object, when she noticed a familiar face near the embassy. She smiled as she approached him. Master Makarov, what a pleasure it is to see you after all these years, she said as she greeted her former guild master. Mifone. The elder guild master's normally stern expression softened as he saw the young woman approaching him. It's been a while. I take it you have been well. I've been doing rather well if I say so myself, Mifone said as she stopped in front of him. Celestial Blade's success rate continues to operate over 96%, though I wouldn't have allowed for anything less. How is everyone back at Fairy Tale? Quite fine in fact, Makarov said rather cheerfully. They're a rambunctious lot, always getting into mischief, but I couldn't be prouder of them. We've had a fair share of new recruits actually. Sounds like not much has changed. Mifone said with a smile. And what of Urza? I've heard enough to know she's more than truly earned the title of Titania I bestowed upon her. Oh, she has indeed, Makarov said proudly. She's helped keep things in line ever since you left. Though she and I, we do miss your presence. I'll be sure to visit once the harvest festival begins, she assured him. I'm sorry for not being able to attend for the past few years, but running a guild has proven to left my spare time a bit low. She then frowned. And Myra Jane, I haven't seen her since the funeral. I know Lysina's death hit her rather hard, Elfman and Natsu too for that matter. She had made a point 2 years ago, spare time be damned, to have attended Lysina's funeral. The young woman had looked up to Mifone in her time there. It was the least she could do as a former member of the guild. It's been difficult, Makarov sighed. Though I suppose that wound will never truly heal for any of them or for myself. A part of our fairy tale family was lost and, nothing can quite fill that void. I can't imagine it ever will, no, Mifone said with sadness. Having dealt with the loss of her entire family, it was a pain that she could more than sympathize with. But we must move on, despite that pain. If not for ourselves, then for those who have died. After all, she wouldn't want any of us to be sad. She then had a more serious look on her face. But, I do need to discuss something of a more urgent matter with you, Makarov. The Phantom Lord incident. Oh yes, I suppose you would have caught wind of that dreadful business, Makarov said, shaking his head. I can understand not being able to do anything to prevent the damage to the guild hall. You can't be expected to be there all the time, Mifone said before sighing. Nor do I blame you for waiting for the Magic Council to settle things themselves. It was the correct response to the situation. I don't even begrudge you for retaliating after what their Dragon Slayer did to Team Shadow Gear. I would have done no less and would have counter-attacked just as hard. However, the woman then grit her teeth. But you went in with almost the full force of your guild. Yourself, Urza, Natsu, and all of the others, and you lost. She then stood up, anger clear on her face. Guildarts and Mistoggan hardly ever show up, and your grandson has issues to say the least, but you should have had no problem dealing with Phantom Lord while Jose was out. How could you possibly be taken down so easily? Makarov's expression hardened. You know full well of Phantom Lord's reputation. That was no mere run-of-the-mill dark guild we confronted, Mifone. I'm well aware of the facts. She told him. Their S-class, the Jupiter cannon, the Abyss break, all are problems to be sure, but you should have been more than capable of handling the rank and file of that guild. She then sighed. I know Yajimai has told you this, but it bears repeating, I think it's time for you to retire. She frowned as she looked down. You're getting old, master, and it's starting to show. You think I don't know that? Makarov asked, his eyes showing signs of weariness. I had hoped that perhaps you would become the next guild master, and as it stands now, I do not know if my grandson will ever understand what he lacks. Guildarts has already expressed his disinterest and I do not believe Mistogan could inspire his guild's trust. For now, I can only wait for the day that Urza is ready. Why wait? You should let her take over now while you still have time, Mifone said. I've already had to bury one set of parents far too soon, please, don't add yourself to that. Perhaps, but she's so young, Makarov explained. Not so young that I doubt her ability to be guild master, no. But I don't want to rob for her the chance to enjoy the world as a wizard of fairy tale so soon. This is her time. I suppose you make a fair point. Mifone said. I'd argue how foolish you're being when you have such an open opportunity to take the rest you so well deserve but dash. She then looked over at Nahim. I suppose I'm not one to talk. We're not so different in that regard. You have someone who could take your place if you died, and so do I. But I doubt neither would want it to come to that. She then smiled. I haven't introduced you, have I? This is Nahim Natsuki. She's the strongest mage in all of Celestial Blade. I think she just may be as strong as Guildarts. Oh stop, you're making me blush, Nahim said as she came closer to the two of them. I'm strong sure, but I don't think I'm that strong. If half of what you told me about him is true dash. Don't let her humility fool you, Makarov, Mifone said, interrupting her. Underneath that beauty is a warrior more powerful than either of us. As strong as Guildarts? You always did have an eye for talent. Makarov looked at Nahim then. It's an honor to meet you, my dear. The same goes for me. Mistress Long talks very fondly of you and her time at Fairy Tale. I'll have to take the time to visit, Nahim said with a smile. In any event, I do hope the others arrive soon, Mifone said. There was one in particular she couldn't wait to see again. Waiting for your fiancé. Nahim joked to her guild master. Mifone's face turned red like a tomato as she got up. Nahim, I was going to save that for a surprise. Fiancé. Makarov perked up then. Ah, Mifone, you must have had suitors lining up by the dozens. Well, I mean, I've known him since we were children. Mifone said as she twiddled her thumbs in embarrassment. It's just that we're both so busy now, and we don't get to see each other as much as we used to and dash. Good morning, everyone. A boisterous young man shouted as he dropped down beside Mifone, as if falling from the sky. He landed on one knee, hands reaching out so his fingertips touched the ground. God Serena, Makarov said simply enough, staring blankly at the posing young man. I see you are as lively as ever. God Serena, the top-ranked wizard saint, was considered to be not just the most powerful man in all of Fiori but in all of Ishgard. He obtained his fame 4 years prior when, at the mere age of 20, he had single-handedly stopped a coalition force from the countries of Bosco and Iceberg from going to war with Fiori. Makarov blinked before looking at Mifone as she looked at Serena with an odd level of fondness for him. It couldn't be. You too. It's good to see you again, Serena, she said as she walked over to the man. 3 long months since I last saw you face to face. She gave him a warm smile as he slowly rose from the ground. Time long since lost, yes, but nothing we cannot make up for. Serena leapt up into a standing position, wrapping one arm around Mifone's lower back, taking hold of her right hand with his left. He leaned in close, his eyes locking with her own as she fell back a bit. You are such a sight for a dragon slayer's sore eyes. Well, a dragon does love to make sure he can make time to enjoy his treasure, Mifone said before she gave him a kiss on the lips. The kiss only lasted for a few seconds, but soon, the couple stopped kissed and the top-ranked wizard saint let go of her. You, God Serena is your dash, Makarov tried to say as he stared at the two of them. Oh, that's right, I never told you, did I? Mifone said with a smile. Serena and I go way back. Over 16 years ago to be exact. Originally, the two had been engaged at a young age, the two families engaging in a political marriage to benefit from the other. However, over time, Serena and Mifone soon found that they were a natural match. The two had lost their families in their own respective tragedies, but they would always have each other. 16 wonderful years, yes. Serena shouted, putting Mifone into a spin, their fingers never separating. A joyous boon that life has granted upon me. Makarov watched on, wondering if the most powerful of the wizard saints was trying to dance with her right then and there. After all, God Serena was never one not to put on a show if the opportunity presented itself, even if it did no such thing. Gosh, get a room you two, Nahum said as she walked over to the couple as God Serena finally let go of her guild master. Been a long time, hasn't it? Ah, Nahum, my rival. God Serena declared before he pointed a finger at her dramatically. It has been far too long since our last match. Shall we engage in combat here and now? I'm eager to make you pay for the 3 wins you have against me. I'll pass, thanks, Nahum said with a nervous chuckle. I don't think the Pegranda kingdom would appreciate the two of us being responsible for them having to redraw the maps. Besides, you've beaten me 15 times. I don't think I'm really worthy of being your rival. Nonsense. God Serena declared before he pointed one finger into the sky. Only 5 people have ever given me even a remote challenge in battle and, as one of the few, I feel obligated to call you my rival. In fact, the only other man to defeat me more times than you would be Sir Graham Brown. A sigh interrupted the conversation as a new voice could be heard. I've told you for the last time, God Serena, it's Graham Hashwalth. Graham Hashwalth, the second wizard saint and the only man remotely considered to be an equal to God Serena. He was the guild master of the Star-Crossed Knights, a guild that solely existed to defend the royal family and the city of Crocus. He had appeared 3 years ago, with no past known to the world. Most assumed that he was just from another continent, such as Giltina or Alakatasia. Mifone knew the truth, however, thanks to Sylphia. He was among the many chosen warriors the gods had brought over to this world. He was merely sent here earlier than others, though he wasn't the only one. For some reason, some of the gods had sent their chosen champions to this world a few years prior. The 4th and 3rd wizard saints were examples of ones who had been in this world for over 5 years. Really, God Serena, you should take better care to memorize the name of your best friend. Another new voice joined in as Hiswai Fiore, the 18-year-old princess of Fiore, appeared before them all. Your Majesty. The others declared before they all immediately went down to their hands and knees. Forgive my rudeness, Your Majesty, I was merely jesting, God Serena assured the princess. I just wished to entertain our guests while we waited for the meeting. Now, there is no need for any of you to bow before me. Rise, please, she insisted as the wizards did so. We're truly blessed to have such a kind monarchy unlike Bosco, Mifone thought to herself. But what are you doing here? She politely asked Hiswai. I was told this was a matter of great importance in regards to Fiore's safety, Hiswai responded. If I am to rule Fiore someday, I must have as much experience in such matters as possible. Mifone couldn't have agreed more. It wouldn't do to have an inexperienced leader in charge with how hostile Bosco could be towards them. She had no doubt that Hashwalth was the main one behind this idea. The king, bless his kind heart, was too naive at times and often wanted his daughter to simply enjoy the simple life while she still could. Hashwalth, however, who more or less served as Hiswai's full-time bodyguard whenever he was at the castle, had always insisted to Mifone that the princess needed to be given more responsibility as she grew older. Hashwalth smiled as he looked at the princess of Fiore. Much had happened in the 3 years he had lived here. He remembered the day they had first met. Brought to this world for a reason he had not yet known at the time, Hashwalth was near death, his body not fully healed when he was brought to this world. The princess, who was simply on one of her morning strolls through the country in her horse-driven carriage, had noticed his injured body and took him right to the castle to heal him properly. Over the next 2 months he spent in recovery, she had visited him often, bringing all sorts of flowers and wishing for a quick recovery. Once he was fully healed, he had decided to dedicate his life to serving the princess as her royal bodyguard. As the years passed, he began to value her company more and more. Finally, he was serving someone who actually valued his company. He had made a terrible mistake when he had chosen Wywak over his close friend Bess. But now he was doing something right. "We should probably be on our way inside," Hashwalth told the wizard saints and accompanying mages. "Seagrain, some members of the Magic Council, and the other wizard saints are already waiting for us." "I stand corrected," Nahum joked to Mifone as they all began to walk inside. "Here I thought we were the only ones to come way too early." Soon enough, all the members of the wizard saints had arrived. Inside of the embassy sat a large table with 15 seats. Mifone sat down in the middle, eager to get a good look at everyone. To her right was Retsu Anohana, the guild master and founder of Mermaid Heel and the third wizard saint. Another person who was said to have come from another continent, Anohana had grown a reputation of adoration. Healing magic was long thought to have been lost to the passage of time, but with her reappearance she had managed to cure injuries that would have once been considered impossible, such as the reattaching of limbs and even minor regeneration. However, she was also considerably powerful, enough so to be considered the strongest woman not only in Fiori, but all of Ishgar. Mifone herself was well aware that if she were to have ever done battle with Anohana, she would undoubtedly lose. To her left was Robert Acutrone, the new head general of Fiori's Rune Knights. He was the fourth wizard saint, a position he had more than earned with years of service. Ever since his arrival, crime rates had gone down considerably from those not affiliated with dark guilds. Charismatic, more polite than most people knew, he was a truly respected member of the wizard saints. Mifone had never seen him in action herself, but she knew from Makarov that he was more than worthy of his position. The chairman of the Magic Council, Crawford Seam, sat between them both. Juranikis of the Lamia Scale Guild and now the 10th and most recent of the Wizard Saints, placed in the position to replace Jack Bow, sat in the middle. Mifone hadn't had the occasion to speak with him often, but she knew from their few encounters that he was a good humble man, and well worthy of the title. "I'm pleased to see that you all arrived safely," Anohana said with a smile. "Not that I expected any of you to get hurt on the way here, but I heard Mifone had finally taken care of the situation regarding Jack." "Yes, well, it wasn't as hard as I expected," Mifone said as she took her seat, not wanting to admit someone else had done most of the job for her. "I do wish to bring up a few things though. A hypothesis if you will." "I'm sure it's all quite important," Seagrain, the sixth wizard saint said as he sat in the middle. "But I'm afraid we have more pressing matters to attend to. You can bring up your hypothesis at the end of our discussion." "Yes, of course," Mifone said as she looked at her fellow wizard saint. She couldn't quite place why, but something about Seagrain had always bothered her. She had no real reason to distrust him. The man had a spotless record, and he even saved the entire Magic Council when 3 entire dark guilds had somehow managed to force their way into the city in an attempt to wipe them out. It was how he even got the title of Wizard Saint in the first place. But for some reason, she just found something about him off. Seagrain, however, was thinking of something altogether different. "I honestly couldn't care less about who we replace Jose with. The less obstacles the Balam Alliance has to deal with the better. However, that man, Wywak, I need to deal with him as soon as possible. Someone that powerful could ruin everything Master Hades and I have planned for the world. For now, I just have to continue playing my role, and have the Magic Council take care of this problem for me." It had taken Jelal over a month to fix the thought projection of Seagrain to make sure that it would operate as well as it had, Altair telling the Magic Council that he had fallen to a coma to explain his absence. Being trustworthy members of the Magic Council, they bought it with no hesitation. The national emergency, as he called it when calling for this meeting, was nothing more than the man who put him through such suffering in the first place. "You may be an incredibly powerful wizard, Wywak, but no one man could possibly hope to survive against all 10 of the wizard saints. I'll be sure to enjoy being there for your final moments. By the way, where is Yucatake?" Makarov asked Anohana. "As an honorary member of the wizard saints, he's more than welcome to join in on the meeting." "Sick again, I'm afraid," she answered. He should be fine in a few days, but as he is now, he can't afford to leave his room. It's a shame, God Serena added in. He's one of the few men who could actually give me a challenge. If not for that illness of his, he would be more than qualified to be one of the 4 gods of Ishtar. Sorry I'm late. A voice called out as Elizabeth Hartcrews finally made her appearance, the woman panting as Yuki walked behind her. I overslept. Again, Elizabeth? You really must work on managing your time better, Mifone said to her mockingly. Why, I arrived 20 minutes early to ensure I wouldn't embarrass myself like you are now. And 4 of the others arrived even sooner than that. I told you that we were going to be late, Yuki said before Elizabeth sat down with a huff. Look, it's not my fault that I've been getting new orders for armors like crazy. Unlike the rest of your guild halls, a business doesn't just close at the end of a night. I have to make sure that we're properly stocked, all the armors are of proper quality dash. And that's exactly why you need to make sure you have people under you to delegate these sorts of things to, Robert said to the upset wizard saint. You're never going to get caught up if you try to do everything by yourself. Well, sorry, Mr. General, but unlike you, I don't have a bunch of competent subordinates that I can trust with making the armors in the best condition possible. The manner of forging that I'm used takes at least 10 years of practice to be at a level that I find acceptable, and all the blacksmiths I've tried to hire just think they can go in and make a magical armor when it's not that simple. Perhaps your standards of quality are too high, Seagrain said. You could probably stand to have more time off, and money, if you just made your products a bit cheaper. To do that would be an insult to the Hartcrews legacy. Miss Hartcrews is absolutely right, Juranikis proclaimed. One shouldn't settle for anything less if they wish to have pride in their work. I concur. God Serena said with excitement. Why, look at these wonderful clothes she's made for me. I wouldn't dare think of wearing anything less but the best. The finest. To do anything less would be god-awful. Yes, you would think that way, wouldn't you? Seagrain said. You always have been style over substance. God Serena snarled. You just lack the right sense of taste, boy. I thought someone around my own age would understand the importance of fashion, but instead I have to rely on someone who is far older than any of us to deliver on such things. Excuse you. Elizabeth cried out, not liking having her age being brought up so casually, even if Serena was, by all accounts, trying to take her side. The lot of them began to bicker then, getting far too caught up in the conversation to realize that they were, in fact, wasting valuable time. Hashwalth was about to speak up and go into a 2-hour-long lecture on how this conversation was pointless when all of a sudden, they were interrupted. Now everyone, I'm sure you all have wonderful points to make, Anohana said with a smile as she rose from her seat, but we're here for a reason, and as pleasant as this conversation is, I believe we should discuss Miss Hartcreutz's extreme work ethic another time. So please, let's move on, shall we? She asked, the last 2 words being uttered with only the tiniest bit of a threatening undertone. Why yes ma'am, they all said in unison before quieting down, all except for God Serena who wished to continue. But the importance of fashion quality cannot be interrupted. As I said, we can continue this conversation later, Anohana said as she smiled at the number 1 wizard saint and stared into his eyes. Feeling a slight shiver, God Serena found himself unable to find it in him to continue bickering. Sorry, he said before he eventually joined the others and sat down. Even if she wasn't the most powerful person in the room, Retsu Anohana had a way to make even the most mighty and powerful of warriors cower before her wrath. I can see why you were so feared, Hashwalth thought to himself. You barely raise your voice, but just like that, you're able to get everyone else to settle down. Truly, you are worthy of your reputation. Hashwalth recalled the time he had met with the former captain of Squad 4 3 years ago. He was more than certain that she would be quite bitter with him. She had every right to be after all. He had played a major role in not just killing countless comrades of hers, including her commander and longtime confidant Genri Yusai Shijikuni Yamamoto, but also her death as well. He was quite surprised however, when she had greeted him as if nothing had happened. He was sure it was some kind of trick or ploy, but she assured him that was not the case. We've both made our fair share of mistakes in our old lives, Hashwalth. You survived under a tyrant king, and helped assist him with the near destruction of the Soul Society, but I was a much different person over 1,000 years ago, as you can recall. I had taken countless lives, many of whom had done nothing wrong, for my own amusement. It was a different era, but I realize now that as the first Kenpeki, I was no more than a murderer. It took a special encounter a few years after the war with your kind for me to realize the folly of my ways. We've both paid for our sins with our very lives. But now, in this new world, we have a chance to do things right. I bear you no ill will, and would be more than happy to consider you an ally, and even a friend, if you would allow it. The two had become close friends since. Not just with her, but the other gods of Ishgar as well. It was only at the end of his old life that he realized that he had taken his one true friend for granted. Now, here in this new world, he wanted nothing more than to make up for that mistake. Well, now that we have our bickering out of the way, I do believe it's time that we discussed what we're really here for. Crawford spoke to the mages before him. First and foremost, we need to discuss who we can use to replace Jose Porla as a wizard saint due to his recent actions shaming us all. Now, do I need to remind you what the guidelines and rules are for choosing a wizard saint? Please, Mr. Chairman, allow me, his wife said as she stood up. There are only 3 things needed for a wizard to get recommended for the position of wizard saint. The first was to have a power at least 3 times greater than that of the average S-class wizard. The second is having accomplished great deeds and feats that are wildly acknowledged as beneficial to Fiori as a whole. And finally, that the person being recommended in question is not already part of a guild that has a wizard saint already in it, to avoid any one guild having too much political power. Of course, to fix said problem, one would only need to leave the guild, with the prospect of joining another being optional. Someone's studied, Anohana thought to herself. You really have started to take your position more seriously, haven't you, Princess Hiswai? Ah yes, quite right, Crawford said before coughing a bit. Now then, let's hear who our candidates are. Jura, do you have anyone in mind? I've heard Jenny Reelite from Blue Pegasus is rather powerful. She would be the weakest amongst us, but I believe she has what it takes. I'm afraid I have to disagree, Makarov spoke up. There's no doubt how strong she is. She was, after all, a rival for Myra Jane for a few years before she ended up retiring, but I'm afraid she's a bit too vain to handle the position as of now. I concur, Elizabeth spoke up. I personally made the machine souls that she's currently using and, while they have made her more powerful, she's far from mastering them. I think she'll be ready in about 7 to 8 years. Well then, do you have anyone you wish to recommend, Elizabeth? Seagrain asked her. Well, word on the street is that you've recently found a rather powerful wizard to join your guild, Retsu, Elizabeth said to the 4th wizard saint. I heard that she even took down 10 werewolves in one strike. That's no easy feat, easily wizard saint worthy. I have no doubt that she'll be worthy of it someday. But like Jenny, she's too inexperienced, Anohana said with a sigh. Furthermore, Kagura is a bit too obsessed with saving her brother. I'm afraid that if she were to take the position now, she would just end up using it solely to find him. She's a good girl, but I feel she needs to grow a bit more first. Besides, she's far too young. However, Anohana said as she looked at both Yuki and Nahim. Both of you are more than worthy of the role. Yuki, you're one of the fastest women in Fiori. They don't call you Yuki of the Flashblade for nothing, Elizabeth added in as she playfully elbowed Yuki in the ribs. Fastest, yes, but I don't think I have anything else that would remotely qualify me. I still have a lot to learn, Yuki said to Anohana, trying to ignore Elizabeth's well-meaning teasing. I appreciate the recommendation, but I'm not worthy of it. Besides, she's the only one I can even remotely trust to run Hartcroy Tea Industries with. I couldn't bear to part with her, Elizabeth said with a smile. And I still wish to repay Mistress Long for the debt I owe her, Nahim said, knowing that she could not part from Miphone's guild until that had been accomplished. What about Urza Scarlet? God Serena asked. You're always going on about how you have such high expectations of her, Miphone. Why, I heard that she even fought Jose and gave him a hard time despite being hit by a Jupiter cannon and fighting one of his S-class mages previously. Even if she isn't anywhere near as strong as Makarov is yet, I think she sounds more than qualified. Seagrain bit his tongue. Such a position of power for Urza Scarlet would compromise. He had to speak up and soon. I agree that she's more than worthy of the position, Mifone said to God Serena. More so than even I am. But I'm afraid she would never take it. Indeed, Makarov spoke up. Fairy tale means far more to her than the title of Wizard Saint ever would. Leaving the guild would be like losing an arm to her. Ah yes, you fairy tale wizards are rather close to each other, aren't you? God Serena said before chuckling. A respectable quality. Still, it's a shame to see such talent not being given the rank it so rightfully deserves. Just like my old rival, Gildarts. I'd recommend him as well, but I know he's always far too busy to ever make time for meetings such as these. Seagrain was more than pleased that he had not needed to speak up and come up with his own reasoning against Urza's inclusion, the suggestion having been argued against and the topic shifted already. Gildarts, the very definition of wasted talent, Hashwalth said. If only he would use that power for more worthwhile goals. He then stood up. But in any event, while I find all of the previous choices to make sense, I do believe that I know just who to recommend for the position. Oh? Do you now? Seagrain asked with interest. Yes, please, do go on. God Serena said with excitement in his voice. If it's your recommendation then it has to be someone more than worthy of the title. Princess Hiswai Fiori. A silence fell over the room, everyone starting at the Wizard Saint as if he had gone mad. The princess? Surely you jest. Crawford spoke up. No offense to Her Majesty, I'm sure she's a fine mage, but to be a Wizard Saint she must be dash. She has more than enough power for the position, I can assure you, Hashwalth said with confidence. I've been training her for the past 3 years. I know how strong she is, more than anyone else. Hashwalth, are you sure? Hiswai asked him. I'm not sure if I'm ready for this. You're far stronger than you think you are, princess, trust me, the blonde man assured her. Your word is all well and good, but I'm going to need more proof than just that, Crawford insisted. I would not want our final decision tainted by favoritism is all. I can vouch for her as well, Anohana spoke up. I've been to the castle many times to speak with Hashwalth and I've seen their training sessions. She's far more powerful than she lets on. She does have the qualifications. Mifone added. No guild of her own that already has a Wizard Saint, she's been more than charitable to the people of Fiori, particularly on a personal level in ways that no prince or princess who has come before her has. Why, she's helped out many citizens without work to by hiring them as servants in her castle. I guess all we would need to do now is see just how strong she is, Jura spoke up. Your Majesty, if you would allow it, I would like to test your strength personally. Hiswai wasn't sure how to react. Facing Hashwalth in practice was one thing, but this was going to be a battle against a Wizard Saint who was not likely to hold back against her in this test. She was about to decline, when she felt someone's hand on her own. She looked down to see Hashwalth, giving her a smile, the words he spoke earlier repeating in her head. You're far stronger than you think you are, princess, trust me. I accept your challenge, Hiswai said, a look of determination now replacing the nervous expression that had been on her face only moments ago. You can't be serious about this. Crawford cried out. If anything were to happen to her, the king would be furious. My reputation would be ruined. Some priorities you have, Mifone thought to herself. Ever since the day the murderer of her parents got away, Mifone had always had issue with the Magic Council. While well-meaning most of the time, it had become clear to her as of late that, with a few exceptions, the Magic Council was run by people who cared more about their public image than actual results. It upset her to no end. If not for her prior experience in her past life, she would desire nothing more than to overthrow it. But as of now, she would do what she could to make a difference, the correct way. My days of reformation are over. But rest assured, Crawford, one day you and the rest of the incompetent old men and women that run the council will be replaced. If not by force, then by the passage of time. The members of the Wizard Saints had traveled downstairs into what looked like a large basement, one that was well over 400 feet in both length and width. It was an area for visiting mages, particularly Wizard Saints, to practice their magic without worrying about damaging the surrounding area. To further make sure that the city was protected, a powerful barrier was also erected around the arena. The rules of this bout are simple, Robert spoke as the two got into position. The challenger for the title of a wizard saint, Hiswai Fiore, must last 10 minutes against Jura or obtain victory. If she cannot last until the duration of the match, she will have failed this test and we will resume our selection for the wizard saint. Retsu Anohana will be on standby to heal any and all injuries afterwards. And, of course, no killing is allowed. Do you consent to these rules, Your Majesty? I do, Hiswai said as she reached into her pocket, grabbing hold of her celestial spirit keys. She looked at them before tossing them at Hashwalth, who remained in the stands. Take these. I don't wish for them to get damaged. As you command, Your Majesty, Hashwalth said as he caught them. Many of the others, however, were confused by this action. Hashwalth, isn't Her Majesty a celestial wizard? Elizabeth asked him. Indeed she is, Miss Hearthcroaty. Then, why is she giving away the only way she can fight back? Elizabeth asked out of curiosity. I mean, I haven't seen any celestial wizards for about 100 years, but last I checked, unless something has changed since then, they need those keys to summon their spirits. You misunderstand the situation, Anohana said as she sat right next to them. The princess is a skilled celestial mage, that is for certain, but if that was all she had I would have never recommended her for the position. You mean to tell me that she possesses other types of magic as well? Makarov asked as he joined them. It usually takes over 10 years just to master one magic. For her to have learned another in that time is dash. It's impressive to say the least, Sigran said as he looked down below. As someone who has learned many types of magic myself, I know how hard it can be to become skilled at them all. I guess we have that in common, Mifone said as she looked at the princess with interest. But if she's not going to be using celestial magic, then what does she have up her sleeve? Regardless what it is, it'll have to pack quite the punch if it hopes to propel our dear princess to the heavens themselves. God Serena proclaimed as he struck a pose, his right index finger pointing right at the ceiling. Though the weakest and newest member of the wizard saints he may be, Jura is not someone just anyone can take down lightly. Will the princess manage to last long enough, and grasp victory from such unlikely odds, or will Jura show us that the princess is biting off more than she can chew? Oh, the suspense is making me all a tingle. He then pointed dramatically at Hashwalth. I suppose you would know better than the rest of us. You'll see, Hashwalth replied with a smirk. The princess is far more powerful than she appears. I won't be holding back, princess, Jura said as he got into a ready stance to begin combat. If you truly wish to see if you have what it takes to become one of us, I can't afford to be lenient. I'm going to give you one chance to back out of this if you think you can't handle it. Your concern is most appreciated, Jura, truly, Hiswai said with a smile. I wasn't so sure of my decision at first, but Hashwalth has taught me a lot over the last 3 years. Has he now? Jura asked with interest. Indeed. One of the first lessons he taught me when we began my training was, a true ruler won't ask his subjects to do a task that he himself would be unwilling to do. If I am to become queen someday, if I am to become your leader and become a woman that all of Fiore can look up to and respect, then I must prove myself. I respect your resolve. Jura said with a smile. Very well, let us begin. The bald saint pointed one of his hands at the princess, before shouting, Rock Avalanche. Immediately, the ground before them split as giant boulders floated into the air before they all came crashing towards the princess. Oh, I can't look. Crawford yelled as he covered his eyes, no doubt expecting the woman to be crushed by the boulders. However, as they closed in on her, Hiswai smiled and vanished from sight, reappearing behind Jura. Teleportation. Elizabeth asked as Hiswai closed the distance between herself and Jura, running forward at great speed. No, this is something else, Seagrain said as he was now paying close attention to the battle before them. Hiswai continued to run forward before Jura extended his arms at her once more, letting out another attack. Iron Rock Fist. He yelled out as a giant fist of stone appeared from the ground and tried to hit the princess. However, she vanished from sight once more and appeared on the far side of the stage. Then she vanished in and out of view as she closed in on him. It appears to be some form of high-speed magic, Seagrain continued to say as he watched closely. But it's unlike any I've ever seen before. It sure is rather flashy, I have to admit. God Serena added in as he continued to watch the battle with excitement. Things were getting interesting now. However, it was a technique more than familiar to three of the people watching the battle. I see now, Robert thought to himself. Hashwalth, you've taught her how to use magic to emulate Hyrankyaku, haven't you? It's rather impressive that she was able to come up with such a thing despite only being trained by a Quincy for 3 years, Anohana thought as she watched on. But just how did she become so strong so quickly? As she is now, she's already more powerful than most Soul Reapers. Hiswai continued to close in Jura, managing to avoid every single one of his blows. She sure is fast, I'll give her that, Jura thought as she came in closer and closer. But she'll need far more than speed if she wishes to defeat me. Moving his hands in a rapid fashion, the ground that had been broken up earlier began to float in the air once more and closed in on Hiswai. Supreme King Rock Crush. The princess began to attempt her evasive tactics once more, but, as she grew closer to Jura and the starting point of his attacks, she found that doing so was becoming increasingly harder. Eventually, the rocks began to surround her too fast for her to dodge anymore and then began to hit her body. Hiswai groaned in pain as one rock hit her in the stomach. Then her head went back when a boulder went smashing into her face. It was enough to bring her to her knees. With one more hand motion, Jura then brought down the rest of the rocks he had floating in the air. Hiswai tried her best to gather her bearings and shook her head, but as she managed to stand on her 2 feet, she soon saw 5 large boulders come down on her. A large thud was heard and the emerald-haired woman was soon caught beneath the attack. I'm doomed, Crawford whispered, his being the only voice to break the silence that followed. However, just before anyone could say any more, the rocks that had seemingly crushed Hiswai were sliced open, the princess standing before Jura none the worse for wear, and a giant claymore in her right hand. The weapon was almost as tall as she was, a red ruby at the center of the golden hilt. Crawford, now feeling immense relief, was also shocked at what he saw. That blade, it can't be, the regale blade. The regale blade? Wasn't that the sword that King Astor wielded when her founded Fiore? Miphone asked Elizabeth. That's it all right, Elizabeth said as she looked at the blade intently. I remember seeing him use that blade to cleave through what few remaining dragons there were back then while I served as the Fiore army's #1 blacksmith. He told me that it was a blade that was given to him by one of the gods themselves. But what? Miphone asked in confusion. He told me that he considered the weapon too powerful for just anyone to wield. So he placed a spell on it that only someone from his family that was worthy would ever be able to remove it from the chains that bound the blade within its sheath. But, for her to be that powerful. Iron rock spikes. Jura declared as he tried to once again to bind his opponent with the earth itself. However, now wielding her great weapon, Hiswai was able to cleave through the stones as if they were nothing but butter. Regale cutter! She yelled as she swung her blade. A strong shockwave emitted from the edge, destroying all of the stone that Jura had sent her way. Regale hurricane! She yelled out as her sword was now engulfed with wind which soon erupted into a large tornado that engulfed the entire arena. Jura was slowly losing his ground as he tried to defend himself from the powerful gusts of wind. Rock Mountain! He shouted as a giant golem emerged from the stone before him, protecting him from the element that was blasting him rather hard. To think that the princess was this powerful. Hashwalth, what kind of training did you give her? I think I understand now, Robert said to himself as he watched the battle from afar. This isn't the result of mere training. No, the reason why she's so powerful and is able to use the sword, you've been using your power of amplification and power sharing to increase her strength over the past 3 years. No wonder she is as powerful as she is. Regale Nova! Hiswai declared before she made a fireball that was about 50 feet tall and launched it at the defense that Jura put up. Iron rock wall! Jura yelled as several pillars of rock appeared before his armored guardian to try to ensure that the attack would not make it through. However, the massive fireball was plowing through them all, until finally it made contact with the giant golem and destroyed it. Jura was about to declare his next attack when he noticed a shadow above him. He looked up, and saw none other than Hiswai, blade raised high, shining with green energy, and coming straight down on him. Regale impact. Moving out of the way at the last possible second, Jura rolled out of the way as the area Hisui struck was rocked by a powerful shockwave, destroying the ground underneath. The arena began to shake with power as Hisui began to stand up. How long has this fight been going on? Elizabeth asked Makarov. About 3 minutes, Makarov answered her with disbelief. At this rate, it'll be more impressive if Jura lasts the full 10 minutes, Mifone thought to herself. This level of power is far beyond what I expected her to be capable of. She then turned her head to look at the inhabitants from another world. Retsu Anohana, Jugram Hashwalth, Robert Akutrone, just what kind of world did you come from? Finally deciding that enough was enough, Jura pushed forward with his strongest attack. I can only hope this isn't too much power. Rumbling Mount Fuji. Just as Hisui was about to move forward to press her offense once more, the ground below her shook. She looked down and, just as she did, she was covered in a large pillar of light as it erupted from below, the barrier that surrounded the arena barely managing to hold as it shook with the great might of an earthquake. When the light finally vanished, the arena was in tatters and the princess was nowhere to be seen. Oh no, he killed her. Crawford yelled out as he tugged on his beard, once more in a panic over what had no doubt transpired. His Majesty is sure to have my head for this. No, you may remain calm as it's not over yet, Hashwalth said as he let a smile appear on his face. At least, not for her. He merely pointed up in the air where the top 4 wizard saints and Nahum were already looking. As everyone else began to raise their head, they could see Hisui floating in the air. She was rather battered and bruised with plenty of cuts across her body to show for her troubles, but she was still standing in midair. She can fly too. Crawford yelled out surprised. She's not flying, Nahum said as she looked above, observing the princess. She's using magic to walk on the air. I'll admit, if that attack had hit me before I had a chance to avoid the brunt of it, I would have been done for, Hisui said as she raised her blade and began to be surrounded by golden energy. It's a very powerful move. Truly worthy of a wizard saint, but luckily for me, I was able to get out of the way just in the nick of time. Now then, let's see if you can do the same with my ultimate technique. Regale Blast. As Hisui pointed her blade forward, a large wave of energy burst out of the tip. As the wave of energy came crashing down on him, Jura tried to desperately to use whatever he could to form some kind of defense, a large rock wall bursting up before him to stop the attack. However, the wall did little to stop the magic power and it looked as if it was about to hit him head on. I think we've seen quite enough for today. In what seemed like an instant, Hisui's Regale Blast was split in two as Anohana appeared before the exhausted and beaten Jura, using the shockwave generated by the unsheathing of her sword to dispel Hisui's attack. I do believe that she's more than proven herself, don't you agree? Anohana asked Crawford as she looked at the trembling old man. Why yes, of course. Crawford yelled out, relieved beyond words that both Hisui and Jura were alive and well. I hereby declare Hisui Fiore the 9th Wizard Saint. You may as well make her the 8th Wizard Saint, Elizabeth told him. I don't think I could have beaten Jura as fast as she did. Consider it done. I actually did it, Hisui said as she slowly floated down to the ground. I just defeated Iron Rock Jura, all by myself. She could hardly believe that she was capable of such a thing. Hashwalth was right, she really was far stronger than she realized. You should be quite proud of yourself, Your Majesty, Anohana said before she looked at the 2 injured wizard saints. Now let's patch you 2 up, shall we? After a few minutes, Anohana had finished healing Jura and Hisui and the rest of the council once again met up in the conference room. A marvelous display. Truly you are royalty worth fighting for. God Serena cheered on before pointing at her and Hashwalth. If I were to grade her training and overall performance, I would have to give it a solid B+. Yes, it was a wonderful performance to be sure, Seagrain said. But I'm afraid we have more urgent business that we need to discuss now. Ah yes, that's right. You had some rather important news you wished to share with us, Robert said. Well, go on, let's hear it. Very well. As you are aware, I elected to personally apprehend Jose Porla after the unfortunate incident between Phantom Lord and Fairy Tale. Unfortunately, I failed in my mission, but the reason that I called for this meeting wasn't because I failed to apprehend Jose, but the reason why I failed in the first place. Yes, you were in a coma for quite some time, Makarov said with some concern. Go on then, tell us what happened. Altair and I chased after the madman. I told her to stand back, just to ensure her safety. When I found him, there was a man waiting for me. I didn't think much of him at first, but then, he defeated me. Must have been some fight if it put you in a coma, Elizabeth said. You're not exactly an easy guy to take down. Or hit for that matter. What happened between the two of us couldn't even be called a fight, Seagrain said as he scowled. Nothing I used was effective. Every attack was completely and utterly useless. I couldn't even so much as draw a single speck of blood. When I tried to run away after realizing how horribly outmatched I was, he caught up with me in an instant. After that, I only remember waking up in my room a month later. He sounds like a worthy opponent. God, Serena said with a smirk. For someone to defeat you so easily is no small feat. Your speed is well regarded even amongst the 4 gods of Ishgar. I'll be more than happy to hunt this man down and bring him to face justice. Tell me, what was his name? He said his name was, Wywak. Hashwalth stood straight up with a look of considerable worry, Anohana and Robert having a similar look. Did you say, Wywak? That was his name, yes, Seagrain said, not liking the look on the other 3 gods of Ishgar. What on earth could have wizards of their caliber so worried? Hashwalth sat, and sweat began to pour out of his skin as he looked down at the table. His Majesty? Here? Impossible. There's no way he could have been defeated. Don't tell me, Ichigo Kurosaki and Sosuke Aizen managed to take him down together? If he were the Hashwalth of old, he would have dropped everything, left the kingdom and done everything in his power to reunite with the Quincy Kaiser, but he was no longer that man. No longer was he Jugram Hashwalth, Grand Master of the Stern Ritter. No, he was now Jurgum Hashwalth, leader of the Star-Crossed Knights and the second Wizard Saint. Most importantly, however, he was the loyal guardian of Hiswai Fiori. Princess, I promise you, no matter what happens, no matter who dares threaten your life, I will slay all who dare to harm you. Those were the very words he had promised her when he first became her official protector. But now, if Wywak was to be one of those enemies, he knew better than anyone else that keeping that promise may now very well be impossible. Your Majesty, no, Wywak, just what are you planning? The progenitor of the Quincy, Anohana said, her normally relaxing expression faltering. I suppose it would be best to see if the Captain Commander of my world has come here as well. We'll make finding him a top priority when this meeting is over, Hashwalth said to her. Captain Commander? Seagran asked the two of them. Just who are you talking about? A potential ally from our country of origin. Though one I would advise either Anohana or Yuka take approach, Hashwalth said to Seagrain before looking at Robert. Robert, I need to know dash. Never again, Robert said, an expression piercing through his glasses. I have seen far too many of his purges to ever stand by his side again. I feel like we're missing some context here, Elizabeth said. Do you know this Wywak? Yes, Hashwalth responded to her. In our old country, where we all originated from, he was a great enemy to Anohana and her guild, and my old guild master for lack of better term. We were both of us fools to serve him as we did, Robert added on, his shoulders slumping. And if not for the grace of the gods, it would have cost us everything. In that case, I recommend that we find this man and eliminate him immediately, Seagrain said with enthusiasm. With the power of the 10 Wizard Saints we should be more than capable of wiping him off the face of Earthland. God Serena, I think this will be the perfect mission for to take the lead dash. No, Hashwalth interrupted. We will do no such thing. What, why not? God Serena stared at Hashwalth with the veritable eyes of a puppy dog. This sounds like the perfect challenge for my hybrid theory. First you won't let me seek out the black dragon of the apocalypse and now you deny me this. Think of the good of the people of Fiori. We need to end this potential threat. My friend, you don't understand, Hashwalth said as he shook his head. You and I have fought to a draw many a time. Our powers are almost equal. So, let me make this as perfectly clear to you as possible. Comparing my power to Wywaka's is like comparing the average S-class wizard to you. Then what you have us do? God, Serena asked, staring intently at Hashwalth. Kiss our way of life, God, bye-bye? God, you're really going to make that your catchphrase, aren't you? Mifone thought to herself with the desire to groan. Sometimes her fiancé could be too eccentric even for her. I wouldn't say that, Hashwalth spoke to him. As of now, we don't know exactly what his intentions are. If there is a chance we could negotiate with him. You're practically suggesting that we bow down and do nothing. Seagrain yelled at him. If we antagonize him, he'll kill us all. Hashwalth shouted back. The normally calm Quincy finally moved to blatant emotion. We don't have a fighting chance against a foe like this. I've never seen Hashwalth afraid before. To see him like this, Hiswai thought to herself as she watched on. Just who, or what is this Wywak? Perhaps we should assess the situation in full before we do anything rash, Anohana offered. It was made clear to me a lifetime ago that this Wywak is nothing if not a patient man. However, unlike last time, we know of his presence. No longer is he an unknown foe skulking about in the shadows. Time is also on our side. I agree with Anohana, Mifone said. I can understand why you feel so strongly on this, Seagrain, but right now we simply lack what we need to make an informed decision. It's clear to me that 3 of the 4 gods of Ishgar are far more familiar with him than we are, so I would suggest we take their advice. I suppose that's only fair, Seagrain said, the fingers of his right hand clenching into a closed fist. Though perhaps if word were to leak out to the Balam Alliance, they might be capable of doing what the Wizard Saints cannot. Surely this Wywak could not withstand the full might of the 3 most powerful dark guilds in all of Fiori. At the very least, if worse comes to worse, the Magic Council always has the Etherian, Elizabeth said with a smile. Powerful as this man may be, no one could possibly survive a laser capable of destroying an entire country. Elizabeth suddenly felt almost all the eyes on the room on her, leading to a drop of sweat born from nervousness to crawl down the side of her face. Is something the matter? You always recommend we fire off the Etherian at every little problem that comes our way, Seagrain said. How is the Magic Council supposed to know when the situation is truly dire if they feel the creator of the weapon is always crying wolf? Fine, be that way, Elizabeth grumbled. See if the Magic Council ever lets you fire it. I wouldn't be so sure it'd work, Hashwalth wanted to say. He wanted to let them all just how much of a horrible situation they were truly in, but he decided against it. Right now, panicking would do none of them any good. His Majesty announced his presence to a wizard saint, no doubt to make us all spend many a sleepless night. After all, it's what we did to the Soul Society at our first move. But, Anohana is absolutely correct. Right now, we have time on our side to think of a plan, time to find the Captain Commander. Is there anything else left for us to discuss? Hiswai asked the gathered wizard saints. No, that was all I had to mention. Seagrain paused for a moment. I almost forgot. Mifone, when you replied to the summons, you mentioned that you had something you wished to bring up as well. No, I've realized now it's rather insignificant, Mifone replied. It's best I only discuss this with someone I know I can trust. In that case, I hereby declare that this Council of the 10 Wizard Saints is officially concluded, Crawford said before sighing. I can't wait to finally get home. As the Wizard Saints began to leave the building one at a time, Elizabeth walked over to Makarov. It was nice seeing you again, Makarov. But please, do tell Urza to stop being so reckless with her armor. That adamantine set is very expensive and time-consuming to repair. I suppose I can advise her to respect your time and craftsmanship, Makarov said, though I would hope she doesn't have any future encounters with a Jupiter cannon. I would hope not, Elizabeth said with a smile. I'll make sure future armors will be more than capable of handling that cannon. I know the ins and outs of the thing better than anyone else, so I think I should manage. She then smiled to Makarov as she walked off, Yuki following behind her quickly. Mifone also gave her a smile which Elizabeth returned. Seagrain and Anohana had already left to head back home and Crawford was heading back to his hotel. By the way, Makarov said as he turned to look at one of his fellow wizard saints, you said you are a Quincy, yes? Yes, both Robert and I are in fact Quincy's, Hashwalth said to Makarov. Humans born with special powers. Is there something you wished to discuss about it? I was just curious as I have two Quincy's in my guild, Makarov said. Bambietta Basterbine and Liltata Lampard. Perhaps you know them. Yes, I was well aware that the two of them had joined your guild. Robert spoke. They're old students of mine. Some of my very best. Why, I even sent them a book of Quincy spells to help assist them, but you're probably wondering why I didn't do so in person, aren't you? I imagine you've been in this new world for some time if you have the authority that you do now, Makarov continued. Though I suppose you were both held similar positions back home as well considering how comfortable you seem in these positions of power. Which worries me considering if what the young ladies in my care have told me about your former guild is anything to go by. Yes, well, I'm not exactly proud of what I used to be a part of, Robert said as he looked into the sky. For so many years, I thought I was part of something worthy of pride. That we were the ones in the right, but it was only mere moments before my death that I realized that I had wasted my life serving a cruel tyrant and not the messiah that we all thought he was. When I found out that Bambietta and Liltato were in your guild, I wished for nothing more than to see my old students again, but I decided against it. I wanted them to fully embrace their new lives. To see all this world had to offer. One day, I'll see them again but for now, I know that they are in good hands. As for myself, Hashwalth began to speak towards the end of our lives, Miss Lampard and I were on opposite sides of a civil war. I now regret my choice of serving my king loyally, but I very much doubt she would want to see me again. I have no doubt she has already informed Miss Basterbine of what had transpired and, well, I'm sure you know her well enough to know what would likely follow should our paths cross. I suppose you speak the truth, Makarov continued. Bambietta does wear her emotions on her sleeve. She wouldn't be Miss Basterbine if she didn't, Hashwalth said as Robert nodded his head. Indeed. She has been very upfront with how she feels about things. However, I must take my leave to headquarters. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure seeing you all again. Then, with the use of Hirenkyaku, Robert was gone. Mifone smiled as she looked at Hiswai and Hashwalth as they began to leave as well. It'll be an honor to see you serve with us, Your Majesty, Mifone said to Hiswai. I thank you for your kind words, I can only hope I won't let you down. You shouldn't worry. God Serena said, patting Hiswai on the back. I'm sure your presence will be a boon for us all. It's not everyday royalty is among us. What our overly excitable friend is trying to say is that you shouldn't worry yourself over it, Makarov added. This rank is not given out without deliberation or thought. If we have made this decision, then you have already moved beyond any chance of letting us down. Hiswai gave the two wizard saints a sincere smile as she walked over to her bodyguard. Let's be off, shall we? She said to Hashwalth with a smile. With any luck, we'll be back home in 5 days. Hashwalth wasn't exactly in the most chipper of moods, his mind still astray from the revelation he had heard moments ago, but the smile on the princess's face made his fears and troubles vanish from his mind. A sound suggestion, Your Majesty. They walked down the street, hand in hand. Jura gave Mifone and Makarov a nod before he finally turned to leave as well. I guess you have to go now as well? Mifone asked her fiancé as Hashwald and Hiswai left them. I was hoping we could spend some more time together. I would love to, of course, but the Magic Council has asked me to look into a Leviathan off the coast of Sielum, God Serena replied, a gleam in his eyes. Rumor has it it's the size of a country. Rumors tend to be far grander than reality, Mifone said before smiling. But I know nothing I can say will stop you. Your desire for a worthy opponent is matched only by your flamboyance and grandeur. Right on all counts. Serena shouted as he spun, his arms outstretched. Stopping on a dime, however, he tentatively reached out for Mifone's hand, stopping to see if she was all right with it. My lady. She took his hand and smiled. It's quite all right. It would be rather selfish of me to keep you from preventing more loss of innocent life. Besides, that pride of yours is one of the reasons why I grew so attached to you in the first place. Then I have reason to never lose my pride as a wizard, saint, or fiancé, Serena whispered as he kissed the back of her hand. He stepped back then, his fingers slipping away from her own. Until then, my dear Miphone. The wizard saint suddenly struck a pose, an unorthodox pose, bending at his knees, hands up and fingers angled down at his forehead. Goodbye-bye. Then he was off, dashing away into the distance fast enough to kick up a storm of dirt and debris. He's still quite the energetic one, Makarov said dryly before he looked at Miphone. Still, I am glad to see you so happy. Fairy Tale was very helpful when it came to me picking myself up after the death of my family, she said as she looked where her beloved once was. But I'd say he was just as important. He was there for me every step of the way while I grieved. For that, I can never thank him enough. She then groaned. Now if only I could find the right way to tell him just how painful his catchphrase is. I suppose he will try his best to make it catch on with all of Fiore, however, Makarov smiled. But, perhaps despite not being a part of the guild, the fairy tale spirit runs through him as well. You have. Makarov's expression softened a bit as he looked at Miphone. You have done well for yourself, Makarov whimpered. I couldn't be prouder of you. I know, she said with a smile. And by the way, those rules you gave me. Don't worry, I've made sure to have kept my word. Fairy Tale is forever in my heart no matter the distance between us all. There was a moment of silence then, Miphone looking at her fellow guildmate. Nahum, how's about you go and get some sightseeing done? I'm going to be busy with Master Makarov for a while. Well, if you're sure about it, Nahum said before waving at Makarov. It was really nice meeting you. The pleasure was all mine, Makarov said with an honest smile. Now, finally, at long last, it was just the two of them. Makarov took a deep breath then, looking up at the former member of Fairy Tale. Something is troubling you, isn't it, Miphone? You always did have a talent of knowing whenever any of us were hiding something from you, Miphone said as she walked over to a nearby park bench and sat down, just as she did earlier this morning. Yes, something's been bothering me, and no, it has nothing to do with your retirement, or even Wywak, though needless to say I'll be thinking of plans of how to deal with that potential issue before it becomes a true problem. Makarov followed along, sitting down on the bench beside Miphone. I would expect no less of one who started her own guild for the sake of the future of Fiore. She smiled at her old master before she looked up into the sky. 1 year ago, Jackbo, once the 10th wizard saint, goes mad and begins to act maliciously out of the blue. 2 months ago, Jose Porla attacks your guild over nothing more than jealously in a job request from Jude Hartfilia that was never meant to go so far out of control. She then looked back down at her master. It's quite odd, isn't it? For such similar occurrences to happen so close to one and another. Perhaps I misspoke when I told Princess Hiswai that the wizard saints do not take lightly the acceptance of new members, Makarov said before looking up at Miphone with narrowed eyes. But I suspect you have a more worrisome theory. I don't believe in coincidences, Makarov. At least not in situations like this, Miphone said with a serious look on her face. I'm positive, we have a traitor amongst us. You realize that's a serious allegation to make against a fellow wizard saint, Makarov said quietly. It doesn't have to necessarily be a wizard saint, she said quickly. A high-ranking member of the Magic Council is also just as likely, and just as serious. But let's look at the facts, shall we? She said as she finally stood up. 2 wizard saints go insane over a relatively short period of time in a similar fashion. Jack was under mind control and stepped down from his position, and I'm inclined to believe that Jose, for all his faults, would never have done what he did unless he was subjected to something similar. And 2 of the newest additions to my guild spoke of the Chicken Fangs guild master being under a literal possession curse recently, Makarov added. Exactly. Someone's planning something behind the scenes, Makarov, and in order to be doing it so successfully to not only just a guild master, but also to 2 wizard saints, it would have to be someone with the knowledge and power befitting one of the Magic Council, or one of our fellow wizard saints. We have had a fair number of new members among the wizard saints recently, Makarov said. I would hate to point fingers, but some of them do seem to clearly have ties to dubious individuals such as this Wywak. It's possible that Robert or Hashwalth could be responsible, but I have many more likely suspects. I've already ruled out my fiancé. He's far too prideful to try this sort of thing. He'd sooner just try to outright abandon us all in the most epic of ways he could imagine than try something this subtle, well, subtle for him anyways. She then looked over to the location to her ship. I'm only telling you this because you're the only one I know I can trust above anyone else, and because, if you were the traitor She then gave him a smile. Fairy Tale would take you down before you could do any more harm. Yes, Natsu and Urza would stand for no such thing on my account, Makarov said, smiling. In any event, I must get going now, Mifone said as she began to walk over to try to find the rest of her guild. I'll be keeping in touch to ensure that I keep you filled in on any leads that I may find on this theory of mine. She then turned around to look at him one last time. Oh, and one last thing Makarov, don't let Urza and the others know I'll be seeing them soon. I'd like to keep it a surprise. You always did love to keep people on their toes, Makarov said, trying to remain smiling despite the worry he felt in the back of his mind after hearing Mifone's suspicions. She gave him one last smile before she finally walked away, no doubt intending to inform her guild mates of what challenges may lie ahead for her guild in the form of the man known as Wywak, and potential traitors. Makarov sat there alone then, the guild master lost in thoughts. Perhaps retirement was in his immediate future, and yet how could he consider doing any such thing with the concerns Mifone had brought to light? Worse, if anyone was targeting wizard saints and guild masters, especially one of Jose's caliber, then Makarov had to wonder if the culprit would turn their attentions on him. The sun was finally beginning to set near the border of Fiori and 7, the large object of light finally beginning to disappear from sight. A woman with long blonde hair and brown eyes smiled as she watched the sunset from her cottage's balcony, which so happened to conveniently hang over a rather large mountain. It was the perfect place for her to get a good view of the world, and the sunsets were always beautiful to watch. And so ends another peaceful day, the woman said as she opened the door and headed inside. This woman was none other than Anna Hartfilia. A woman out of time, born over 400 years ago. She and 5 precious children had come to this era for the sole purpose of defeating the Black Dragon of Apocalypse. However, she had become separated from her beloved children, and she had searched desperately to find them. Finally, after a year of searching, she had found them all. However, they had all found some kind of family for them to enjoy. While she wanted nothing more than to reunite with them, she could tell that they had all formed a special bond with those that had taken them in. To rob them of that happiness, and to take them away felt wrong. They didn't need her anymore. The guilds that had found them would no doubt take great care of them and help them see the world. It would be much more preferable for them than for her to just continue to raise them all in the wild. Besides, with the experience they would gain from their time at the guilds, she had no doubt that they would become powerful would have to be, for the sake of the world. For if they could not defeat the Black Dragon, all of humanity would suffer. However, just as she walked inside, she was met with a surprise. Lady Sylphia, she said, surprised to see the goddess inside of her room and sitting on her couch. To see her was a rare occasion, despite the two being old friends. She walked in to greet the goddess, but was surprised by the serious look on her face. Lady Sylphia, is everything all right? Anna, we need to talk. Now Anna was concerned. She was so used to Slyphia being so full of cheer and positivity. To see her so serious, something had to be seriously wrong. She gasped upon realization. Has the Black Dragon finally made his move? It was far too soon. They needed more time. No, he has not yet decided to wreak havoc upon the world, though I know not why he remains still, Sylphia told Anna. But, I'm afraid, that I've found a being that is just as concerning as the Black Dragon himself, if not possibly even more so. A being just as powerful? Is there a dragon that survived the massacres? Anna asked. No. This is no dragon, but a man, Sylphia said as she slowly rose from the furniture. A man with the ambition to change the world of not just man, but the gods as well. A mere wizard with enough power to scare even the goddess of camaraderie herself. It seemed downright impossible. How is this possible? Anna asked. Has Ziraf truly become that more powerful? She asked, knowing that the kind young man she used to know had now become a much more cynical individual. Or do you mean, Tuka? No. They're not the ones I'm concerned with. His name is, Wywak. Meanwhile, in the town of Fiore, Bambietta Basterbine walked into her home away from home, the guild hall of Fairy Tale. She was a happy little Quincy, having completed a job request all on her lonesome. Slaying monsters was always quite invigorating, and she was all but ready to share tales of her success with any who would listen. Hey guys and gals. Guess who came back to an empty guild hall? Bambietta looked around then, noting how there was no sign of anyone in the guild hall, save Myra Jane Strauss. Oh, Bambi. Myra Jane said, waving politely to her. Glad to see somebody's back from a job request. Everybody's gone. Bambietta whispered, looking at the empty job request board. Lucy? Wendy? Levy? Lil? Natsu? Even, that thundercrack jackass I could have at least picked a fight with. Bambietta's shoulders slumped. Man, I feel so neglected today. Chapter 40, A Glutton for Punishment. The Hartfilia Basterbine household wasn't always privy to guests in the evening, but after today, the household saw itself making an exception. Levy joined the house's usual residents of Bambietta, Lucy, Wendy, and Rukia after a long mission of basilisk wrangling. This mission, of course, was only made possible by Wendy's ability to cure status ailments. Everyone was exhausted bringing no less than 6 frilled basilisks back to the ranch they were raised in. Wendy collapsed on the floor with Carla and Lucy and Levy spread out on the couch. Can't take another step, Levy panted. Oh come on, you can't be that tired, Bambietta stated. Easy for you to say. Some of us don't have monstrous seemingly never-ending stamina, Lucy stated. I'm hungry, Wendy whined. Don't worry, Bambietta said, putting a hand on Rukia's shoulder. Me and Rukia will go buy a big pre-made feast. Yes. We will. She asked, looking at Bambietta. Yup, come on, Bambietta said and grabbed Rukia, who yelped as she was escorted out the door. Dinner on Bambi, Lucy said, leaning up off the couch. That doesn't sound too bad actually. She took a deep breath and decided to make small talk with Levy. So, how's that book you're reading? Which one? Levy asked. She usually read several books at once. You know the one Bambi got you, Lucy said. I think it was called Zephyr Through the Doorway. Oh, right. I'm about halfway through it. I think I'm going to get the next one in the series. Wanna borrow it when I'm done with it? Levy asked. Sure, Lucy responded. An awkward silence fell between the two women before Levy posed a question. So, how are you and Bambi getting along? Getting along. You know, relationship and all, Levy said. Oh. That. It's been better than it was at least. Bambi's certainly getting better at the relationship thing ever since we had that dinner. I scared her pretty good unintentionally though, Lucy said, laughing. She thought I wanted to break up with her. Lucy put her hands on her knees and stared at the ceiling. You know, it's nice to have someone to be around that cares about you the way Bambi cares about me. I think, knowing that, is enough to keep us together. I should find out when her birthday is, do something special. I'll find out for you. Knowing Bambi, if you asked, she'd either make demands of you in nothing but a ribbon in bed, or act like a child younger than Wendy and pester you if your question meant you were doing something special. Lucy broke out into a fit of giggles. That sure sounded like her girlfriend all right. After calming down, her stomach grumbled a bit. She sank back against her couch. Sure hope Bambi gets back with the food soon. I'm hungrier than I realized. Suddenly the doorbell rang. Lucy sighed. Can you get it? It's your house. You get it, Levy said. I don't wanna, Lucy groaned. Maybe Bambi's arms are full, Levy said. If they were she'd be complaining about it, Lucy stated. Levy opened her mouth to protest, only to shut it and agree. After the bell was rung a second time, Lucy marched up and answered the door with a yawn. Before her was a pale-skinned man about 5.5 feet tall with black hair and no facial hair. He was dressed like a dapper gentleman with his suit and cravat. "Hey, if you're selling door-to-door goods," Lucy said, "can you come back later? I'm exhausted." The gentleman smiled, taking off his top hat. "My dear, I've no interest in selling goods. I was simply wondering if you'd let me into your home. You see, my feet are weary and they are still setting up my room at the hotel. Please, would you be a kindly neighbor and let me in?" "Sure, I guess. There's a chair in the kitchen." "Just don't touch anything," Lucy said. As long as he didn't ask for money, he could stay. Weirder things had happened around her. Besides, good karma never bit her before. She crossed back over to the couch, careful not to step on the now drooling, snoring Wendy in the middle of the floor like she was part of the furniture. Lucy let out a sigh of relief as she plopped down on the couch next to Levy. "Whose sir can't be bothered to go out in the sun a lot?" Levy asked. "He just needs a place to rest his feet for a couple of hours." "His hotel room isn't ready," Lucy said. "It's no big deal. We're mages. We'll be fine." "I guess," Levy said. The man approached Lucy and Levy, bowing to them. "I want to thank you ladies for letting me into your humble home." "Her home," Levy said, pointing to Lucy. "Not mine. I'm almost as much of a guest as you are." The man chuckled. "Seems fortune favors the friendly." Lucy shrugged. She was too tired to be more hospitable. "Perhaps I could ask for a small favor from you too," he said. "Oh boy, here it comes," Lucy said. Of course. Of course, a weary traveler would want something more. Give an egg and then they come back for the henhouse. Her dad always said that. The man's eyes glowed a thick red. "Please strip for me, if you would." Lucy and Levy's pupils turned red to match the sheen of the man's entire eyes. "Yes, master," they said in a drone-like state. They began to strip down to their bras and panties, standing almost nude in the middle of the living room. Wendy was still asleep behind the man, completely oblivious to the situation. The man smiled more as his hair stood on end and his canines extended. As he strode towards Lucy, he bore no reflection in the mirror on the side of the room opposite the door. He brushed a finger under her chin. Both of you are such fine young women, but I think I'll sample my larger bounty first. I'm a sucker for blondes." The man stood behind Lucy and snaked his arms around her body. He slowly reached with his fangs for Lucy's throat, savoring the moment. Suddenly the door was thrown wide open, slamming against the opposite wall. "Hey, guy. What ya doin'?" Bambietta asked, glaring. She didn't have to have a read on the situation to know what was up. She'd sensed his riotsu and sprinted on ahead. "What am I doing?" "What are you doing?" Bambietta repeated. "Nothing much. Drinking my girlfriend's blood." "Drinking your girlfriend's blood? Are you? And no, what do I look like to you, a vampire?" Bambietta pointed to the mirror on the other side of the room. "No reflection, kind of a dead giveaway." The vampire gulped. Bambietta glared at it. "I'm gonna fucking kill you." Oh yeah. One false move," he said, grabbing the hypnotized Lucy by her cheeks, and I'll snap her neck. "You can't stop me." "Oh no, threats of neck snapping if I move a single muscle, my one weakness," Bambietta said facetiously. "Oh wait," she said, snapping her fingers as a yellow bolt tore through the window in the shape of an energy rope and bound the vampire in place, Bambietta using Hiran Kyaku to grab Lucy before the vampire knew what was what. "It's not." Wendy started to wake up from the noise and didn't have much time to get her bearings before Bambietta whistled like it was a dog call. Wendy then bolted to her feet as Bambietta grabbed the vampire by the arm and threw him out the open door. "Sky Dragon's Roar!" Wendy shouted. She kept the blast condensed until it was outside, upon which it expanded into a massive tornado and launched the vampire skyward. He tried to turn into a bat and fly away, but Bambietta met him in the air, fingers curled like a claw as her entire arm glowed bright blue. "Adama Iiniiak," she said as she opened her fingers and spread her palm wide. "Blast." A powerful condensed ray of blue energy blasted into the vampire's face, shredding skin off his skull and then fully disintegrating him. Bambietta then dropped completely to the ground and dusted off her skirt. Dumbass. After a chance to recover and put their clothes back on, Bambietta quickly explained the situation to Lucy and Levy, finishing off with, "Man, you guys got vampires too? And he could survive in sunlight? Well, at least he didn't sparkle." Wendy, not getting the joke, could only think of a vampire completely covered in glitter. Levy was slightly more concerned however. "Bambi, don't think I'm not grateful that you rescued us and all that, but how did you do that so easily?" "What do ya mean?" Bambietta asked her. "Vampires are magic resistant. In short, magic can still hurt them, but the effect is lessened by about half or more depending on their age, experience, and strength." "Oh, that," Bambietta said with a knowing smile. She opened a drawer and began taking things out. "Where is that dusty old thing?" she asked. As she looked for it, she explained, "Quincy's specialized in hunting vampires for hundreds of years. Hell, we almost succeeded in making them extinct." She stopped her explanation as she exclaimed, "Aha!" She grabbed a thick, leather-bound book and held it up. The characters at the top read, "The International Quincy Vampire Hunting Guide, it's all thanks to this baby," she said, patting the thick 400-plus page book. "Soul Reapers as well can also cure vampirism if it's brand new, but these types of enemies were typically left to the Quincy to deal with given they're considered the problem of the world of the living," Rukia stated. Bambietta cracked open the book. "Man, this thing, and I go yaai back," she said. She looked at the contents of the random page. "Warning, beware of a vampire dressed all in red wearing sunglasses at night and wielding guns. Death imminent." She snapped the book shut. Whatever. I'm sure I could handle a fashion victim like that. "Now then," she said, putting the book back. "The pizzas we ordered should be ready soon. 1 pepperoni, 1 sausage, 1 spinach, 1 deep dish plain, and a little something we called Hawaiian back in my old guild." "What's Hawaiian?" Levy asked. "Oh, it's the best," Bambietta exclaimed. "You put ham and pineapple on the same pizza." "That sounds interesting," Levy said. "That sounds disgusting," Lucy shouted. "It's good," Bambietta protested. "It's an abomination. Why would you ruin perfectly good pizza with fruit? The noblewoman is telling me about weird food combinations? Don't people in your social class sometimes eat hot peppers with ice cream, or should I bring up the abomination that is caviar? I'm not putting that on pizza," Lucy shouted. "Natsu eats it," Bambietta said. "Natsu will eat anything," Lucy shot back. The two continued to argue as their roommates and guest shuffled out the door to go get the pies. In the end, surprisingly, Lucy ended up liking the pizza. The next morning, when Urza Scarlet woke up, it was to a most delicious aroma. She motioned to get out of bed, but something heavy was in her lap, a thick iron tray. And sitting on the tray was a plate of strawberry pancakes with icing and maple syrup, piled high with freshly washed strawberries, stuffed French toast, and a strawberry cheesecake crepe. A knife, fork and napkin, a glass of milk, and a glass of orange juice were already prepared for her to enjoy. Urza stared at the bounty before her, wondering where it had come from before feeling something move by her right arm. She leaned to one side to see Lil Tato on her knees, snoring. Urza smiled, reaching out to pat her Lil Tato's head. For the moment, she ignored her breakfast and remembered her chat with the small Quincy from about a week ago. A little bit past dinner, just as Urza was scraping off the bones on her plate into the garbage can, the owner of Magnolia's biggest pub wandered into Fairy Tales Guild Hall and he looked rather frantic. "Please help me," he whined. "There's a bunch of ruffians making a mess of my bar." Urza glared hard. "Not on my watch." She tossed her hair with her hand to one side and strode out the door. "I'll take my payment in a whole strawberry cake," she said. "Ah, yes, thank you Miss Scarlet," the old man said, holding his hands together in prayer. Urza wandered into the bar and immediately took general note of the scene. The waitresses were being skirt chased, tables and chairs were broken, and beer was being poured by said ruffians with no money going into the cash register. By order of Urza Scarlet of Fairy Tale, you will all be swiftly punished. Urza shouted. Complete chaos could be heard just outside the bar where Lil Tata Lampard was curled up on 2 ratty blankets, using a half-full sandbag as a pillow. She could hear bone hitting bone and bodies breaking wood as she pulled the sandbag over her head face down on the street. It was hard enough sleeping on the street. The last thing she needed was more noise. Men screaming like little girls about as young as she looked didn't help matters. Lil Tato growled, eventually getting up to give these loud mouths a piece of her mind. However, by the time she got in the front door, the grown men all had lumps on their heads, stacked in a pile with industrial-strength rope tying them all down. The waitresses were dutifully sweeping and fixing all the broken glass, and one was serving Urza cake. Urza. Lil Tato was confused at first, but quickly putting the pieces together. Oh, Lil Tato, Urza said with a friendly smile and pat the stool next to her. Come, sit. Oh okay, Lil Tato said as she cautiously sat on the stool next to the strongest woman in Fairy Tale. One more cake, Urza said, holding up a finger to the waitress. Certainly, the woman replied and plated up an entire strawberry cake for Lil Tato. Wait, I didn't. Lil Tato began to protest only for her skull to collide with Urza's breastplate. It's fine. Treat yourself, Urza said, rubbing Lil Tato's head affectionately. It's on me today, well, on my hard work to be precise. But Lil Tato stared at the cake miserably. She didn't want cake. She didn't deserve cake, even if she was hungry. Unfortunately, while Urza failed to notice Lil Tato's misery at first, something else bothered her immediate vicinity. What smells like garbage? Lil Tato froze. Oh. She should probably leave, now, except that would be really suspicious. Urza looked at Lil Tato and sniffed the area above her head so as not to be completely intrusive. Had a very rough mission earlier this morning. Got too close to a cyclops, haven't had a chance to shower up. You know what they're like. Urza had never known a cyclops to smell like rotten banana peels, but she let it slide. Still. Then, as soon as we are done eating, we'll go back to Fairy Hills and you can use my shower. That's not, are you sure? I can just do it how I usually do it. Clang. Lil Tato's head collided with Urza's armor again. Thank God I have blood venae, Lil Tato thought, otherwise I might have a concussion by now. Nonsense, the redhead said, petting her head. A bath between girls is meant to be a way to build the bonds of friendship tighter, or so Myra has said. Lil Tato began stuttering incoherently. That's really nice, but I really hate to impose. I don't deserve it. My apologies. Urza said, swinging her head down towards Lil Tato. I must be being too forward in my approach. We do not have to shower together. Phew, Lil Tato thought. However, Urza said, standing up, fist firmly on her chest over her heart, poor hygiene is simply unacceptable. I will make sure you shower tonight and sleep soundly for 8 hours. Lil Tato tried to think of a rebuttal, but all that came out was a miserable, I don't deserve it. Urza's first instinct was to continue her overly magnanimous approach to forging the bonds of friendship, but before she could act, she was able to see the subtle nuance in Lil Tato's behavior. Something was clearly wrong. You still haven't touched your cake, Urza said. Well, Is something wrong? Urza asked. You can tell me. She sat down and faced Lil Tato, hands in her lap. I promise to listen. Lil Tato sighed. I don't have a place to stay. You know how my power works, right? I don't have enough money to rent because of all the food I eat. What kind of jobs have you been taking? You've been recommended for S-class, so there shouldn't be a job on the first floor you aren't capable of doing. Many could pay for a month's rent at Fairy Hills twice over, and that's just one day's worth of work. Lil Tato looked away from Urza and stared at her hands in her lap. Lil, I can't help you if you don't talk to me. I don't want help, Lil Tato mumbled. Pardon. Urza could barely hear her. I don't want help, okay? Lil Tato shouted, staring at Urza, not realizing that tears were forming in the corner of her eyes. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve any of this kindness. Do you know what it's like looking at your former best friend every day knowing you could have done something to help them out and you did nothing? I know she's said she's forgiven me. I know she's always acting friendly around me. I don't know how true that is. I don't think she means it. I don't blame her one bit. Urza's friendly disposition faded into a look of concern. She vaguely knew about the sour history between Bambietta and her former guild members, but she wasn't privy to the specifics. And she'd failed to notice Lil Tato's guilt over it all. Urza dimmed her obliviousness, even though it was far from her fault. Lil Tato had intentionally hid it well until just now. And it's not just her, I couldn't do anything to save Candace from Captain Cookaki. I knocked out Meninas and the Ashwall and killed her. The only one I could save was someone I should have let die in the first place. I just thought if we just went, along with Giselle's plan, I could just delay the inevitable and wish her back once everything was over. We could start over. We could be a family again. I just. Lil Tato couldn't talk anymore and buried her face into Urza's armored chest. Urza calmed her guild member as a mother would a crying child. She waited until Lil Tato had completely stopped crying. Feel better? No, Lil Tato answered, sniffing, staring down towards Urza's skirt. Urza sighed inwardly and pat Lil Tato on the head. I don't know what happened between you and Bambietta, but I've known her for a bit longer than I've known you, and I think she's sincerely appreciative that you've apologized and tried to do better for her. Urza hesitated before continuing. She didn't know if the next words out of her mouth should leave her brain, but Lil Tato had opened up to her. Urza felt it was only fair to do the same. I was once betrayed by someone very close to me as well. I think if he thoroughly apologized, was truly sorry, and tried to atone, I could probably forgive him as well. Because I'm the one who abandoned the rest of my friends and left them all behind, in order to save myself. But there are others, who helped me escape and wanted me to live freely. If I punished myself, I could never look the others in the eye when I did my best to set things right. Urza pat Lil Tato on the head a few more times. You are lucky. You only hurt a few. The ones I hurt, the ones I feel guilty towards, are too many to count. My past will eventually catch up with me, yours already has, and you're doing something about it. In that way, I envy you. Lil Tato stared blankly at Urza. The words envy, she felt, should never come out of Urza's mouth in between the words I and you. If you want to see, truly, if Bambietta is faking it or not, she said, putting her hands on Lil Tato's shoulders, if my words are not good enough to take at their utterance, then spend a day with her, alone. Try to act like things are normal. Do something dangerous, make a mistake. If you're truly friends, she'll stand by you, and I know you'll stand by her too. Do you really mean that? Do you really think she feels that way? I'm sorry, I find that really hard to believe. There's only one way to find out, Urza told her. But Urza flicked Lil Tato in the forehead. Don't make so many assumptions. If you don't try, you'll never know the answer. A wise old mage once said, I fail 100% of the quests I don't take. I'll give it a try. Lil Tato had time to fortify her blood vein when her head collided into Urza's chest again. She'd seen it coming this time. That's the spirit. Now have some cake and I'll walk you home. Lil Tato gulped, but by now she was too hungry to argue. The cake looked really yummy. She and Urza left less than 30 minutes later and both were out the door and into the streets. So, Urza said, which way? It's over there. Lil Tato pointed loosely. I can see it from here, heh. Lil Tato began walking towards a random building before Urza grabbed her shoulder firmly. Please don't lie to me, Lil. After everything we've been through tonight, Urza said, the two parallel to each other. Lil sighed deeply. I don't have a home. I see, Urza said, only for her brain to suddenly realize what Lil Tato said. Wait, what? Urza was decisively confused. But, no, that's not possible, I saw you. Urza began tracing a mental image on her palm as if trying to recall that she had to have seen or heard Lil Tato go home or at the very least use a hotel room, or know that someone else had been to her home. However, realization set in. No one in Fairy Tale knew where Lil Tato went after the guild closed everything except for its serve yourself bar. I'm honestly surprised no one found out sooner, Lil Tato said. It suited me fine though. I just thought I was so beneath everyone's notice that no one cared. I care, Urza said, we all care. And no more sleeping outside, she said. Come, Urza scooped Lil Tato up under her arm, the blonde suddenly feeling like a hauled log. Wait a sec. What are you? I suppose if you have nowhere else to go, we could be roommates. My room is excessively big for storage, but there's enough room for a guest until you can find your own. Urza then began walking. Urza, wait, that's really not necessary. Urza held Lil Tato up by the back of her shirt in front of her. She then gave Lil Tato one of her famous glares. You will not stay homeless. If you need money we can help. Understand? It was amazing how Lil Tato had been on the receiving end of Asnod's fear during training and yet Urza's glare seemed to transcend fear itself. Lil Tato felt that disobedience would result in a bunch of sharp, pointy objects being in places on her body they shouldn't be. Why yes, Urza, Lil Tato said, gulping. Urza then switched her glare to a smile and flipped Lil Tato around and up onto her back, giving her a piggyback ride with Lil Tato's legs on either of Urza's shoulders. Excellent, Urza said, her grip like vice, indicating she had no intention of letting Lil Tato go or fall. Let's go. Urza pet Lil Tato's head. The Quincy had been living with her since that night and seemed extremely grateful over it. The breakfast in bed thing was new. Urza pet Lil Tato like she was a cat or a dog she owned and then began eating. Urza was almost finished when a loud knock came to her door, waking Lil Tato up. Urza quickly shoved the last of her pancakes in her mouth and chased it down with orange juice. Come in, she said. The person at the door was Kana. Oh, Kana, Urza said. Did you need something? Yeah, we've got a bit of a situation at the guild hall. How fast can you get ready? Myra sent me to fetch you. Must be serious, Urza said. 10 minutes, no, I can make it in 5. 10 minutes should be fine. It's not that much of a rush. Okay, that indicated that no one was injured at least and that the council wasn't breathing down their necks. Lil, get up, Urza said. We've got work to do. After a pair of rushed showers and the minimal amount of makeup, Urza and Lil Tato walked into the halls of Fairy Tale with Kana. Urza noticed how most of Fairy Tale's male members had left on missions for the day, including Natsu, but most of the women were standing around gossiping. Knowing her resources, Urza casually leaned over the bar on her elbow. Myra Jane, noticing her, slid down the bar, scrubbing a plate clean. Quietly, the redhead said to her friend and fellow S-class mage, what's going on? Vampire attacks, Myra Jane stated. They've been after our female members since last night, Myra Jane told her. Any deaths or crippling injuries? Urza asked. Nothing that poor Lyosica can't fix, Myra Jane told her. We seem to be pretty strong in spite of that though. Urza nodded and then looked around the room. Where are Bambietta, Lucy, Wendy and Rukia? She asked. Before Myra Jane could answer, Bambietta barged in, seeing everyone standing around chit-chatting. She had every intention to go over to the job board and grab something, but the commotion and the unusually disproportionate female-to-male ratio in the guild made her realize something was up. Sulu, are we planning a girls' night out or something? Bambietta asked. 'Cause I'm all for that. Lucy lay a gentle smack with the side of her pinky against the back of Bambietta's head. Ow. Levy turned towards the quartet. You guys haven't heard yet? There were vampire attacks all around Magnolia last night. Wait. We weren't the only ones. Bambietta exclaimed, loud enough for Urza to hear. What's going on? Some kind of vampire and wizard war? 'Cause if so, let me grab my D20 and some wooden stakes. Lucy sighed, shaking her head, and trying not to laugh. No, not exactly, Urza said, approaching. Most vampires these days are actually peaceful. They drink animal blood to avoid drawing the ire of wizards. However, judging from this, it appears the rogue affiliation, the Carrot Fang, are on the move. You recognize them? Lucy asked. Urza nodded. They're the only rogue vampire squadron within 10 kilometers of Magnolia. Additionally, they've tried to attack Fairy Tale before. I wasn't even S-class the last time they showed up, but Master sent them all scurrying back to their homes. I imagine they think that with him gone, they can return to seek their revenge. Whoa, these guys do not do their research, do they? Bambietta asked rhetorically. Urza let fly a self-assured smile. Certainly not. Well, wait, Lil Tato said. We weren't attacked. Why was everyone else? Oh? That's because the last time they showed up, even though Makarov made them all flee in terror, I stabbed one of them in the mouth and out the throat. It's scary how she says that with a straight face like she's proud of it, Lucy thought. Neat, but there can't be much left of them, right? I mean, I killed mine, Bambietta stated. Most of us only had enough power to drive them away, Kana said. Even animals know not to stick out their noses where it hurts. True that, Bambietta replied. Drive them away? I seduced mine, Myra said. She licked the tip of her middle finger, looking like some kind of deranged witch as she looked at the others. He was tasty. Wait, so did she eat it or? Note in front off Wendy. Bambietta exclaimed quickly, cutting Levy off. The Quincy then looked at Lil, having been disturbed by the look on Miragina's face. She leaned over to the short Quincy. So, when I was, was I ever? You were bad, but I've never seen you look like that, Lil Tato said. Bambietta visibly and audibly shuddered. Listen up. Urza exclaimed, standing on a table. Those of you that have been here as long as I have or longer know about these creatures. Without Master Makarov around, these monsters of the night will no doubt be back, bringing stronger forces within their ranks to devour our lives and our magic. To ensure that this does not happen, I'm invoking a strict 7 p.m. curfew for those of you that aren't going out of town for jobs. Any woman leaving to out of town must bring a communication lacrima and at least one other member of the guild, male or female, doesn't matter. I will be discussing the situation with the town mayor to ensure civilian safety. I won't consider it a war, but battle may come to our doorstep and we cannot allow the innocent to get hurt. Everyone seemed to be in agreement on this. Wait, why a curfew? How does that help? Why not just plot a sentry in town and rough 'em up? Bambietta asked. Vampires can't enter anyone's house without being invited in, Stella said to her. Don't you know that? Bambietta looked dumbfounded. Wait, seriously? Stella, Kana, and Loki all nodded at her. Bambietta put her hands over her face and hung her head at the floor, mouth uncovered. Oh my god, that's so lame, she said in a loud, strained whisper. Are you okay? Lucy asked. No, Bambietta replied. No, I am not. She picked her head up. Well, I suppose it could be worse. At least they don't sparkle when exposed to sunlight. Levy and Lucy both gave Bambietta an estranged look. You don't want to know, Bambietta said, shaking her head. Right then, enough about those fangy bye. She almost forgot Wendy was standing there. Bibs. She said, swapping the last word. Who's ready to get to work? Elsewhere, in a cave tucked into the foothills of a mountain, there was a small wooden door. Behind it was a staircase that burrowed down and around like a spiral into a spacious lair underneath the ground. This was the base of operations of the Carrot Fang, the vampires currently hounding Fairy Tale. 4 tall pillars were erect in the corners of the spacious cavern, reaching up to the ceiling. Tiled flooring lay the groundwork for the elegant, underground, torchlit base. Standing near an altar, Fangs dyed red as he feasted on an already dead woman's body, sucking her blood out through the neck, was a blonde, blue-skinned, knife-eared vampire with stubby legs, a regal red robe and cape, and nails that wouldn't look out of place on a dragon. This was Yudusa, the current head of the Carrot Fang. Master Yudusa, a purple-skinned, bald vampire with an outrageous goatee and sideburns called out as he approached the blue demon, reports from the surface. Yudusa turned his attention to his underling, Terra, setting his feast down. Speak, Terra. Terra got down on one knee. Sir, our hunt was a massive failure. The fairy tale wizards proved stronger than we could have imagined, and Urza Scarlet has bolstered Magnolia's defenses. She is not taking the bait, sire. Disappointing, but not wholly unexpected. There's more. Surzas was killed in battle. The rest of us were able to flee, Terra stated. Surzas, oh, was he the one with the long hair and the funny nose? Yodusa asked. No, sir, you're thinking of Delka before he cut his hair off, Terra responded. Oh, yes, now I remember. All within acceptable parameters then, Yodusa said with a fiendishly evil smile. Still, we, as a close-knit clan, cannot allow this act of violence to go unabated. If our bait has failed, we simply need more bait. Sir, with all due respect, why are you so fixated on the human mage girl? We have other queens to bolster our ranks, none of which you sent into battle if memory serves. Yodusa remembered the attack on Magnolia from years ago, smiling as he thought of it. When all the other wizards cowered in fear, that one stood by her master and killed one of our own. I saw it all. And I've kept an eye on her with clairvoyance. She's powerful, Terra, more powerful than any mage I've ever laid eyes upon. She will be our greatest queen. She is already terrifyingly strong. A powerful mage like that under the thumb of the Carrot Fang would allow us to completely take this country over little by little. The vampire will become the dominant species. Then, permit me to speak freely. Permission granted, Yodusa responded. Why don't we draw out the one that killed Surzas? Our scouts reported that she seems to have emotional weaknesses and close ties to Miss Scarlet. While we don't want all of Fairy Tale raiding our lovely lair, a small squadron would not be unstoppable. How small of a squadron? Yodusa asked. At worst, 7 with no officially titled S-class support. See it done, Terra, Yodusa responded after a bit of pondering. I leave this entirely in your hands. Yes, sir, Terra said and vanished like mist. Yodusa sucked out the remaining blood of his long-dead feast and then waved a hand over a crystal ball, showing Urza minding her own business in a pub somewhere, having dinner. Urza Scarlet, your blood, and your essence will be so. He bared his fangs, delicious. Bambietta Basterbine was famously known for her explosions, foul mouth, and visceral joy in spilling the blood of her enemies. Less known was her consistent love for all things pop culture, more than a dozen of which had resulted in mind-numbingly long lectures from Hashwalth, and not all of them worth the price of admission. So, given what she knew about horror movies, she felt it best to corral an extra party member in her already cramped home, Lil Toto Lampard, in order to better protect Lucy from the looming threat of vampires. In movies, it's always the damsel in distress archetype that gets attacked first, as well as previously targeted victims, Bambietta had reasoned. Can't Lucy take care of herself? Lil Toto had responded. Well, yeah, but she's often always in trouble more than she is able to get herself out of trouble. And, you know, she said, rounding her hands to show the cup size difference between her and Lucy, her curves. And she's a blonde. Lil Toto shook her head. You watch too many movies. Hey. You say that now, but who's going to save your ass when the facehuggers finally decide to drop egg-shaped plants all over the country? Lil Toto sighed, realizing further argument was pointless. So that was how it had been for the last 6 hours, Lil Toto missing Urza's company by the second, but feeling more than confident that Urza wouldn't be caught unawares by anything. Bambietta paced back and forth in front of the door like a sentinel, willing to sacrifice sleep for 1 night or 2, or 3, maybe upwards of 5 if it meant keeping her Lucy safe. You know, pacing makes you age faster due to stress, Lil Toto said from the couch, bored. Bambietta merely rolled her eyes sarcastically and gave no verbal response. You know, in all your attempts to, in your words, give a giant middle finger to horror tropes, I'm surprised you haven't brought up the classics. Classics? You mean the original Dracula? Bambietta asked. MMMHMM. How does that relate? Oh, I don't know, Lil Toto said sarcastically, maybe because Dracula's first female victim in the novel goes by Lucy. It took a few seconds for the gears in Bambietta's brain to turn fast enough to connect the dots, but once they did, she shouted, "Over my dead body they'll take my Lucy." "Hey!" Lucy snapped, throwing her door open, "I'm all for you protecting me, but how about protecting my need to sleep too while you're at it?" "Sorry," Bambietta replied sheepishly. Lucy then shut the door and went back to her bed. "Smooth," Lil Toto said sarcastically with a smirk. "Zip it," Bambietta shot back, blushing. Another couple of hours passed before real conversation finally started up again. Rukia was in the kitchen making herself a midnight snack, melted cheese and ham on crackers with a tall glass of milk, but everyone else was asleep except for Bambietta and Lil Toto. The Reggae then sat at the kitchen table with her snack and munched away as she observed the two Quincy's chat away. "Hey, Lil," Bambi said in a sing-song voice, grabbing something from under the pull-out bed. "Look what I got." Lil looked at the scroll Bambi had clenched in her hand and said with no mirth or joy, "Oh, yippee, a ratty piece of crumpled paper you hid under the bed. What are you, a cat?" "Oh Lil," Bambi said, not falling for the provocation of her friend's snark, so naive in the ways of the world. "This isn't just any piece of paper. It's a job request." Bambi unfurled it. "Tada!" Lil couldn't read the fine print, but she did see the big red S on the lower right side of the scroll, indicating it was an S-class mission. "You stole an S-class mission posting from the job board again?" she asked in disbelief. "Seriously?" "I sure did. I'm gonna complete it and then Fairy Tail will have to recognize that I have the qualifications to be an S-class mage," Bambietta boasted. "Bambi, that's a terrible idea." "Screw you, this idea is great. It's just monster extermination for an S-class beast out in the middle of nowhere. Easy. It's not like it's Godzilla or Gamera or anything. I'm not even near the ocean." Lil Toto sighed. "You always do things like this without thinking." No, I've thought this one through this time. All I gotta do is kill the monster and bring back proof of its demise. Urza's done it dozens of times." "You're not Urza." "You're right. I'm better," Bambietta boasted. Lil Toto was beginning to lose her patience with Bambietta's arrogance and pride. "This is exactly why we left you behind when the war started. You're so gung-ho about everything." She regretted the words almost as soon as they left her mouth, and Bambietta's response only made it worse. "Yeah? Well, maybe if you didn't do that, I wouldn't have died in the first place." Bambietta's words stung far more than she realized. She watched Lil Toto get up and run out of the house, door open and swaying before Bambietta even realized she was gone. "Yeah, that's right, you better run, you no good friend, abandon her," Bambietta shouted into the dead of night. "Humph!" she exclaimed and slammed the door. "You know," Rukia said, eating her snack. "Maybe you should cool that temper of yours a little." "Please, what's a fake Soul Reaper know?" Bambietta asked. "I'm going to ignore the fake part," Rukia responded, given she was trying to help. "Sometimes when people are angry, they say things they don't mean and hurt others' feelings. I've done it. Renji's done it. And Isama's done it, though he's better at hiding it." "What the hell is your point?" Bambietta snapped. "My point is, Bambietta Basterbine," Rukia said, rising from the table, "is that your thoughtless argument just sent your so-called reinforcements into the dead of night, alone, to be preyed upon, breaking Urza's covenant of the buddy system. If something happens to Lil Toto, it will be your fault." "PSSSSH, Bambietta brushed off. "Lil Toto's fine. She can handle a measly vampire." "Right." Rukia didn't have to say anything more. Bambietta's guilt and paranoia got the better of her and she went skulking into the night to look for her friend. They'd buried the hatchet, so why the hell had she called her a friend abandoner? Frustrated, Bambietta searched all over Magnolia for Lil Toto, but the blonde was exceptionally clever at hiding her riot suit. When she didn't want to be found, Lil Toto was a master of making sure she wasn't. "And this is why I stopped playing hide and seek in Silburn," Bambietta stated, looking around frantically and coming up empty. Bambietta, fortunately for Lil Toto, didn't know her friend well enough to know where Lil Toto would go in a time of crisis. If not to Urza's side, then Lil Toto's next choice would be Natsu. She knew Urza would force her and Bambietta to make up and she really didn't want that right now. She needed Natsu. She needed him to stand by her and tell Bambietta to shut up and apologize. His hot-headedness and warmth could be really helpful to her right now. His strong arms, his kind eyes, his. Lil Tato slapped her cheeks, blushing, realizing she was drifting off in an unintended direction. She and Natsu were friends, nothing more. That's how it had to be. That's what she deserved. Unfortunately, while Lil Tato was a master of not wanting to be found, that sentiment was completely different from being stumbled upon, which is how she suddenly found herself surrounded by 5 vampires. Having not been watching her movements or casting her riot sensory, she'd completely failed to notice that she'd been followed and, worse, ambushed. Still, Lil Tato wasn't about to take the ambush lying down. Flaring her riot she manifested her bow and said to them, "Bring it." The first vampire lunged at Lil Tato from her 2 o'clock position. Remorselessly, she fired an arrow that hit it square in the chest, burning a hole in its pectorals, but the vampire got right back up. Impossible, an attack like that should have evaporated it on the spot. From behind, 3 of the vampires tried to dogpile Lil Tato at once. Turning her head, Lil Tato glanced at them with a bored expression, only to use Hiran Kyaku and disappeared from view. Unbeknownst to the vampires, since Lil Tato was moving so fast she could not be seen by them, she'd rushed to the left and then made a sharp turn like the corner of a triangle, and now all 5 vampires were in front of her. Taking aim, she fired another arrow. The shot hit one of the vampires square in the head, and this seemed to kill it. Strange, isn't the heart supposed to be the most precious organ to any given vampire? Oh well, headshots it is. Firing like a professional archer, Lil Tato let loose a steady volley at these masters of the undead, pelting them with arrows. Using strafing tactics taught to her in the Vandenreich, she gained ground while making solid strikes against her foes. Their claws and teeth couldn't get close to her. She had full control over the battlefield. And then, a goopy glob of dark magic came hurtling towards her. Lil Tato used Hiran Kyaku to get out of the way. Casting spells. That's different. But, just add what you know about Shinigami Kido to the battle, Lil Tato told herself. She then almost didn't notice when another ball of magic was dropping down on her from above. She leapt back and up into the air, firing an arrow at the ground, which exploded into a small shockwave and caused the vampires to recoil and hold their ground. However, a shadow then loomed behind Lil Tato and she realized the error she made. Flight. And I thought that one was dead. Pivoting her body to focus on the enemy behind her, she fired an arrow down the monster's throat. The resulting clash between the vampire's internal organs and the pure power of her Quincy blood caused the monster to explode from within into black dust. 1 down, 4 to go. Using Hiran Kyaku while still in midair, Lil Tato perched on a nearby tree as the vampires lobbed multiple dark magic attack balls at her. She abandoned her post from the tree and began flanking around the vampires, now with her back in the direction of Natsu's house. The pathway was slightly sloped and she was on higher ground. Good. That gave her momentum. Turning her body, she held one arm out behind her and manifested her spiritual melee weapon, a saw-toothed long sword. But this was no ordinary saw-toothed sword. With a little bit of spiritual power imbued into it, the teeth rotated. The weapon resembled Siliskinder, but it had a proper handle and guard, making it designed entirely for melee purposes. It also did not have the same properties as its vibratory arrow counterpart. It was just a violent cutting tooth, like Lil Tato's teeth. Rushing down the hill, one arm in front of her mouth, body leaned forward to reduce air drag, Lil Tato tore forward and spun in a circle when she was surrounded, sending her foes flying back with her Ryotsu and the feeling of their blood staining her sword. Her foes were injured, but no less ready to continue fighting. Using Hiran Kyaku, Lil Tato was able to dodge the incoming blasts of dark energy that surrounded her. Weaving around her foes, she made it towards the one she was facing directly and momentarily activated Blood Artery, slicing through her opponent with significant ease. Her foe's spine and arms were severed, reducing him to naught but ash. Such incredible skill for such a small lady, one of the vampires, who appeared to be the leader, said. Well, you know what they say, Lil Tato said as she turned back to face the other vampires. Powerful things come in small packages. The remaining vampires began pelting Lil Tato with dark energy blasts as she cut through them all with her sword and then dashed towards the remaining monsters. They dispersed from her charge, surprising her. Huh? She then felt the icy touch of undeath at the back of her neck. Pivoting quickly, Lil Tato retreated away from her enemies and held her shoulder that still had goosebumps on it. What the hell was that? And why am I? She panted, suddenly breathing heavily. It appears to be working, the leader vampire said. Lil Tato only then noticed that the moon was shining down directly onto the battlefield. I was careless. She knew as well as any other Quincy that a vampire's power could be amplified under direct moonlight. Has your energy finally begun to dwindle, little girl? Lil Tato twitched at being called little girl. Angrily, she launched her blade through the skull of one of the remaining vampires, killing it instantly. You've discarded your weapon, the lead vampire said. A good tactician always knows never to throw something away you can't get back easily. Lil Tato snapped her fingers and her blade was back in her hand. Don't call me little girl. The lead vampire snickered. I see, there are certainly powerful wizards among fairy tale these days. You will be the first to join our legion. Sorry, not interested, Lil Tato said and then charged towards her foe with tremendous speed. However, the opposing vampire surprisingly blocked her swing with a font of energy manifested from his hand in the form of a blade. Lil Tato immediately thought to back away, but the other still alive vampire was now behind her and he cast a spell that completely immobilized her. With her riot so diminished by the glow of the moon and the vampires having silently been casting curses all over the area, Lil Tato had been far more careless than she realized. She immediately activated Blood Venet since that didn't require movement, but the vampire before her was far more interested in keeping her alive than harming her. She could sense dark energy emanating from his blank white eyes. Hypnosis? No. Impossible. I'm a Quincy. Quincy's can't be hypnotized by vampires. That, however, was only true in part. Quincy's were ordinarily immune to vampire hypnosis, but that was due to a combination of will and Ryotsu, and not only had Lil's Ryotsu been diminished, her self-loathing had severely cut her willpower to the point that these vampires could hypnotize her. Lil Tato tried to mount a mental defense, but her will was overturned as magenta and violet energy began to form inside her pupils, an indication that she'd fallen under vampiric control. What should we do with her now, Master Terra? The vampire that had immobilized Lil Tato asked its master. We'll take her back to our abode and convert her there, the vampire replied. Yes, sir. Then, with a magic spell, the two vampires and Lil Tato were transported instantaneously back to their hideout. Mere seconds after they disappeared, Bambietta came running onto the scene. She could sense the Ryotsu all over the place. Battle had definitely happened here and the dense Ryotsu was too volatile to tell exactly what had happened. Bambietta wasn't exactly cut out for Ryotsu play-by-play. To her, the leftover Ryotsu just felt like she'd found a garbage can dumped on its side and couldn't tell what had been thrown away in what order by the contents all over the floor. What Bambietta did know was that Natsu was farther down the road, or at least his house was. While she didn't detect any of his energy here, she figured he was probably asleep. Lil's probably on her way there now. Yeah, like I thought. Nothing to worry about, Bambietta said and headed for home. I'll apologize tomorrow, she thought, not realizing the horrible error in judgment she'd just made. Upon arriving in the hideout, Terra lay Lil Tato's body on the altar for her to be converted into one of the Carrot Fang's unholy horde. Well done, Terra, Yodusa said. Is this the one? Yes, this is the girl that ties that Cerza's killer and Urza together, he answered. Mara, why don't you do what you're best at? Yodusa asked a female vampire with purple skin and plum-colored hair. Yes, my lord, the vampire woman responded. She approached Lil Tato and opened her mouth, revealing her sharp fangs as she sunk them into the small girl's neck, sucking up quite a bit of blood, but not too much as to kill her. However, when Mara swallowed the blood she sucked out, before she could begin the next step, her entire body racked with pain. Stumbling back and groaning, Mara panted before letting out a loud scream and exploding from the outside inward in a flashy blue light until nothing was left of her but her skeleton, which then turned into dust. The other members of Carrot Fang all backed away from the smoldering ashes. A saint mage. Tara questioned. Interesting, Yodusa said. Fairy Tale has anti-vampire mages at their disposal. It seems we won't be able to convert this one after all. He snapped his fingers. Someone get a vase for Mara's ashes. We'll conduct the funeral the day after tomorrow. Two vampires shuffled off to the pottery room to grab the appropriate object. What do we do with her now, Master Yodusa? Tara asked. My dear Tara, there are far more uses for a vampire hunter than converting them into a vampire. Someone bring me a photo-taking grimoire. I believe we have just the bait necessary to lure Urza Scarlet out. The next morning, Urza Scarlet performed her usual routine of getting out of bed, showering before anything else, fixing her hair, and putting on her Heart Cruise armor with Requip once she was completely dry. She found it weird at first that Lil Tato was nowhere in sight, only to remember that she'd stayed over Bambietta's house to help protect Lucy. Urza smiled as she remembered this, figuring that Bambietta and Lil Tato were bound to fix things between them after the discussion she and Lil Tato had. Unfortunately, that couldn't have been further from the truth unless one had killed the other the night before. Going through the motions, Urza made her way to Fairy Hill's front desk with her mailbox key to fetch her mail for the morning. Among the usual fan mail she received regularly, Urza found an unmarked envelope that just said Urza on it in rather occult script. Urza wondered if the letter could be one of those spam letters that contained a curse within, but those usually got vetted by the Magic Council before they ever made it out of the postal service to individual guild halls. Figuring it was probably safe, but still keeping her guard up, Urza opened the letter. The contents made her want to strangle the nearest living being. Her face was contorted with rage with a picture of Lil Tato in the dungeon of the Carrot Fang group's hideout, lying on her side, her eyes clearly hypnotized with the word help scrawled on the image. Urza crunched the envelope in her grip, pissed off that Lil Tato had been captured. In her crunching, she realized that something else was also in the envelope besides the picture. It was a letter. Dear Urza Scarlet. As you can tell by the picture we sent you, we have your friend captured. If you don't want us to kill her, come to our hideout alone. You know the location, I'm sure. I hope to see you soon. Love. Yodusa of the Carrot Fang. The love part made Urza's skin crawl far more sickeningly than Ichia ever could. So in the end it was all a ploy to get to her, but why her? Don't tell me they hold a grudge against me because I was the only one to help Master. Curses. This is all my fault. The part of Urza racked with guilt started screaming that she should give herself up for Lil Tato's safety. Fortunately, Urza was far more rational than that and the voice was quickly drowned out. To go alone would only result in both her and Lil Tato becoming vampiric slaves, Urza worse off that Lil Tato. They likely can't kill Lil Tato because of what Bambietta said about Quincy's and vampires not mixing, Urza pondered. That means I should be able to call their bluff about going alone if I move with a small group. Don't worry, Lil. I'll rescue you. I swear it. I swear it on my pride as a mage of Fairy Tale. Upon arriving at Fairy Tale, everyone could tell that Urza was in a mood. Bambietta, who was eating at the same table with Natsu and Lucy, whispered to the rose-haired dragon slayer, "What did you do?" "Me? What makes you think I did something?" Natsu replied indignantly. "Because you're her favorite punching bag," Bambietta responded. "Every time she's angry it's almost always your fault." Bambietta. Natsu. Urza spoke sharply. Both mages went rigid. "Why yes ma'am," they stuttered at the same time. "I need to speak with you in Master's office. It's important." "What did I do?" Bambietta wondered. "Oh please tell me this isn't about Lil. Is that why I can't find her this morning?" "Lucy, Kana, Bisksa, you all come too," Urza stated. "Me?" Lucy was surprised. "Us?" Bisksa and Kana asked as well. "Did I stutter?" Urza asked, giving a gaze to the three ladies that would have made even the hardiest of soldiers pee their pants and flee in terror. A shiver ran up everyone's spines the whole guild over. Some even wondered if Urza was about to throw a body out of Makarov's office as an example to everyone else. Feeling like criminals walking up to the hangman's platform, Natsu, Bambietta, Kana, Bisksa, and Lucy all followed Urza to Makarov's office whereupon the redhead locked the door and sat down in Makarov's chair. She certainly looked angry, yet something in her eyes suggested that her anger was not directed at the 5 mages before her. I'm sure you are all wondering why I've called this meeting. Yes, Bambietta said, answering the obviously rhetorical statement out of pure fear. I got a letter this morning. Lil Tato has been kidnapped. What? Bisksa asked. Kidnapped. Kana quickly added after her. By who? Natsu wondered, heart sinking. She's been. Bambietta started only to trail off. No. She's too strong for that. There's no way Bambietta cut herself off as she recalled the argument from last night. I have made a horrible error. Natsu, Bambietta, and I are closer to Lil Tato than most. For me to go alone to rescue her is suicide, so I'm asking you two to accompany me, Urza stated. Natsu punched a hand into his awaiting palm. Just point me at the guy I need to set on fire. They aren't going to get away with this. Bambietta nodded. I'm definitely going. I won't turn my back on Lil. I have to make up for the past, and be the bigger person. Urza turned her attention to the other ladies in the room. Lucy, Bisksa, Kana, you 3 have magic in your arsenal that is incredibly effective against creatures like vampires. So the Carrot Fang kidnapped her then? Bisksa asked. Urza nodded. Then I'll bring all of the holy guns I can store, Bisksa stated. I've got just the cards for the job, Kana smirked. Urza informed Lucy of her advantage, since she seemed at a loss. Spirits have a natural advantage over vampires. Ah, Lucy said, getting the point, nodding firmly. Everyone stay close to me and no matter what do not separate until the fighting starts, Urza stated. Everyone nodded at this. Good, Urza said and strode over the door to unlock it. Let's go. The group followed Urza out into the mountains where they came across a crudely affixed wooden door into the base of the mountain. How did you even know this was here? Lucy asked. I tried to exterminate the Carrot Fang once before on my own, Urza stated, but the council said that as long as they remained docile that they were going to grant the group asylum. So, are we breaking the law? Bambietta asked. Urza manifested a sword and cut the door in half. Humph, I don't care, Urza said, flipping her hair. Bambietta gulped. Urza, don't you think you're... Urza cut Bambietta off as the group walked down the spiraling path down into the bowels of the mountain. We're going to get Lil Tato back at any cost. No one that harms Fairy Tail will ever get off lightly. If this becomes a bloodbath, so be it. Okay, either she's really mad or vampires aren't human enough to have basic civil rights in this world, Bambietta thought. She wasn't sure which option made Urza more terrifying. When we get to the bottom, allow me to walk out alone to speak with the leader, Yodasa, Urza stated. I'll try to negotiate Lil Tato's release. Natsu, as soon as things look bad, cover my back. Got it, Natsu said with a grin. Bambietta, stay close to me. If they try to use Lil Tato against us, you keep her busy while I deal with Yodasa. He and I have a score to settle, Urza stated. Right, Bambietta nodded. Natsu, I'm counting on you to figure out which vampire hypnotized Lil Tato and deal with him, Urza said. I'll torch him to ash. Natsu said, punching his knuckles together as flames sparked from his fists. I've been meaning to say something about that, Bambietta said. Quincy's are supposed to be immune to vampiric hypnotism. How did Lil fall under their control? Urza, having her own extensive knowledge of vampires, and having read Lil Tato's copy of the International Quincy Vampire Hunting Guide, only said, it's not important how it happened, only that it did and we'll free her. I mean, why yeah, I guess, Bambietta said. Leave it to Urza to point out the obvious. Urza, of course, knew the real reason of how Lil Tato had become hypnotized with everything she knew, which is why she wanted Bambietta to fight Lil Tato. Perhaps this vampire fiasco was exactly what the two of them needed to put everything behind them. As the group neared the bottom of the winding path, Urza stepped out into the candlelit lair underneath the mountain to greet Carrot Fang. Yodasa. She called. I've come as you've requested. Where is my friend? Tara, Yodasa said with a smile. Tara went to one of the holding cells and brought Lil Tato out on a leash. She was dressed in a dull, yellow cape and a one-piece yellow dress that had a symbol woven over the stomach like a heart-shaped hourglass. Lil Tato was wearing pointed, dull yellow boots, her hat missing, and she looked completely zoned out. "Lil Tato, dear, do you want to go back with your friend?" Yodusa asked. "No," Lil said in a zombie-like state. "I want to serve and kill for Master Terra." Natsu looked at Terra. "So that's the bastard that hypnotized her." "Oh well, too bad," Yodusa said with a sadistic grin, showing off all of his fangs. "I guess she wants to stay with us. And you came all this way." "That wasn't what you promised, Yodusa," Urza exclaimed, throwing her arm down and out at her side. "Don't worry, my dear Urza, for soon, you will join her," Yodusa exclaimed. A monstrous shadow rose up out of the ground as a blonde, purple-skinned vampire with gigantic eyebrows and a long, trailing beard appeared behind Urza, prepared to wrap his hands over his eyes and hypnotize her. Fortunately, this was exactly what Urza was prepared for. Fire Dragon's Claw. From his hiding place in the entrance to the lair, Natsu's foot collided with the vampire's neck, burning his entire head and causing him to crash to the ground. Fire Dragon's Roar. Natsu's powerful flame incinerated his target, reducing him to ash. "I said to come alone," Yodusa exclaimed. Urza expressed a crafty smirk. "I can't help it if I was followed. Your letter didn't specify that I couldn't be. You expect me to believe that they just followed you here?" Yodusa asked. Urza called forth a sword. "Whatever the circumstances, I have company." She pointed the weapon at Yodusa and glared. "And you're going to pay for what you did to Lil Tato." Urza charged with her blade straight at Yodusa. Lil Tato attempted to block it by shooting Urza square on. However, her arrow was deflected by a shot from Bambietta's bow. "Whoops, my hand slipped," Bambietta said, her smile expressing that she was literally lying through her teeth. "You!" Yodusa growled. "It's Sirza's killer," one of the vampires shouted. "I have a name, you know," Bambietta said. "It's Bambietta Basturbine. Remember it, because it is the name carved on your sorry-ass corpse." "As for this Sirza's guy, was that seriously that asshole's name?" She shrugged. I guess it doesn't matter. I kill so many vampires I really don't care to know them personally. The day I killed Sirza's was the most important day of your life, but for me," Bambietta said with a smile as she knocked another arrow. "It was Tuesday." Yodusa shrugged. "Not quite. I don't even remember what Sirza's looked like." Bambietta fired her arrow, which Lil Tato deflected with her sword. "Wow, with morals and employee recognition that bad, I'm surprised you still have followers left to help." "Oh well, soon it won't matter. You're all going to look really nice when I use your remains for my next campfire, or build an ash castle. It's like a sand castle, but with ash." One of the vampires looked sick to his stomach. "Bambi, maybe tone down the sociopathic remarks," Lucy stated. How about no?" Bambietta asked rhetorically. "But they hurt my best friend," Bambietta said, switching her bow for her sword. "None of them are getting away with it." Lucy blushed a little. Bambietta could say some really cool things when she was angry. "Lil Tato, protect your master," Terra declared, pointing at Bambietta. Lil Tato acted on command and blocked Bambietta's sword with her own. Then Natsu leapt over Bambietta's head and shouted, "Fire Dragon's Iron Fist." His punch was aimed at Terra, but he missed as Terra dodged to his right to avoid Natsu. And now, Urza had made her way to Yodusa, her sword clashing with Yodusa's magic beam growing out of his arm designed to resemble a sword. "I have been waiting for this moment for so many years, Urza Scarlet," Yodusa said with a giddy grin. "Your blood will be so delicious and then you will be my queen." "I will never yield to disgusting fiends like you," Urza glared. She slid inward so that her arms weren't as strained in their extension. She got practically right in Yodusa's face. "Assuming it doesn't dissolve into ash, I'm going to put your rotting head on a pike in the middle of Magnolia as an example of what happens when monsters hurt my friends." Tempering her strength, Urza put force against Yodusa's energy blade and sent him flying back by swinging hard enough with her blade already slammed against his. Yodusa collided into a wall and then steadied his aching back as he looked at Urza. Shadows cast upon her from the torchlight around the lair as she stood on one of the altar steps, several feet above the dirt-covered ground Yudusa was standing on. Her face was completely shadowed out save for a single, glowing red eye. Urza stood with her sword angled down by her foot and her free hand balled into a fist. "I hope you have a death wish as well," Urza said. "Because today is your reckoning. You're not the only one who hoped to clash once more, but unlike you, I'm fighting for a much more noble cause. A monster like you could never understand." Yudusa grinned ear to ear, showing off his fangs. "You will certainly be a fine queen." And then, right after that statement, Urza pounced. Her physical blade clashed against Yudusa's magically conjured one. With furious vigor, Urza pounded away with her blade against Yudusa and then, mid-strike, swapped out her one-handed longsword for a two-handed Zweihander. The two continued to clash as they jumped and parried attacks, all around the lair. Urza remained firmly on the offensive. They passed by Liltato and Bambietta unknowingly. The two Quincy's were locked in melee combat, sword to sword with Bambietta swinging fiercely against Liltato's sword, hoping a small dose of pain might wake her up. It's either that or an air horn level scream down her ear hole for being so stupid. Bambietta exclaimed internally and she put one foot behind and let herself be on the defensive. "Snap out of it, Lil. You're better than this." Liltato gave no response though. She just gave Bambietta a blank stare with a little bit of drool hanging out of her slightly open lip. "Damn it, wake up already!" Bambietta exclaimed. She lost her temper and punched Liltato in the face. Bad move. Not only did Liltato protect herself with blood venet, but she twisted the shape of her mouth and bit Bambietta right on the right forearm. Errrrrrg. Bambietta screamed in bone-crunching pain as Liltato began to suck out her riotsu through her mouth. "Bambi!" Lucy exclaimed. "You should worry more about yourself, little lady," the vampire she was fighting said. Thrusting his arms out in front of him, chunks of stone smashed into Lucy's currently summoned spirit, Taurus. Taurus looked seriously injured by the constant attacks and his foe still was in relatively pristine condition. His dark purple mantle had barely budged, though it was caked in dirt and his full, scruffy blonde beard had lost nary a hair. "Muah, so strong," Taurus huffed. "Just try to keep it up for a bit longer," Lucy encouraged. Taurus raised his battle axe in the air. "Muah. For Miss Lucy and her boobs, I will fight till my last breath. I could have done without the part about my boobs," Lucy exclaimed, covering herself, tears jumping out of her eyes comedically. As Taurus charged back into battle, axe swinging wildly and cutting through barrages of stone chunks, Lucy looked over to where Bambi had managed to free herself from Liltato. Now down an arm, Bambietta was using Hiran Kyaku to dodge arrow bolts from Liltato, energized by Bambietta's own stolen riotsu. Lucy looked glum. For all the times she'd scolded Bambietta for her inappropriate wisecracks, seeing her engaged so seriously and not saying something along the lines of "why not?" "They're nice and perky" was disheartening. Lucy could see how much Bambietta was just not herself. It worried her, but it was also a bit of a relief. It was good to know that there was more to Bambietta than a laundry list of references and sex jokes. Turning her attention back to her own fight, Lucy threw her arm out at her side. "Okay, Taurus. Good work. I understand his powers perfectly now. Close the gate of the bowl." Taurus snorted as he returned to the spirit world. Lucy then brought out a new gold key. "Open the gate of the Virgin. Come out, Virgo." Virgo emerged, looking prim and petite as always. "You have need of me, princess. Take that guy out. Your magic should be perfect to counter his. Do a perfect job and I'll." She blushed and sighed, "Ask Bambietta to punish you later." Those were the only words Virgo needed to hear before tearing after Lucy's foe. Unlike Taurus, who had to use every ounce of his massive strength to cut through the boulders, Virgo could bypass their hardened structure completely given her attunement to the earth. "Virgo. No mercy!" Lucy exclaimed as Virgo got within striking range. "Understood," Virgo said, crouching down as she spun her hand like a drill and plunged it into the vampire's chest, tearing through his heart in place of a wooden stake, causing him to turn to ash. "Yeah!" Lucy exclaimed, jumping for joy. "You did it! Was that a perfect job, princess? Job's not over yet, Lucy said. Let's see if the others need any help. Virgo nodded. While Lucy had been focused on one strong vampire, the other, weaker vampires were starting to die out, and Bisksa and Kana now stood back to back, the former out of holy bullets and the latter running low on magic. So, for a vampire name, Kana said, trying to joke despite the situation, I'm thinking Camilla. Would you be serious? Bisksa asked her. The timely arrival of Virgo tearing through vampires like tissue paper put both of them at ease. Phew, thought I was gonna have to start sleeping in coffins for a second there. Thanks, Lucy. No problem, Lucy said, flexing her arm. I think we can leave this to the others now, what do you say? Kana took a look around. It seemed only Natsu, Bambietta, and Urza were still fighting. Guess so. No sooner had she said that, however, more vampires entered the lair from the corners, leading deeper into the lair. Guess we're not done yet, Bisksa said, loading dual submachine guns. Hold the line. Lucy said. Let's do this. Girl power. All three exclaimed. As Lucy, Kana, and Bisksa fought the fodder, Natsu was in deeply heated combat with Terra. Let Lil Tato go, you bastard. Natsu shouted, punching forward with his fire dragon's iron fist. Natsu's fire went out as Terra blocked the attack with his open palm. She is a willing member of our kind, as will you be soon enough, Terra stated. Like hell she is. Natsu exclaimed and threw a punch with his other hand. Lil's our friend. She'd never want to be a vampire. Heh, you don't know the first thing about her, boy, Terra chuckled. I know all and see all when it comes to my puppets. That girl has a death wish. Did you know she'd been sleeping near a dumpster for the longest time? Huh. Natsu was taken off guard by the question as a giant fist of darkness emerged from Terra's chest, slammed Natsu upward in the chest and threw him back onto his back. Natsu landed hard and got up, wiping his mouth. Shut up, there's no way Lil would. I've no reason to lie to you, boy of fire. I gain nothing from it. Now hold still, this will only be bothersome for a second. What are you? Natsu could feel it then, an attempt to overtake his mind closing in. His thoughts suddenly felt blanketed in shadow, his mind suddenly feeling not his own. His mouth hung open and all of his cognitive functions seemed to come to a screeching halt. Even his fire seemed to go out as the hypnotism set in, trying to brainwash him. Natsu. Happy called out from the sidelines. Are you okay? He can't hear you anymore, tiny creature. His mind now belongs to me. No, that's not possible. Natsu, wake up. Happy shouted. Now, my puppet, Terra said as Natsu stood hunched over. My first order, destroy that tiny blue thing. It's annoying me. Only a growling breath could be heard from Natsu. No confirmation of the order was given. And when Natsu picked his head up, Happy and Terra could see why. Dragon-like slits had replaced Natsu's pupils and his sclera was yellow. Black mist emitted with Natsu's breath. Natsu! Natsu roared like no one had ever heard him roar before. What the Terra gasped only for Natsu to impale him through the chest with his fist, ripping out a lung out the other side. Thankfully for Terra, vampires could last without those for a short time. In his seemingly blind rage, Natsu crushed said lung and flung Terra off his arm against the wall to his left. Terra smacked his spinal cord against the sturdy rocks and coughed up blood, doing his best to try and cling onto life. Urza and Bambietta were both alerted by Natsu's animalistic howling, resounding through the lair. Natsu! Urza gaped, eye shrinking in. Worry about yourself, my future queen, Yadusa said and attacked Urza outright, forcing her on the defensive. Great, as if she didn't have enough to worry about. Whoa, sure is Ichigo Kurosaki up in here, Bambietta said, watching the black mist pour out of Natsu's mouth like no tomorrow. Her attention was then diverted from Natsu to Lil Tato, but not because of an attack. Lil Tato recoiled, dropping her weapon and clutching her head. HNNNGH. Lil. Is that you in there? Say something. Bam, bye, is that you? Lil Tato looked at Bambietta with both eyes as one eye was normal and the other looked possessed. Lil, you gotta fight it. Bambietta was going to say more, but Lil Tato said something first. Kill me. Huh. Bambietta looked at Lil Tato flabbergasted. Bothersome brat, Tara focused his hypnotism on Lil Tato, only to cough up blood. Damn, my body won't last. I'll have to take the blondes. Tara began focusing his magic through Lil Tato's mind as purple smoke began to envelope her arms, blood dripped out of one eye and the iris turned bright yellow. From this, however, did Lil Tato resist. Errrg! She exclaimed, clutching her head and gazing up to look at Bambietta, clutching her now shivering body. Please, quickly, before I'm no longer myself. Lil. It's what I deserve, Lil Tato said, her voice becoming echoey. In the background, Natsu grabbed Tara by the gaping hole in his chest and flung the vampire against the perpendicular wall. Lil Tato lurched in pain, but quickly recovered. Both eyes were yellow, but it was still the Quincy speaking to Bambietta. Please, I left you to die, you're my friend, and yet I let, Giselle. Lil Tato coughed hard due to Tara's body's mangling getting mixed with her personality and mind. Natsu, cut it out. Serious conversation. Bambietta shouted at him. He can't hear you, Lil said coherently. Something feral in him woke up. Not sure what. There's a link between me, him, and Tara right now. Please, if you kill me, Tara will die too and Natsu will wake up. Bambietta bit her lip. Oh hell no. This wasn't how it was gonna go. And when Bambietta wanted things to go her way, she always knew exactly what reference to pull out of her backside. Lil. She said, charging blood artery through her good arm. She clenched her hand into a fist. Grit. Your teeth. Bambietta punched Lil Tato in the jaw as hard as she could, hoping to literally knock some sense into the girl. Lil Tato tumbled to the ground as Tara's body went limp in Natsu's hand as he was held up by his coat by the Dragon Slayer. Natsu, like a beast, seemingly losing interest in this lifeless dummy body, began sniffing around to find something else to vanquish. He eventually began prowling slowly towards where Lucy, Kana, and Bisksa all were fighting with all their heart and soul. Tara still lived on, his energy trying to possess Lil Tato's mind. Lil Tato lay upon the ground, holding her sore jaw as she looked up at Bambietta. Do you think dying for me will make me happy, huh? Bambietta shouted, glaring down at Lil Tato. I thought we buried the hatchet on this already and yet here you are acting like a sad sack entitled to a public pity party. Well, not only am I ripping up the invitations, I'm cancelling it, crashing it, however you want to call it. It stops and I mean right now, Bambietta said, pointing at the ground. You wanna know why? 'Cause you're Lil Tato Lampard, the smartest female Quincy I know and one heck of a good friend. You already made up for the Giselle crap, so why don't you stop feeling sorry for yourself and push that stinking undead menace out of your goddamn head? Stand your ass up and tell him where to stick it. And I mean up his ass. Bambi. She's right, you know, Urza said, having managed to get the heels of her feet near Lil Tato's head. Yodusa was currently shoving pillars turned into rubble off his back in order to stand. You're not in your old guild anymore. This is fairy tale. We look after one another. And no one is going to let you fall, even if you want to. A small voice told Urza, practice what you preach, but she ignored it. It's a family, right Urza? Bambietta asked. Urza nodded. You too. Lil Tato said and then pushed herself to her feet. Then, with all her strength, riot surging, she forced Tara's mist form out of her body and towards the ceiling. You brat, give me your body. Lil Tato aimed her bow at Tara. Sorry, but I'm saving it for someone special and it ain't you, Lil Tato said, licking her upper lip. But you can still take a big one down the throat. I am so proud of you, Bambietta thought, hearing Lil Tato emulate her mannerisms. Lil Tato then harnessed the power of an enormous arrow that shot cleanly through the mist. Tara's screams echoed as the arrow continued up into the mountain, making a clean, cylindrical hole towards the sky as the moon shined down on the group. Egads, how long have we been down here? Bambietta wondered. Wasn't it noon when we left? Lil Tato then shook on her feet and slumped to one side. Bambietta caught her by her shoulders. Easy there. Lil Tato then saw Bambietta's injury. "Bambi, your arm." It'll heal," Bambietta said. "But..." Bambietta bopped her lightly on her head with the bottom of her fist. "We got bigger things to worry about, but I think we can let Urza take it from here." As the moon shone down on the group, Yodusa turned into a giant bat monster, as tall as a two-story building. "Fools! Under the power of the moon, my power is unrivaled," Yodusa exclaimed. Urza looked at Yodusa and looked at Bambietta. At a glance, she sized both of them up. She then turned her back on Yodusa with a smirk, sheathing her blade and walked past and behind Bambietta. "What? What are you doing?" Yodusa demanded. "I was worried that your power had grown considerably since all those years ago, so I was pacing myself," Urza said. "You're the only one left." Without turning to face Yodusa, she pointed to where Natsu was squatting on the ground, kicking the side of his head like a dog trying to evict fleas. Even Natsu is back to his old self. I question Natsu acting like a dog being normal, but whatever, Bambietta thought. She knows him best. "No. You fight me. We're not finished." "I'm not finished," Yodusa exclaimed. "Yeah, seriously," Bambietta said. "What about all that, we have a score to settle, stuff?" "Oh, that," Urza said, expression impossible to read. "I only said that so that you would focus on your fight with Lil Tato. I don't even remember Yodusa." "Huh." Bambietta and Yodusa exclaimed in unison. "Bambietta, finish him off and let's go home." "I missed dinner," Urza glared. "And I'm hungry." Bambietta swallowed. "Why yes ma'am." Wincing in pain as she rolled up her good sleeve with her bad arm, she wounded her shoulder. "And I got just the thing to take him down." You're going to take me down?" "Absurd." "Nah, Urza's got a point," Bambietta said, grinning. "You might look menacing, but to someone like me you're just a big target. And I'm gonna make you go boom like a sky full of fireworks." Lil Tato sat down and watched Bambietta pull her arm back, her arm beginning to glow green as blood artery surged through it and then surged some more. "What the? That's way too much power to be just blood artery and she's focusing it all into her arm, no to just her hand. Incredible." Lil Tato thought, watching. Bambietta spread her fingers back as much as she could then, with mild effort then clenched a fist as a draft of wind was pulled into her closed fist. She then slowly raised her arm up above her shoulder. "This hand of mine glows with an awesome power." Her hand flashed with bright, whitish-blue energy that seared her glove right off her hand, revealing the fairy tale mark. "Its burning grip tells me to defeat you." Then, launching from the ground, using Hirin Kyaku to both gain momentum and height at the same time, Bambietta's now open hand was now on a collision course with Yodusa's much larger forehead. "Take this," she said and smashed her palm, putting most of the pressure into her forefinger, into Yodusa's forehead. Shining finger. Bright greenish-white lightning cracked through Yodusa's head and then all down his body and across his wings until holy energy exploded out his mouth and eyes, along with his screams. And then he just exploded into nothing. Bambietta then fell a good dozen feet down onto the ruined altar as Yodusa's ashes trickled down the wall in front of her. "Woo yeah!" she exclaimed, grinning madly, holding up a V for victory with her left hand. "That was awesome. Evil can suck it." What did you do?" Kana asked, having barely caught the tail end of that attack. Bambietta jumped down from the altar onto flat dirt. Article 1 of the International Quincy Vampire Hunting Guide, she said as she gave Kana a thumbs up and a wink. "Go for the head." "So I did." Urza, with a tired, snoring Lil Tato now over her shoulder, walked towards the group. "Well, we came what we set out to do here. Let's head back." "Right," Bambietta said. "And Bambi?" "Yeah. When Lil Tato wakes up, I want you to be with me." "Don't leave my sight," Urza told her sternly. While Lucy, Kana, and Bisksa thought they had cleared the entire clan of the Carrot Fang, one particular member, a female, had decided to flee for her life rather than stick around and die in an obviously losing battle. She was losing blood from a wound in her shoulder and was down about half her magic, but at least she was alive. With the moon out, her wound would slowly heal. That just left the issue of her magic. If she could replenish her health, she could lay low, maybe come up with a new plan, maybe entrench herself in another vampire clan to protect herself for the time being. But lo and behold, the fortune she found, a tent, and it was lit with a lantern inside. 2 people seemed to be inside the tent. Travelers perhaps. Perfect. And one of them seemed to have plenty of magic to feast on. Excellent. She could just sneak up on the tent and, wait, what happened to her meal ticket? A bright glow of lightning could be felt, and as the vampire turned she could see a bow made entirely out of lightning being jammed in her face, arrow tip almost in her eye. On the other end of the bow was a woman dressed all in white with her breasts almost hanging out and shorts so uncomfortably small and tight they could be mistaken for men's boxers. The woman had green, or was it blonde hair? With the lightning sparking in her face, it was hard for the vampire to tell. "Don't try it," the girl said, and vaporized the vampire's head clean off her shoulders after letting the arrow loose in her face. "First rule," she said as she put her thumb against her breast. "I rule." She then walked back to the tent and pushed into it. "Yo, tent mate, you good? What the hell was that about?" Another woman in the tent around the vampire killer's age with dark skin and green hair asked, bolting upright. "Just a stray vampire looking for a meal. I took care of it." "No big," the blondish woman said, switching off the lantern. "Get some rest, rookie. Tomorrow's a new day." "I have a name, you know, Candace," the green-haired woman said. "It's Jade. Look, we're not friends, you're my tent mate. You agreed to travel with me in exchange for free food and use of your tent, and I keep the big nasties away. Make it to 3 weeks and I might learn your name, make it to 4 and I'll actually give a shit. Till then you're a meat shield." Candace then got into the sleeping bag and flopped onto the pillow to go to sleep. "I traded a life-serving Lady Emberella for this?" Jade thought sarcastically, rolling her eyes. Still, it was better than dying to something that went bump in the night alone out in the wilderness with no friends to call her own. At least, that's what she thought, but Candace was certainly trying company to say the least. Jade had been fast asleep when Candace switched on the lantern, claiming she noticed something and it was just a rogue vampire. Ugh. She should have just squatted down in a town somewhere and racked up bills at an inn, but no, she had to backpack it. She had to prove she was independent. But Candace was right about one thing. Tomorrow was another day. Hopefully it would be less eventful than this. It was midday the next day when Lil Tato finally opened her eyes. She was on her back in Urza's bed, but she didn't notice that until later. The first thing she smelled was food and her stomach was growling like a demon's. Lil Tato bolted upright and began tearing through everything on the big wide plate in front of her: fried pork cutlets, curry, salad, pancakes, crepes, scrambled eggs, miniature chimichangas and more. Like I always say, once she gets going, Lil doesn't stop. Bambietta's voice caused Lil Tato to stop shoveling food into her mouth. She looked to her left where Bambietta was sitting upright in a chair. "Bambi. Oh, don't mind me. Please. Eat. We made it all for you." "We?" "Yes, we." Lil Tato flipped her head in the other direction where Urza was sitting. "Are you feeling better?" "I." It was only now Lil Tato noticed that all the food was being served on hot plates. "I don't deserve any of this." The response to that statement was Bambietta grabbing her hair and pulling her whole head towards her. "Now you listen to me, Lil," Bambietta exclaimed, trying her best not to glare. "I don't want to hear any of this. I don't deserve crap. You fucked up. You know you fucked up. You apologized for fucking up and I said it was okay. So what the actual fuck do you think you're doing? Was my apology not good enough? God damn it, Lil, I was the one that was zombified, not you." "Friends shouldn't fight," Urza said. "Bambietta stayed up almost all night to make this for you. I helped a little, but only with the recipes." Lil Tato looked at the food. "Bambi, you cooked all of this." "Wasn't easy, but I did." "But Lucy." "Time and a place," Bambietta said. "Lucy's fine. The vampires are gone. Wendy and Rukia would let me know if there was an emergency. You don't get lifelong friends easy, Lil." It's even harder to lose them. Sure, I was pretty pissed that you didn't do anything to stop Giselle, but everything you've done since joining Fairy Tail has spoken louder than any words that you want things to go back to how they were. Bambietta started to get choked up. She wiped her tears. God damn it, stupid estrogen. She talked through her tears. I want things to go back to how they were too. I want my friend back. I want to laugh and joke and cry and key. Bambietta chose her next word carefully with Urza in earshot, kick things butts with you, just like in the good old days of ignorance, but now with the benefit of hindsight. So, stop punishing yourself and eat for fuck's sake. If you don't, well then you'll really make me mad. Bambietta expected a question from Lil Tato. What she didn't expect was for Lil Tato to start hyperventilating and break down crying. Bambi, she said, looking at her with eyes filled with so many tears they could double as petri dishes, I'm so sorry. Bambietta pulled Lil Tato into a tight hug and Lil Tato cried into her bosom loudly and in relief. I forgive you, Lil, Bambietta said, patting the back of Lil's head reassuringly. The next day at Fairy Tail, Bambietta and Lil Tato were seen walking out of the guild hall by Lucy and Wendy. Bambi, you're up early, Lucy said. I figured you and your waking the dead snoring would still be filling up my couch. Bambietta laughed at Lucy's too close to home joke. Nah, Lil and I decided yesterday to go on a mission together today. It's gonna be just like old times, minus a head or two. Can we come? Wendy asked. You know, since you're missing 2 heads. Bambietta ruffled Wendy's head. Sorry, just gonna be us today. She looked at Lucy, blushing a little. Ah, you don't mind, do ya Lulu? It doesn't make me a bad girlfriend, does it? She asked looking guilty. Wait, Lulu. Yeah, Bambietta blushed harder and looked sheepish. You don't like the pet name, nickname. Lucy let out a stifled giggle only to let out a few more unstifled ones. No, I like it. You can call me Lulu anytime you want, Bambi. And no, I don't mind. And it doesn't make you a bad girlfriend, she said, shaking her head. She put a hand on Wendy's shoulder. Come on, Wendy. You and I can do something together today. As the two headed inside, Bambietta called to her. Don't let Natsu push you into something ridiculous unless he wants a lump on the head from me. Lucy drew a check mark in the air. Speaking of that idiot, gonna have to ask him about the black mist mouth he had the other day. I hope it's nothing, or something poor Lyosica can fix. Lil Tato grabbed Bambietta by the arm. Come on, let's go, she said. We're gonna be late. Right. I'm right behind ya. Lead the way, O living compass. Lil Tato sighed, shaking her head, and then she smiled as she and Bambietta headed out of Magnolia. It seemed that some things never really did change if you tried hard enough to get them back. And Lil Tato was never happier than to have Bambietta back as a best friend. Check the description for the links to the author.